do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Be seated, please. Oh, Lord. Before we begin the business of the day, we have a number of visitors in the gallery. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the Senate. Normally we make or try to make a 10 o'clock start, so we apologize for the delay. So welcome to the Senate. And in particular, I must also welcome Mrs. Marcia Campbell-Waugh, who is a sister of former Senator Lester Campbell, and her husband, Dr. Timon Waugh. So welcome, and in due course, we will pay an appropriate tribute to our former senator. I am also going to crave your attention to make mention of the passing of an iconic Jamaican artist, Mrs. Suzanne Alexander O.D., who passed peacefully this week, born in 1929, so she had an extended career. And she was actually born in New York and came to Jamaica early in 1951 and begun a career in Jamaica as an artist. In recognition of her achievements as an artist, she received, amongst other accolades, the Marcus Garvey Award for Art in '78. She was inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Caribbean Foundation of the Arts in 1999 and was conferred by the government of Jamaica Order of Distinction in the rank of Officer Class in 2024. The National Gallery of Jamaica has expressed condolences to her family, in particular her son Philip and daughter Wendy. I think that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, although I'm not asking her to contribute here, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs would recognize the work of Suzanne Alexander, because quite a few pieces of her work are actually at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I believe there is a suite there that's dedicated to some of her work from her Carnival series. So she has made a significant contribution to the development of Jamaican art, and we recognize her. I would ask the clerk to pen the appropriate missive to her family and friends, and perhaps could coordinate with the National Gallery of Jamaica to get access to those persons. It would be remiss of me not to mention former Senator Professor Trevor Monroe, who is seated to my left, and ask the membership to recognize him. He was appointed to the Senate in 1997 and served until 2006. So welcome, Dr. Trevor Monroe. Members, it is always with profound sadness that I ask the Senate to pay tribute to a former senator, and it is all the more when that person is someone who has recently sat in this chamber. So it is with profound sadness that I pay tribute today and ask my colleagues to do likewise to former Senator and former Member of Parliament Leslie Campbell, who passed earlier this week. Those of us who know him know that he was ill for some time, and he did in fact maintain his sense of humor and composure to the last, and communicated with quite a few of us. He was out of the jurisdiction. But I had the privilege of working with Mr. Campbell, Lex as we call him, in the Senate and in the legal arena for many years. And I say without contradiction that we have lost a fine Jamaican in the person of Leslie Campbell. Former Senator Campbell began his parliamentary career in March 2016 when he entered the House of Representatives as a Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Northeastern, and he later entered this chamber as a senator in 2020. During his tenure as a parliamentarian, he served with distinction as Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and later as State Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Senator Campbell was, above all, a proud and active member of the Jamaica Labour Party, playing many roles, including his service as Deputy Treasurer. Leslie was the embodiment of determination, level-headedness, and true commitment. He wanted the best for Jamaica, and he played his part in advancing our nation and our people through strategic development at the local level and engagement on the international stage. His warmth combined with his calm and kind spirit left a lasting impression on those with whom he came in contact. He was a witty conversationalist and maybe as a lawyer in him, but always had evidence to back up his assertions. I extend my deepest condolences to the member of his family, his sister who is here. Would ask that you convey to the rest of his family the fact that we have paid tribute to him this morning, his friends who were blessed to know him. May his soul rest in peace. Minister Johnson-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to join in your words of remembrance, your tribute, and to add my voice to the condolences and sympathies being conveyed to his family present, and the request that you convey to the wider family our sympathies and our prayers for your comfort at this time of grief. I recall our former colleague Leslie as all that you have described him, Mr. President. He was an attorney at law, businessman, former member in that other place, and particularly, of course, as a former member of the Senate and a former Minister of State. Leslie served in many roles outside of his parliamentary and executive roles, including as Deputy Treasurer of the Jamaica Labour Party, but I also served with him on the Legal and Constitutional Committee and other committees, dispute resolution, other committees of the party over many years. Leslie was a steady, reliable, knowledgeable, and principled leader who believed in service and his country. It was these qualities that endeared him to the good people of St. Catherine Northeastern, with whom I share my own bond through my father, the Honorable Anthony Johnson OJ, who also served that constituency. Mr. President, Leslie was committed to working for the people of Jamaica, both locally and internationally, and he offered his expertise and his valuable insights to government through service in both chambers at different times. Of course, he did so in service as well as Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and then serving in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade as Minister of State. As a parliamentarian and particularly as a senator, Leslie carried out his duties with diligence, with dignity, and a steadfast commitment to service, earning the admiration always and respect always of his colleagues. He worked well, in fact, with colleagues on both sides, and he was, again I say, respected by all. He was also very sincerely liked. He was just a great guy, great and personable individual. Mr. President, Leslie was appointed to the Foreign Ministry after the general election in September 2020 with responsibility for diaspora affairs. And this government has always recognized the critical role that Jamaicans overseas play in our national development, and Leslie understood this fully. He embraced the emphasis we place on diaspora affairs and was therefore entrusted with the role of building and managing these critical partnerships, and he undertook this role with fervor. In particular, he worked closely with the then newly established Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council towards a much more strategic and more inclusive engagement across the globe. As the inaugural chair of the GJDC, he played a key role in guiding its work, recognizing that this also transited the time of COVID and required a particular level of innovation and communication for which he was very well suited. Mr. President, he ensured that his engagement was in a manner that benefited the members of the councils, the ministry, the diaspora, and indeed the government of Jamaica. Mr. President, as referenced, of course, he took office during the height of the pandemic, and he exercised a great deal of flexibility in operations, always suggesting new ideas and new ways of doing things. He was at the helm of the process to ensure that despite the pandemic, our engagement continued, and he was instrumental in overseeing the arrangements for the virtual staging of the Diaspora Sustainability Symposium in 2021 and the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference, which was held in 2022 in hybrid format. In addition to Leslie's oversight of the diaspora portfolio, he made significant contributions to other areas of the Foreign Ministry's work, including at the regional level through the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, as Sherpa for the UN High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy, and for engagement with our bilateral partners. Mr. President, I'm also honored just to share a few memories of some members of the Foreign Ministry family who worked closely with Leslie. They reflect on being struck always by his affable manner and his interest in their welfare and well-being. He was, in some ways, they reflect a silent river that ran deep, in that he was a man of few words, but when he spoke, he did so with clarity, discernment, understanding, and a remarkable emotional intelligence. Staff also shares, and this is the most widely held, that they most fondly remember him for his jokes. Whether hit or miss, and every speech was littered with humor. but whether hit or miss, they always drew laughter. And during his brief introductory speech on the first day at the ministry, which is the most remembered speech, staff members still recall that they were not only disarmed by how funny and how personable he was, but they were also left in stitches. Mr. President, Leslie's leadership style was particularly appreciated because he's remembered as having led not just with skill, but with a heart, making everyone feel seen, valued, and supported. So I want his family to know that this is how he's remembered, and they're remembering him in this way, not only at Capitol, but across the missions where he had engaged with heads of mission and diaspora communities during his time of service. His laughter was infectious, his wit effortless, and his presence a constant reminder that work could be both most meaningful and enjoyable. He gave generously of his time, his guidance, and his belief in those around him. And in doing so, he helped others to grow in ways they didn't think possible. He led with empathy, listened without judgment, and also found ways to uplift. That kind of leadership, even if not for the longest period of time, leaves a lasting impact far beyond deadlines and achievements, Mr. President. He is well remembered by staff. So on behalf of the Honorable Alanda Terrelong, Minister of State, Sheila Sealy-Monteith, Permanent Secretary and Head of the Foreign Service, the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, especially those who worked most closely with him, in particular Ambassador Franz Hall and Mrs. Charmaine Chung Moulton, I once again extend heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, loved ones, and colleagues of former Minister of State Leslie Campbell. We salute his achievements, his contributions, and his memory, and we extend our prayers to his family and friends for their comfort in this time of grief. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I heard of the passing of Leslie Campbell, I felt a profound sense of loss because although I was not close to him, he had distinguished himself in all the spheres that we both operate. As an attorney, a parliamentarian, and a servant of Jamaica. His life reflected dignity, discipline, and quiet strength. There are some amongst us whose contribution is not measured by volume, but by substance, not by spectacle, but by worth. And Senator Campbell was such a man. He brought to public life a calm intellect, a careful mind, and an unwavering respect for the institution he served. And sometimes our conduct in the chamber here met with great displeasure on his part. Before entering this honorable Senate, he had already given service as Member of Parliament and later Minister of State, carrying out his duties with seriousness and humility. I would say that in this chamber, he distinguished himself by a quality that has become all too rare in public discourse: restraint. He did not seek attention through crude political banter or personal attacks. He understood that disagreement need not descend into disrespect, and that public service is elevated when debate is conducted with civility and purpose. His interventions were thoughtful, measured, and diligent. He came prepared. He listened carefully, and he always brought us back to, what about the bill? We are debating a bill. He contributed meaningfully. Longfellow wrote, "Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime and departing leave behind us footprints in the sand of time. These words are fitting today. Leslie Campbell leaves footprints, not merely in the legal fraternity or in the political history of Jamaica, but in the example he set for younger parliamentarians and attorneys at law. He demonstrated that one may participate fully in political life without surrendering grace, courtesy, or dignity. The legal profession has lost a respected colleague. The Senate has lost a gentleman parliamentarian. Jamaica has lost a faithful son. To his family, his friends, colleagues, and all who mourn his passing, we extend our deepest condolences. May they find comfort in a life honorably lived and in a legacy that will endure long after the debates of this chamber have faded. May his soul rest in peace, and may light perpetual shine upon him.
Senator Sinclair. Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Life can be fickle. You're here today and gone tomorrow. It does not seem that long ago that Leslie Campbell shared this space with us, a member of the Senate, and in other places as a devoted party member of the Jamaica Labour Party and an attorney at law. I had the privilege, Mr. President, of sharing all those spaces with Leslie. The Senate, the party, and in the legal profession. So we pause to honor the life and legacy of Leslie Campbell, attorney at law, a man whose intellect, discipline, and quiet excellence spoke volumes. He possessed an eye for detail, a deeply studied mind, and a record of professional success that spoke for itself. Yet, despite his accomplishments, he remained humble, never boastful, never seeking acclaim, but always grounded in purpose and principle. Mr. President, I recall doing a trial with Leslie in the St. James Parish Court. After he made his first appearance and spoke, I said to myself, this man is quite clever. I had to lift my game a notch. I would have said to other counsel, don't be disarmed by his posture and his congeniality. Know what you're doing when Leslie is on the other side. And, you know, we had a taxation matter, Senator Scott Motley. And Leslie called me on the morning of the taxation hearing. And something in my gut said to me, don't take that call. Don't take that call. And I made the error in taking the call, Mr. President. And what I was anticipating and expecting as to be the result of the taxation, in a matter that I was successful, it went south. Because that call, Leslie didn't even appear. He just said, Sinclair, you're going to take less. But he was able to disarm you by his congeniality. As I said, the anticipated cost went south. Leslie believed in service beyond self. He gave generously of his time, nurturing young counsel, guiding them with patience, wisdom, and a genuine desire to see them succeed. His mentorship leaves a lasting imprint on the legal fraternity. His commitment to public life was equally distinguished. He served Jamaica with honor and distinction as a member of parliament, a senator, and as a minister of state in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In each role, he brought diligence, thoughtfulness, and integrity. Within the Jamaica Labour Party, he stood as a standard bearer in a constituency in St. Catherine, carrying the banner with pride and conviction. As a deputy treasurer, he contributed to the strength and organization of the party, demonstrating loyalty and steadfast service. But beyond titles and achievements, Leslie Campbell was truly a man for all seasons, jovial in spirit, cordial in every interaction, and ever present with a warm smile. He had a way of making people feel at ease, of bringing lightness even to the most serious of moments. His life reminds us that greatness is not only measured by what one achieves, but by how one carries oneself, how one treats others, and how one gives back. On his passing, Mr. President, I got a call from a mutual acquaintance who resides in Montego Bay. Well, probably to Leslie, he was more than an acquaintance, because there was never a day that I would encounter this gentleman and he would not speak highly of Leslie and how his actions towards him positively impacted his life and that of his family in many ways. But that was the nature of Leslie Campbell. He made his mark in the hearts of many people, not only within his family, but far beyond. The gentleman said he felt compelled to express his sadness at his passing. To his family and dear friends, I express sincerest condolences. Leslie Campbell has gone too soon. We must cherish the memories of the good times we shared, and may his legacy continue to inspire, and may his soul rest in peace. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Gale.
Thank you, President. You know, today we celebrate the life of Leslie Campbell, our colleague and friend. And I recall when we have telephone conversations, Leslie's parting shot to me would always be, we must meet up and drink a Pepsi. His passing represents a profound loss, not only to the Jamaica Labour Party, but to the public life in Jamaica and all who had the privilege of knowing and working alongside him. Leslie was a true stalwart of the Jamaica Labour Party. He embodied loyalty, discipline, and service in the pursuit of its truest form. He was never driven by personal ambition or the pursuit of prominence. Instead, he understood that political service was first and foremost about duty. Duty to party, duty to country, and duty to people. And one of the things I admired about Leslie Campbell is that he was always willing to serve in whatever capacity he was called upon. And perhaps one of his greatest marks of his character was his willingness, when necessary, to step aside and gracefully make way for others. A team player who was willing to be substituted. That's quite a sacrifice that reflected the dignity of the man. He understood that leadership was not always about occupying the front row, but about strengthening the institution and ensuring the continuity for generations to come. You know, he was a true Senate player. There were many times when we tried to make quorum, and Leslie never entered the chamber from that door or that door. It was always from that door with his bounded leather bag. And he would say, "Good morning." And so you should know this. You know, there are others who have stood up for point of order. Leslie's point of order was always grounded, and the president has no alternative but to accept it. Beyond his professional and political accomplishments, Leslie will be remembered for his qualities that made him deeply respected and admired for those around him. He possessed a quiet strength that reassured others, even in difficult moments. He was generous with his time, his wise counsel and encouragement, and generous with other things too, I believe. His wit and humor could lighten the heaviest atmosphere, and his intellectual rigor ensured that every discussion with him was thoughtful, informed, and meaningful. You know, Leslie also carried himself with a distinctive presence. Sometimes when he spoke, his language and expression reflected an almost aristocratic refinement, the kind associated, sir, with nobility, culture, and an old-fashioned world of sophistication. And if you add to that nobility, you might want to add money. But that's another story. You know, he was humble, warm, and unwavering respect for others. He brought grace and substance in every room that he entered. And, you know, you will engage with Leslie Campbell, but Leslie won't sometimes tell you up front, no. He would say in that kind of noble voice, not quite. And I recall we were downstairs in the lunchroom, and one of your former colleagues who is in that other place now, parading his dreadlocks, he was engaging with Leslie, and I believe Leslie wanted more out of him, and Leslie would look over his glasses and say, you know, my friend, I believe you're onto something there. Proceed. Well, your colleague ran like a river. He was a team player in the truest sense, a man who believed that collective success mattered more than individual recognition. In an era, sir, where public life can only be consumed by ego and division, Leslie Campbell remained grounded, principled, and honorable. And as we reflect on his life, we give thanks for his contribution, his friendship, and his example. His legacy will endure in the lives he would touch and the colleagues he mentored, the causes he supported, and the values he upheld with consistency and integrity. You know, Leslie had a nice farm, and I remember getting a bunch of plantains from Leslie. The fingers were as long as my arm. To his family, and his loved ones, and his friends and his colleagues, we extend our deepest condolences and prayers during this difficult time. May the kind comfort in knowing Leslie live through his life, the meaning of dignity and service. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Golden Campbell. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lambert Brown.
President, I think Leader Donald Scott Motley spoke well on behalf of all of us. And I know that there are a number of people on the other side who wanted to pay tribute to Leslie, and I thought, it's your day, you should own him. In as much as we tried from this side in targeting him to get him to vote along our lines in many of the debates. He was a man of reason, and he was reasonable. He was humble, as has been said before. I served with him on one or two joint select committee, and it was a collegial relationship there. I love to tease him, as I often did outside of the Senate. when I see mention in the newspaper of cases that he has won in the courts. And I said, boy, Leslie, I have to share some of that big victory that you had. And he, of course, would find a way to deflect from the need to share. Then in latter days, I realized that he was moving Senator Gale closer to the labor aspect of the law. And he was doing some case involving labor. And I was saying, well, one day you and I will meet, just as Senator Sinclair and him were on different sides. And I look forward to that. But you told me in recent times that he wasn't well, and we wished the best for him. Sadly, the day has come when it is he who must go while we abide. To his family, I say you are a good man in Leslie, and we thank you for lending him to the nation, Jamaica. I'd look forward to him returning to the Senate, but maybe health and other reasons prevented him. We say, like you, Senator Sinclair, gone too soon. Age 57 is young, but never judge it by the number of years you live. Judge Leslie by the quality of the relationship he developed while alive. And if you judge it that way, we are missing a giant, a human being who respected and treated everybody with dignity. Mm-hmm. May his soul rest in peace. And we pray with you for the loss of a wonderful soul. May the angels welcome him into paradise. We will miss him, but he will remain with us because he was a gentleman. May it please you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Brown. Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I met Leslie Campbell just about 21 years ago. And I met him, I was introduced to him by my now husband, who is his first cousin. Immediately, Mr. President, Leslie became family to me in a real way. So you will forgive me if my tribute to him and my remarks about him this morning are a lot more personal than about his national endeavors. Les was everything that you've all said he was. He was reliable, he was extremely kind, he was thoughtful. He was a kind of person who appeared at your door when trouble was afoot without you ever having to call on him. And he was very humble, something that I often jibed him about, because I would say to him, Les, you don't need all this headache of public service. You're all right. You have done well for yourself. Why are you taking on this headache and all these people who will frustrate you and the systems that will frustrate you? And his response was always centered around what he thought his duty was, to do if he could do, to help if he could help. His commitment to national service continued
really straight up to his passing, because you could call on him at any time, even during his illness, once he was able to speak to you and run an issue by him, a thought by him. We had a lot of discussions in the last year about adverse possession and the need for reform in the laws governing adverse possession. And you know, one of the things he exemplified for me was the circumstances around those who give national service. He did not need to. He did not need positions. He did not need accolades. And oftentimes when people give their lives and their time and their resources, and I happen to know he gave a lot of his resources in public service, they get back very little. There's no reward, sometimes not even thanks. But that did not deter Leslie Campbell. Leslie was focused on giving. He was focused on service, and he wasn't focused on rewards. Leslie comes from a family of 10 children, one of whom passed before him, and one brother remaining, but mostly girls. And Marcia, my cousin, is here with her husband this morning. Les was ably and well taken care of by Bev in New York, who was by his side up to the very end. Mr. President, I'm not going to speak much longer because I don't think I can manage to. Les did so much for all of us. He was the shoulders on which many of us stood. And even though I entered the family recently, I also benefited and was supported by him. And whenever you would say to him, "Boy, Les, how can I help? What can I do to support?" "Oh, darling, nothing. You just do what you need to do and do well at it," would be his answer to me. And he continued up to the difficult parts of his illnesses, being there for everyone else. I recall talking to him about a young relative that we had and explaining to him that he was having some tough times. And before I knew it, Leslie was arranging from his sickbed to get resources in place to assist that relative. He did it not just with one, he did it with probably 2 or 3 in the course of the last year, even while he was battling his own illness. He remained, Mr. President, a safe place for many of us. He was confidential, so he was almost everybody's confidant. You could go set a problem at his feet, talk through it, and he would counsel you, oftentimes infusing that with the very humor that you all have experienced from him. It was never going to be a serious and sober moment. But you knew that when you spoke to him, it landed there and it stayed there. His honor is unquestionable. I thank him for his example to me. I thank him for his example to my children. I will miss him terribly, and I thank the Senate for recognizing and honoring him, and because he has given me the privilege by his treatment of me, I will say on behalf of the Campbell family, we thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. The clerk has asked me also to put on record the condolences of herself and all the members of her staff who interacted with Leslie over the many years, and asked me to just convey to the family their deepest of condolences. I'm going to ask the membership to rise for a moment of silence. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Just want to point out to his sister that a number of us are invested in that Bombay mango tree around the back of the house. So, so when the time is appropriate, don't forget us. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the financial year 2020-2021 and its related ministry paper number 28 of 2026 titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the year ended March 31, 2021. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022, and its related ministry paper number 29 of 2026 titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Vacations Limited for the financial year 2023-2024. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Montego Bay Convention Center for the financial year 2022-2023. And finally, the Annual Report of the National Solid Waste Management Authority for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bills brought.
Clarification. These reports, am I correct that they are relating to legislation which said they must be presented within months after the year? Because I'm seeing one for 2020, 21, and we're now in 2026, 27. There's one and there's legislation which require that they be presented within, in some case, 4 months after the financial year. Just checking for clarity.
Senator Brown, it's something that you would have to inquire as to, because we just table from the entity as we receive it. But if you wish, the clerk can look into it for you.
That's fine, President. I just wanted clarification, especially in light of what will happen later on.
Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 5th day of May 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act, expand the definition of milk in keeping with international standards, and provide for connected matters was passed in the House of Representatives with one amendment.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg for second reading of the bill. Give notice, sorry, of second reading of the bill.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the Senate, motions for leave to introduce bills, the presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, today we will resume and conclude the debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act 2026. That is the primary item on the agenda today. I just want to extend apologies and, with your leave, advise that I have to depart in order to attend a funeral, during which time Senator Morris Dixon will lead the Senate and continue to pilot the bill through the debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Next contributor, please. Senator Small Ferguson.
Mr. President, I rise to contribute to the debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. At the outset, Mr. President, let me just state categorically that I support the stated objectives of the bill. In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, the need for a coordinated, decisive, timely response to support reconstruction, restore normalcy to the lives of those affected, and build a stronger, more resilient Jamaica is not in dispute. Indeed, Mr. President, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons states that the bill seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority and a statutory framework for, and I quote, the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary, time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa, and to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Those are objectives, Mr. President, that any well-thinking Jamaican would support. But, Mr. President, support for the objectives does not relieve us of the duty to scrutinize the mechanism. This is a bill, Mr. President, that has been sold by the government fundamentally as legislation for the Jamaican people, and in particular, those whose lives, homes, livelihoods, communities, and sense of normalcy were most directly disrupted by Hurricane Melissa. And that's why, Mr. President, I find it unfortunate, among other things, that despite the bill being amended prior to being retabled in that other place, and further amended during committee in that other place, there remains no clear, defined, and enshrined statement of the objects of the legislation in the operative provisions of the bill. Right? Nothing placing Hurricane Melissa and the people most affected by Hurricane Melissa at the center of the legislation. Yes, Hurricane Melissa is mentioned in the long title and the memorandum of objects and reasons, but those are not the same thing as placing the objects of the act directly in the body of the legislation itself. This omission is important, Mr. President, for a couple of reasons. One is the fact that Parliament is creating a statutory framework for a specific purpose, particularly where the legislation establishes an authority with significant and unprecedented powers. There is particular value, in my view, of stating the objectives of the legislation in the act itself. Because if this bill is truly about reconstruction and resilience, then the law should say so expressly. Not only in its explanation, but in the operative provisions of the legislation. It should make clear that this extraordinary authority, with these extraordinary powers, exists for a defined and people-centric purpose: to rebuild affected communities, to restore dignity and normalcy, and to strengthen Jamaica's resilience in a way that is inclusive, transparent, and accountable. This type of inclusion, Mr. President, is not unusual or unprecedented in our legislation. The Child Diversion Act, for example, contains an express provision setting out the objects of that act. The Data Protection Act also embeds its objects directly in the operative provisions under the heading Interpretation and Objects. So the point I'm making is not novel, nor is it consistent with our legislative practice. Mr. President, it appears to me from this action that this bill is being presented as being about the people affected by the hurricane, but proposed to be passed without those people who have sacrificed most, the victims, being sufficiently centered in the legal architecture of the bill, including a clear objects provision, Mr. President, goes to the heart of guiding how the authority will interpret its mandate, how Cabinet will design projects, how priorities will be set, and how this Parliament and the Jamaican people will judge whether the authority has succeeded. It's also important for another reason, Mr. President. The bill is being presented as time-bound. I've heard that repeatedly. The government has repeatedly said that NARA is not intended to be permanent. But if the authority is to exist for a finite purpose, then the act should clearly state and define that purpose. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to determine from the legislation alone whether the authority's objectives have been fulfilled or whether the authority has effectively concluded its work. Indeed, Mr. President, no one can argue that this bill is not well-intentioned. But, Mr. President, I contend that the role of the Senate is not to merely endorse intention. It's to ensure that the institutional framework we're being asked to approve is properly calibrated, is legally sound, and capable of delivering on the intended outcomes in a manner that is effective, sustainable, and consistent with our broader system of governance in this country. And on this side, Mr. President, it's well known that we have concerns regarding how the bill is currently drafted And those concerns span all those areas of responsibility that I just described. It's important to acknowledge as well that these concerns are not just on the side of the chamber. They have been articulated broadly and repeatedly by civil society, by environmental advocates, by governance stakeholders, by professional voices, and Jamaicans who support reconstruction, but who are understandably concerned about the fact that urgency seems to be used to displace inclusion, consultation, and in some respects, accountability. This is a piece of legislation of considerable breadth and consequence. It establishes an authority with far-reaching powers, unprecedented powers, powers to influence how projects will be conceived, approved, accelerated, and executed at a national level. It's precisely the type of legislation, Mr. President, that would have benefited from a more expansive and inclusive consultative process, including, in my view, referral to a joint select committee. Mr. President, I appreciate that the government is motivated by urgency. I think we all are. But urgency in execution does not require the compression of consultation to the point where people who are most affected by this, the Jamaican people, and some stakeholders who may be well positioned to strengthen the bill, are not given a meaningful opportunity to shape its final form. Mr. President, I don't intend to relitigate every issue raised in the lower house and in civil society, but in my view, there are several central issues that remain unresolved that resonate with me. And I'm going to focus my contribution on a few of those areas where I believe the design of the bill remains misaligned with the outcomes it seeks to achieve, and where targeted amendments could strengthen rather than frustrate the objectives of national reconstruction and resilience. Mr. President, the first issue I wish to address is accountability and an element of the accountability architecture proposed under the bill, and particularly the reliance that's being placed on the Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee, JAMROC. And further, the comparison that has been made between JAMROC and the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. Let me say at the outset that I don't raise this point to diminish EPOC. The Prime Minister himself has described EPOC as a tremendous success. And by any fair assessment, I think that's correct. EPOC was, I think, one of the more effective public oversight mechanisms in Jamaica's history. Yes? Indeed, the concept was lauded by the IMF, and it was at a time when this mechanism was critical for building confidence, for communicating progress, and for supporting public discipline during a very difficult period of economic adjustment. It's important to recall as well, and to put on record, that this was conceptualized and implemented under the last PNP-led administration as part of a broader holistic reform program that sought to rescue an economy that was at the time teetering on the edge, to restore fiscal credibility, to restore confidence, and to place Jamaica on a more disciplined and sustainable economic path, which we're still on today, right? So we're reaping the benefits of that decision. But Mr. President, if EPOC is being relied on as a precedent, then we must be precise about what EPOC was and what it did and the environment in which it operated. We can be selective about the comparison. EPOC didn't exercise any statutory power. It didn't approve any spends, any projects.
It did not direct any agencies. It did not enter into any contracts. It didn't override or influence any regulatory approvals. What EPOC effectively did was monitor the country's performance against a macroeconomic program that was already constrained by very significant guardrails. Right? At the time, Jamaica was operating within the framework of an IMF program. There were agreed targets with the IMF. There was ongoing oversight by the IMF itself, quarterly targets to meet and quarterly oversight. There were defined fiscal and macroeconomic benchmarks to meet. And importantly, Jamaica also moved during that period to legislate fiscal rules which imposed a legal discipline around the management of public finances. Right? So it was entrenched in the law that we needed to be fiscally responsible. In that context, Mr. President, I contend that EPOC was not the source of discipline in the system. It monitored it, it commented on it, but the system was already disciplined by binding fiscal rules, agreed IMF targets, and continued IMF oversight. Right? So the distinction between the operating environment that EPOC enjoyed and what we're looking at now for JAMRA is important. EPOC helped Jamaicans to understand whether the government was meeting agreed benchmarks. It helped to maintain confidence in the reform, and that was very important. But it was not responsible for executing the program, and it was not responsible for exercising the powers of the state. NARA is different. NARA is not being established to merely monitor government performance or activity. NARA is being established to act autonomously. It's being established to prepare, implement, and oversee reconstruction and resilience projects at a massive scale. It's being given the ability to procure goods, work, services. It's being given a role to coordinate approving entities. It's being given powers to issue directives. And through the step-in mechanism, the framework allows for decisions of existing approving authorities to be displaced under certain circumstances. That's a very different category of institution. So, Mr. President, in summary, EPOC monitored power, and NARA will be exercising power. And once we're dealing with an institution that exercises statutory power, particularly power of this breadth and consequence, I'll say it again, the accountability framework must be stronger than the external oversight committee that is being proposed to stand outside of the legislation that underpins the institution. And that brings me squarely to JAMRA. The government has placed significant emphasis on JAMRA as part of the accountability framework for NARA. And I personally don't doubt that an oversight committee comprised of credible Jamaicans can add tremendous value to the execution. As EPOC has shown, public reporting, independent commentary, and broader stakeholder engagement can really help to build confidence around a national effort. But there's a fundamental problem, Mr. President, in my view. JAMRAC is not established in the bill. It's not recognized in the bill. Its mandate is not defined at all in the bill. Its right to information is not set out in the bill. Its reporting obligations are not set out in the bill. The relationship with NARA, the minister, cabinet, parliament is nowhere to be found in the legislation. It becomes even more important when you read Section 14 of the bill, the confidentiality provision. The provision places a duty of secrecy and confidentiality on persons having an official duty under the Act or being employed in its administration. Disclosure is only protected where it is permitted or required under the Act or any other law. So the practical issue is this. If JAMRAC is not identified under the Act, what is the legal basis upon which NARA information is going to flow to JAMRAC? if JAMRAC is going to provide any meaningful oversight, what information will it receive? Who decides what it receives? Will it have access as a right, or will it only be discretionary? Will it be able to examine details, project-level information, procurement information, directive-related information, and material implementation issues, or will it be limited to information curated for public consumption? These questions are important because the Jamaican people are being asked to trust an authority with extraordinary powers at an extraordinary moment. The trust cannot rest only on assurances. It must be supported by law, structure, access to information, and clear reporting. Mr. President, this is where the comparison between EPOC and NARA does not carry as far as the government would suggest. EPOC could function without legislative teeth because it was monitoring performance within a macroeconomic framework already supported by agreed targets, IMF oversight, and legislated fiscal rules. JAMRAC is being presented as a central plank of oversight for an authority that will exercise significant legal, operational, and financial powers. That requires a different architecture, in my view. Mr. President, we must distinguish between what is meant by oversight and governance. Oversight is just one component of governance. It happens after the fact. It reviews, it reports, it comments, it scrutinizes. But governance, on the other hand, shapes decisions as they are being made. It sets parameters, it tests assumptions, it manages conflict, it reviews risk, and it ensures discipline before decisions are taken. So, this bill contains a lot of after-the-fact mechanisms. There are reports, audits, parliamentary tabling. There's the Auditor General who can access information, yes? Those things are important, but they do not fully substitute for governance within the institution at the point where decisions are being made. This is particularly important because NARA is not a small administrative office. Right? And we've heard that this model under which NARA is being created is replicated throughout our system. But there is no true comparable. It's going to interface with resources and stakeholders at a scale that we've never seen before. So this is precisely why we need to ensure that the accountability framework is embedded and the accountability framework is credible. Mr. President, I don't want anybody to leave with the impression that I'm saying that JAMRAC is undesirable. Right? My point is that if JAMRAC is going to be relied on as a meaningful part of the accountability architecture, it should not be left outside of the four corners of the legislation. Mr. President, at a minimum, the bill should recognize JAMRAC. It should seek to define its mandate, specify its access to information, and remove any ambiguity that exists there. It needs to provide for reporting to Parliament, and it needs to clarify how it will interact with these confidentiality provisions. Alternatively, if the government is unwilling to place JAMRAC squarely in the Act, it needs to be strengthened to include more robust internal and parliamentary accountability mechanisms. As currently framed, Mr. President, we're being asked to accept a structure where significant statutory power is being placed in NARA, but the principal oversight mechanism being used to justify that concentration of power has no statutory footing. That's not a sufficient answer to the governance concerns that have been raised. JAMRAC may be useful as a public confidence mechanism, but unless it is legally enabled, and unless it has access to information, it cannot at all be a credible element of the oversight. The lesson, Mr. President, from EPOC is not that oversight bodies never need the law. The lesson, Mr. President, is that oversight works when its surrounding framework is clear, disciplined, and credible. And I contend, Mr. President, that for NARA, the surrounding framework is still being created. Right? It needs some work. And if this bill is truly for the Jamaican people, particularly those whose lives and communities must now be rebuilt, then we must get the framework right in the legislation itself. Mr. President, the second issue I wish to address is the absence of a clear sunset clause and the risk that NARA becomes not merely an emergency mechanism, but a parallel system of governance. The government itself has made the case for NARA on the basis of urgency. The argument is that Hurricane Melissa has created an extraordinary national shock, which is true, and the ordinary machinery of government is too slow, too fragmented, and too cumbersome to deliver reconstruction at the pace required, and that a focused, empowered authority is therefore necessary. I understand that argument. Indeed, Mr. President, I accept that the normal machinery has not consistently delivered capital projects with the speed and discipline required. But after a decade in office, Mr. President, the reality, or that reality rather, can't be treated as an abstract institutional failure. Right? We speak about it as though it's something that we have no control over. Right? The government has had substantial time, Mr. President, to address weaknesses in execution, project preparation, procurement approvals, and delivery. If the government now asks the Parliament to approve an extraordinary mechanism because the existing system is too slow, I believe Parliament is entitled to insist that the mechanism remains tied to the emergency that justified it. NARA must therefore be treated like an emergency tool. It must be tied to the event that justified its creation. It must have a defined life cycle. It must have a clear endpoint. It must not become a permanent substitute for reforming the ordinary systems of government. As currently drafted, Mr. President, the bill does not provide that clarity. It provides for eventual dissolution, but it does not provide a fixed sunset date, a maximum operational period, or an objective statutory test that determines when the authority must come to an end. The day of dissolution is left to be appointed by the minister. That's not sufficient, Mr. President, for an authority with these powers. Now, the powers are extraordinary, and I mean, they can be defensible maybe in the context of an emergency. But these powers should not seek to be justified as an open-ended feature of our governance architecture. That would be a mistake. If we're not careful, what we're going to do is we're going to create one system for ordinary Jamaica and another system for accelerated Jamaica. One system with the usual approvals, safeguards, processes, and frictions, and another system that is empowered to bypass or compress them. That can be a long-term answer. This is particularly important because the government has linked NARA not only to the post-disaster reconstruction, but to a broader strategic investment through Fast Jamaica. The broader the mandate becomes, the stronger the case for a defined endpoint should be. Mr. President, my proposal is therefore straightforward. The government itself has repeatedly described the authority as time-bound. Then its time-bound nature should not only exist in speeches, it should be reflected clearly in the legislation itself. So in my view, the cleanest approach would be for the Act to provide for NARA to expire automatically after 5 years, unless extended with justification by affirmative resolution of both houses of parliament. 5 years is not an unreasonable period. It's long enough to allow the authority to mobilize, plan, procure, coordinate, and deliver a meaningful reconstruction program. And there's an off-ramp described in the legislation itself that will allow for projects that are in progress to move into the normal system of government in transitional arrangements. It would be a clear signal to the Jamaican people that these extraordinary powers are temporary and that they must be justified again if they are to continue beyond the period. Right? And there is an alternative approach. The life of the authority could be tied to the substantial achievement of the objectives for which it was created. But of course, for that to work, the bill would first need to include a clear provision setting out the objectives of the authority, which it does not have currently. Once those objects are clearly enshrined in the legislation, then the legislation could provide for the minister to certify that the core objectives of the Act have been satisfied and subject to affirmative resolution of both houses of parliament that could trigger a dissolution. What should not happen, Mr. President, is that the authority continues indefinitely simply because the minister has not appointed a day of dissolution. A sunset clause is not a procedural nicety. It's a necessary safeguard, in my view. It's a mechanism to ensure discipline. And it's a signal that the Parliament understands the difference between an emergency response and permanent governance. Mr. President, the third issue follows naturally from the second issue. By the government's own admission, the ordinary machinery of government is too slow, too fragmented, and too inefficient to deliver reconstruction at the pace that is now required. Even, it has been said, that it's too fragmented to deliver at the ordinary pace that the country requires. And this is a serious admission. And I contend, Mr. President, that the consequences of that admission needs to go beyond just the creation of NARA. If the normal system is too slow, we shouldn't simply create an extraordinary authority to operate around it. We should also require a program to fix it. Mr. President, this bill creates NARA and gives it extraordinary powers. But I contend, Mr. President, that it's deficient in that it doesn't require a parallel program to identify the bottlenecks, the reforms in process, the strengthening of institutional capacity that will leave Jamaica with a better framework once NARA has done its work. Mr. President, if the bill is genuinely about resilience, the resilience cannot only be physical. It cannot just be roads and bridges and schools. It must also be institutional. A resilient Jamaica must have institutions that can plan, approve, finance, procure, and implement public projects without requiring workarounds. So we need to fix the normal system. The bill should therefore, in my view, Mr. President, require a parallel reform program focused on improving the ordinary machinery of government. That program should be visible, Mr. President. The country should not be asked only to look at what NARA is building, but the country should also be able to see what Jamaica is learning. We should know whether approval timelines are being reduced in the ordinary system, whether procurement and project preparation is being improved, and whether the agencies that we've identified as being too slow are being strengthened. And I contend, Mr. President, that this parallel program would not at all delay reconstruction, but it would leave Jamaica in a much better place. Mr. President, the goal of this legislation should not be to build a bypass. The goal should be to repair the road as well, the ordinary road that all of us have to drive on. And when this period ends, Mr. President, Jamaica shouldn't simply have been rebuilt. Jamaica should have had better institutions coming out of it. Mr. President, before I close, I want to briefly engage with some of the arguments advanced in support of this bill, particularly some of the arguments that have been made by Honorable Minister Maurice Dixon in her opening contribution. I don't intend to respond to each of them point by point, but there are a couple of them beyond what I've touched on already that I feel like I need to engage with. Firstly, Mr. President, is the framing of the bill as a response to bureaucracy and weak delivery. Mr. President, the minister presented the bill as being necessary to respond to the failures of the ordinary machinery of government to deliver. Right? And the example that she used was an ordinary delivery. It wasn't an express delivery. And said, listen, we're not set up to do things efficiently. And as I said before, I understand that argument. But, Mr. President, that kind of framing risks presenting the choice too narrowly, as though we need to choose between bureaucracy and delivery. Mr. President, Jamaica does not need bureaucracy for its own sake. But what we do need is structured discipline and accountability. And there's a difference between unnecessary delay and necessary governance. The challenge that is before us, Mr. President, is to remove what is unnecessary while preserving what is essential. The second point, Mr. President, is the defense of the CEO-led model as a mechanism for clear accountability. The minister said that not every public entity requires a board, and that the executive agency model reflects a philosophy of clear CEO accountability to the responsible minister. And I accept the clarity that having direct responsibility is important, and diffused responsibility can produce delay and weak execution. But clear accountability does not require the removal of governance. Mr. President, in the private sector, the suggestion that a CEO becomes more effective by removing the board, removing risk oversight as a requirement, leaving reporting to discretion, that suggestion would be laughable. And I'm sure, Mr. President, that Senator Duncan would not disagree with me, even if he is at pains to agree with me. A CEO is not made effective by weakening the systems around the office, Mr. President. A CEO is made effective when their authority is clear. And they're made even more effective by a surrounding governance framework that's strong. And the same principle applies here, Mr. President. Again, NARA is not an ordinary arm of government. It's going to be at the center of a lot of activity. And it requires more responsibility, Mr. President, than personal accountability. It requires an institutional architecture. Mr. President, the third issue follows naturally from the second issue, which is the suggestion that the bill contains a sufficient multi-layered oversight framework. And I mentioned before the difference between oversight and governance, right? And the minister emphasized that the oversight for NARA is multifaceted. Cabinet, the minister, audits, auditor general, and these mechanisms are very important. But the existence of multiple points by itself, it doesn't answer the design concern. Cabinet approval is not the same thing as institutional governance. Audit is not the same thing as real-time decision-making discipline. Parliamentary scrutiny is after the fact. It's not the same as structured accountability at the point where decisions are being taken. So the real issue is one of adequacy. It's whether the framework is strong enough to cover off the kind of power that NARA will exercise, and whether it can sustain public confidence as decisions are made quickly, at scale, with significant consequences for the Jamaican people. Mr. President, several examples were made and comparisons were drawn with other jurisdictions: Dominica, New Zealand, Japan, Peru, others. So the concept is not novel, and the comparisons are useful. But we must take the full lessons from them, Mr. President. The lesson is not only that these countries created these special reconstruction bodies after the disaster, but the fuller lesson is that where they created these powerful special purpose reconstruction bodies. They also address governance, reporting, statutory purpose, public confidence, and institutional transition. They did that all at once. Dominica's framework, for example, included a more layered institutional structure with policy direction at the top, supervisory mechanisms, audit and risk oversight, and execution capacity operating within a defined framework. The New South Wales model also provides a useful example where it's CEO-centric, but there is an advisory board and a structured interagency coordination. These models recognize that speed and structure can reinforce each other, Mr. President. And Jamaica should not borrow just the idea of creating this very powerful entity without taking the governance along with it. Mr. President, in closing, I return to where I began. The stated objectives of the bill are worthy objectives. The people who suffered most from Hurricane Melissa deserve urgency. They deserve competent execution. They deserve homes restored, communities rebuilt, roads repaired, schools repaired, health facilities strengthened, livelihoods protected, and normalcy returned. But they also deserve a reconstruction framework that they can trust. This bill is not simply about creating an authority. It's about how the state exercises extraordinary and unprecedented power in an extraordinary moment. And when Parliament is being asked to confer that extraordinary power, I think we need to insist on extraordinary accountability. The amendments that have been proposed, suggested, both in the other place and externally, and that will be suggested today, in my view, are practical. They're targeted and they're consistent with the government's own stated objectives. If this bill is truly about the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa and the people most affected by it, then let's place it in the bill. If JAMROC is to provide meaningful oversight, then let us give it some legal footing and ensure that it has access to information and reporting obligations. If NARA is intended to be time-bound, then let us make it time-bound in the Act. If the ordinary machinery of government is too slow and fragmented, then let's require a visible program to fix it. None of these things will delay reconstruction. Because there's an argument that if you are constructive about the bill, then you are opposite to reconstruction efforts. And I want to dispel that argument. Right? None of this prevents the government from acting with speed. None of this weakens the response and the ability to respond to the emergency. They simply ensure that the speed is accompanied by structure. The flexibility is accompanied by accountability. And that the extraordinary powers remain tied to extraordinary circumstances that are being used to justify them. I can't see why there is a reasonable opposition to that. Mr. President, the Jamaican people are not only asking, or they are not asking for promises. They're asking for delivery that they can see. They're asking, Mr. President, for systems that they can trust, for safeguards that continue to protect the public interest. One of the most important tests of this legislation will not only be what NARA will build, but will be whether Jamaicans believe that what is built was delivered in a transparent, fair, efficient way, and that whatever was built and delivered was in their interest. Because this reconstruction thing is not only going to be a physical exercise, it's going to be an exercise of public trust. You see, the biggest exam probably that we have taken as a country. And the trust is not built by asking people to accept assurances that things that are being set up outside of the bill will happen. It starts with how we construct the law. The structure, the reporting, the transparency, the accountability. Mr. President, Jamaica must rebuild. Nobody on this side is opposed to that. But we must rebuild with competence. We must rebuild with transparency. We must rebuild with accountability. And if we are serious about resilience, then resilience must mean more than the physical infrastructure. It must mean stronger institutions, stronger safeguards, and stronger democracy. And if we're truly legislating for the people that we're supposed to serve, then the people must be able to see themselves in the legislation. They must see the purpose. They must see the safeguards. They must see how decisions will be made. They must see how the money will be spent. And they must know that when this extraordinary mechanism is put in place, that it actually will come to an end, that we're not going to roll this thing over into perpetuity. And that is not obstruction or opposition. I think it's responsible lawmaking. Mr. President, we owe the victims of Hurricane Melissa more than urgency. We owe them urgency with accountability. We owe them speed with transparency. And we need to rebuild with trust. That's the standard that the Jamaican people deserve. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Small Ferguson. Thank you very much. Senator Duncan, put on the other mic for me, please. This one over this side. Good. Thank you very much, Senator Duncan. Proceed, please.
Okay. Afternoon, colleagues. Mr. President, I rise in support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority bill. And I do so because I say, without any doubt in my mind, that it is in the best interest of Jamaica. I have given freely of my time in leadership of private sector bodies, oversight bodies, socio-economic programs, various task forces, example, the COVID Economic Recovery Task Force, government boards, and I'm now a government senator. I stand here as a patriotic Jamaican who wants to see Jamaica deliver on its promise. This is a game-changing moment for Jamaica, where we as a country can convert disaster and a crisis into a tremendous opportunity to fast-track Jamaica's development. Let me begin, Mr. President, by acknowledging the contributions of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, that the concerns have been raised about the concentration of authority in a single body, about the adequacy of accountability mechanisms are not frivolous. They are the right questions to ask. My purpose today is not to dismiss those concerns, but to address them as I believe the bill is fit for purpose with appropriate safeguards. But it also demonstrates how this can how this bill can facilitate and fast-track Jamaica's development. But let's first start with the scale of the matter that we're dealing with. Mr. President, Hurricane Melissa inflicted $12.2 billion in damage, in assessed damage and economic loss on this country, US $12.2 billion. This figure represents 56.7% of Jamaica's entire 2024 GDP. More than 215,000 structures were damaged or destroyed. Black River and Falmouth, two of our more historic towns, face not repair but comprehensive reconstructions. Roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, and community infrastructure across western parishes sustained damage at a scale that this country has never experienced in modern history. $12.2 billion US dollars in damage in a country where our economy last year generated $21 billion US dollars of output. We're not talking about a bad hurricane season that requires some patching work and some insurance claims and a supplementary budget. We're talking about a catastrophic event that has damaged or destroyed the physical fabric of a significant portion of this nation. This government was able to source a very significant multilateral financing package of US $6.7 billion, built on the credibility of performance and discipline by the government of Jamaica. But as significant and as historic as it is, the package only covers 55% of the overall damage of economic loss. It leaves a financing gap of US $5.5 billion. $5.5 billion. This gap cannot be closed by public borrowing. Our fiscal responsibility framework, our fiscal rules would not allow it. And prudent debt management certainly would not permit it. Therefore, private capital, both domestic and international, must be mobilized alongside public investment to close this gap. Right? But will this private capital come? Let me address this question, because it is directly relevant to whether Fast Jamaica, the private investment pillar of NARA, will actually work, and is Jamaica a good prospect for investments? Mr. President, I firmly believe that Jamaica has a solid value proposition at this time. Our macroeconomic position entering the reconstruction period is the strongest that it has ever been in living memory. Our debt to GDP ratio was reduced from approximately 147% to approximately 62% in 13 years. A fact that speaks to the institutional anchoring of fiscal discipline in this country. Unemployment at a historic low of 3.3% before Melissa. Our net international reserves were at $6.9 billion as at the end of March, the highest ever recorded. Following Hurricane Melissa, all three major credit rating agencies reaffirmed Jamaica's sovereign rating. Moody's went further and issued an upgrade, citing the strength of our institutional framework and our record of discipline. Mr. President, Jamaica has a window of opportunity with the geopolitical environment, albeit very volatile. The global rules-based trade order has been fractured, supply chains are being reorganized, not primarily around cost, but around political trust. And this government has employed a foreign policy modality which has made us friends to all. Jamaica is the third largest English-speaking nation in the Americas with a deep US-Jamaica bilateral relationship with close proximity to the US East and Gulf Coast ports. Mr. President, Jamaica is positioned for further investment to become the logistics hub of the Americas. Jamaica is primed for investment. Global capital is looking for a home, Mr. President. Our job is to build the legal architecture that says Jamaica is ready, the pathway is clear, and our project will be executed at speed and without having to navigate a bureaucratic maze. That is what NARA and Fast Jamaica achieves, and let me explain precisely how. Mr. President, Fast Jamaica is a private investment pillar of the bill that is designed to capture capital, and I believe it needs to be highlighted very much in this national dialogue. Fast Jamaica, the facilitated acceleration of strategic transformation, the framework creates a legally enabled expeditious pathway for private investment projects above a threshold of $15 million across 12 designated priority sectors. These sectors span energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure, telecommunications, logistics, ports and aviation, water and sewage, low-income housing and urban development, high-value tourism, entertainment, creative industries, specialized healthcare, high-value agro-processing, advanced manufacturing, STEM education, and research, and critical minerals and rare earths. And the Cabinet retains the power to designate additional sectors. And we're very proud of that. Now, Mr. President, I want to draw that Senate's attention to something that has been mentioned in passing. And that deserves some emphasis. The Fast Jamaica entry threshold was deliberately reduced from $150 million to $15 million. The policy decision of setting the threshold at $15 million is of significant importance to Fast Jamaica, as it can really open up opportunities for Jamaican private sector companies, for diaspora investors, for regional capital, consortiums of small firms pooling resources to invest in projects. Mr. President, there are projects sitting on the files of JAMPRO, the DBJ, and on the desks of private sector executives across this country, projects that have been held up, but not by a lack of capital or a lack of will, but by the bureaucratic maze that this bill is designed to dismantle. The process for accessing Fast Jamaica is transparent and sequential. An investor submits the project for assessment. The government assesses for strategic merit, economic impact, national interest, and recommends to Cabinet whether to proceed and on what terms. Cabinet then designates as a strategic investment project triggering the Fast Jamaica pathway. NARA then uses its powers under the bill to coordinate approvals across all relevant agencies. Mr. President, my hope is that with NARA, the era of proposals sitting on desk for years is finally over, and private capital will come to the table and utilize the fast pillar and close this funding gap of $5.5 billion. And of course, as we go through this process as a country and as a government that learns and adapts, we would expect that over this period, that all of the challenges that we have seen in the procurement process, in all of these approval processes, in the bureaucracy, that they will be addressed. And I know for sure that the procurement policy is being looked at as we speak. And therefore, at the end of the day and at the end of this period, when we see what works best, we expect that we will adapt best practices going forward. I want to address the centralization question. Mr. President, the concern I've heard most frequently in the debate is that NARA represents an inappropriate centralization of our authority, that it consolidates too much power in a single body, that it displaces existing agencies and establishes processes in ways that are constitutionally or institutionally problematic. I want to address this directly. And I think it rests on a misunderstanding of what centralization means in the context of disaster reconstruction. And I also think it conflates two very different things: the centralization of coordination and the centralization of power. NARA is not a superseded authority. It does not absorb the functions of line ministries, existing statutory bodies, or local government. NARA is not a superseded authority. It does not absorb the functions of line ministries, existing statutory bodies, or local government. What it does and what it must do is serve as a single point of national coordination across all those entities. It eliminates fragmentation, it eliminates interagency delay, it eliminates a situation familiar to every Jamaican who has ever watched a government project move from conception to groundbreaking, where a proposal that has cabinet approval still sits on seven different desks, awaiting 7 different sign-offs from 7 different agencies, operating on 7 different timelines with 7 different institutional priorities. I have been in the private sector all my professional life, and I can tell you without qualification that many serious investment proposals do not get executed in Jamaica due to the bureaucratic nightmare. This is the problem that this bill solves. The Fast Jamaica Pathway is a legislative commitment that an investor will receive a clear approval or rejection, not silence, not being passed around from one agency to the next, and not an invitation to come back 6 months when the relevant committee is going to meet. Mr. President, I ask those who argue for less centralization, when did decentralized, fragmented, multi-agency approaches to national programs deliver results at a scale and in a timely manner? Never. Right. We do not have the luxury of repeating that story with a US $12.2 billion economic damage that we as a country have. Large reconstruction efforts require coordination, decentralized structures, and large reconstruction efforts require coordination that decentralized structures are institutionally incapable of providing. And let me talk about Jamrock now. The accountability architecture. Mr. President, I want to talk about Jamrock, the Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee, which the Prime Minister has announced and will provide independent oversight of NARA's work. But I want to confess I'm in a position of somewhat a conflict of interest in this discussion because Jamrock is modeled on EPOC, the Economic Program Oversight Committee. EPOC was a social consensus body that I advocated for and worked closely with Dr. Peter Phillips, and I will tell you how this happened, Ramon, because you need to know the facts, my brethren. Okay? We and Ramon and Senator Ferguson, Small Ferguson and I, Senator Small Ferguson and I work very closely together, right now. But he was around because he was around at the time. And I myself and another CEO of another financial sector company sat down with Dr. Peter Phillips, and I said to Dr. Phillips, we are not signing that debt exchange agreement unless we get an oversight body. That is how EPOC came about. Okay? And I worked closely with Dr. Peter Phillips. We agreed on who would sit on this, who would sit on this body. Dr. Peter Phillips, we agreed on the unions, we agreed on agriculture, we agreed on small business, we agreed on the financial sector, we agreed on, did I say agriculture? And small business, the unions. We agreed that would be the representation on EPOC, Dr. Peter Phillips and I. I went to my office and I wrote the terms of reference with Mike Hilton and Mark Harrison, and EPOC was signed off the following morning. Okay? We're going to get to it. Right? So EPOC was not conceptualized by the PNP. The financial sector came to the table. You did. with the caveat, let me tell you why EPOC worked, and many people know why EPOC worked, but I will quote somebody. I'm going to quote Jeanette Calder, Executive Director at the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. Hi, Jeanette. Okay. There is no more powerful tool for oversight than social consensus. And EPOC carried us through the economic reform program. It played a role in keeping the opposition then on side, keeping us informed, working with the Minister of Finance, end of quote. EPOC was created in 2013 to provide independent oversight of the program, IMF Extended Fund Facility, but it continued outside of IMF programs, because in 2019 we seized the IMF program. In 2020, after COVID, 2021 or so, we went back to the IMF then. So it oversaw Jamaica's economic reform program with or without an IMF agreement, right? And EPOC was rolled down as the central bank got independence, and the Independent Fiscal Commission was established. Then the institutional framework was in place, right? EPOC was not written into law. EPOC was not embedded in any IMF agreement. A simple MOU with the Minister of Finance. It had no enforcement powers. It could not compel the government to do anything. It only could report and publish, hold press conferences, and lay its findings before the public, who for good reason believed EPOC to be independent, credible, and not influenced by the political class. Mr. President, it turned out that these limited powers exercised with rigor and with a genuine commitment were more effective at driving government accountability than many mechanisms with far more formal authority. EPOC held 2 political administrations to account. It reported when targets were met and when they were missed. It published its assessments in plain language for journalists and citizens and international investors who could read and understand it. It demonstrated that a civil society-led, non-partisan, public reported body could maintain its integrity through changes of government, through political pressures, through economic turbulence, and through the occasional, very uncomfortable conversations that we would have had with either side of the aisle. When the news is not good, the government vexed with you. When the news is better, the opposition vexed with you. When the government outperforms, the opposition is vexed with you because you highlight our performance, right? Jamrock replicates the model in the reconstruction context. Jamrock is a functional replication of EPOC, which many view as highly successful and with an effective public accountability mechanism. As the IMF and the World Bank relied heavily on IDB, relied heavily on those reports from EPOC and those consultations with EPOC, so will the IMF and World Bank, IDB, and the other agencies who are funding the $6.7 billion of recovery rely on Jamrock for the independent oversight that it will provide. Okay. Jamrock will be chaired by Professor Peter Blair Hedry of Stanford University, a Jamaican economist of international standing, with the independence, the credibility, and the platform to report without fear or favor. Jamrock will also include an opposition nominated member. So, as with EPOC, Jamrock is not written to legislation, and it's not in the NARA Act, but Jamrock can be just as effective as social consensus oversight body once it maintains its independence, it will be robust and an effective accountability mechanism. I am endorsing Jamrock and encouraging all well-thinking Jamaicans to do so. Transparency is not a concern. Transparency is not a concern. There's more than sufficient reporting into the minister, into the cabinet, into parliament, and more importantly, to the public through Jamrock. And of course, the prime minister and cabinet and all of those responsible, but Jamrock, as an independent body, will be reporting to the Jamaican public. In addition, NARA is required under the bill to lay before Parliament its annual report and audited financial statements. NARA will have at all times an electronic list of all reconstruction and resilience projects publicly. Transparency. Additionally, NARA will be subject to independent external audit integrity commission, and the Auditor General shall be entitled at all times to examine the accounts and other records in relation to the authority. That's in the bill, right? The PAC and the PAAC retains their full oversight roles. Cabinet retains full authority over all major projects and agreements, as it should, under our democratic and constitutional arrangements. The CEO, there's about who does the CEO report into? The CEO reports into the minister, who reports into the cabinet, and the chairman of the cabinet is the Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, is the chairman of the cabinet. You could not be reporting to a higher body than the cabinet. That's enshrined in our Constitution. So let's go to the opportunity that we have as a country. Right? The private sector must prepare for the significant opportunities which will transpire and the tremendous scale of infrastructure development and investments that will take place across Jamaica. The financing is in place, US $6.7 billion from the IDB, World Bank, CAF, and CDB. That multilateral anchor does not simply represent money, it represents risk mitigation. When the World Bank co-finances a project and the IDB is in the capital structure alongside a private investor, the risk profile of that investment materially improves. On that note, I want to make a particular point about domestic long-term capital, because it's perhaps the most important and least discussed dimension of the financing strategy. And Ramon, we work together on this. Jamaica's pension funds or insurance companies, these institutions manage billions of dollars in assets and have historically been constrained in their ability to deploy capital into long-term Jamaica infrastructure projects because the pipeline of bankable projects has been thin and the legal framework to do so has been uncertain. Fast Jamaica will change that. A project with cabinet designation, narrow coordination, and a multilateral co-financing is a materially different credit proposition than an unsupported project seeking development approval through the standard process. It is more bankable, it is predictable, it has more attractive long-term institutional. It will attract more long-term institutional capital. Our pension funds and insurance companies should be examining this investment pipeline right now. Every economy that has successfully used a reconstruction imperative to leapfrog its prior development trajectory has done so by a deliberate, explicit choice not to restore what existed before, but to build something better. The choice we have made as a government is to use this reconstruction moment strategically. Prime Minister Holness has stated clearly, and I believe correctly, that we're not restoring a pre-Melissa Jamaica. we're building a post-Melissa Jamaica with climate-resilient infrastructure, renewable energy systems, world-class trade, logistics infrastructure, and a digital economy backbone. Roads and bridges not built not to pre-Melissa standards, but to withstand Category 5. Urban centers planned for economic clusters planned, a new Kingston Public Hospital, the Port of Kingston Logistics Platform, development and commercial opportunities, and I say this to the private sector, get on board. Development and commercial opportunities will certainly arise for the private sector during and the post-reconstruction period. The financial sector must step up to the plate to intermediate, package, and structure solutions for their institutional, corporate, small and medium enterprises who are able to grasp, research, and plan and capitalize on these opportunities that are going to hit Jamaica and significant capital flows that will hit Jamaica. Do not get caught up in the noise. Do not wait on the sidelines. Plan, prepare, and execute. Mr. President, I urge us all to view the destruction caused by Melissa not just as a catastrophe, but which it undoubtedly was, but also a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The pipeline of projects would take us decades to execute without Melissa, without Nara. We now have the opportunity to deliver them at pace and scale because the social consensus, welcome to Jamrock, and the national focus that disaster has created, painful as its origins are, will provide a window for action that normal political and institutional conditions rarely permit. Nara and Fast Jamaica are the instruments through which we convert advantage into executed investment. Jobs, infrastructure, inclusive growth, business opportunities, increasing wealth, increasing purchasing power for our Jamaican people. So in conclusion, Mr. President, the concern raised in the debate and the public domain are concerns for a functioning parliament and a vibrant democracy, and they are to be respected. The answers to those concerns are in the bill and the accountability framework. The accountability architecture is rigorous, the governance framework is multi-layered, the private investment pathway is thoughtfully designed to be inclusive and fit for purpose. This bill is built for purpose. This bill is purpose-built for the task, a time-bound national delivery mandate. So with the same national spirit that we embraced the fiscal policy framework and the fiscal rules, when this debate is over and this bill is passed, let's work constructively. One Jamaica. Let's work constructively and continue our efforts to build a better Jamaica, which we all aspire to. Mr. President, I commend the bill to the Senate. Thank you.
Oh dear.
Sorry, boss.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Tim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, according to the government, NARA will bear responsibility for two distinct yet mutually reinforcing sets of projects, incorporating both public and private investment, approved reconstruction and resilience projects, including major infrastructural development at Vernon Field and the expansion of the Port of Kingston, and designated private sector-led, NARA coordinated and expedited strategic investment projects. Based on the content of the bill, we are not sure that these have anything to do with Hurricane Melissa. We are told NARA isn't just about hurricane damage, but how will it impact the damage? Mr. President, the people want to know. The bill says nothing of the state of communities affected by Melissa, It has no statement of purpose or object to improve the people who were directly affected by the storm. Mr. President, billions, nay, trillions in Jamaican dollars are expected to flow down the Black River, flooding the Pedro Plains and making the hills of St. Andrew joyful together. We are expected to believe the nation will be transformed into a paradise of plenty at warp speed under FAST, the expedited pathway through Jamaica's regulatory approval process. We were told, Mr. President, that the problem all along was never that, quote, Jamaica lacked for investor interest, but that our processes were too slow to be attractive to investors. In other words, Mr. President, the government blames the inefficient bureaucracy for being a hindrance and for stymieing progress. But now, with FAST in play, diaspora investors, regional partners, and mid-scale international capital will be rushing to save the day. In introducing the NARA bill in the Senate, Senator Dana Morris Dixon referred to the announced Melissa-inspired multilateral funding financing package of $6.7 billion as a, quote, extraordinary achievement, a testament to the fiscal credibility of that Jamaica has built over a decade. It should be recalled first and foremost, Mr. President, that the sums include the good people of Jamaica's own money. 37 million from the nation's contingency fund and the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, $91 million from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and $150 million from the insurance proceeds of the catastrophe bond. 58% of the total represents loans. US 3.9 billion, US 1 billion for each from the CAF, the IDB, and the World Bank, US 415 million from the IMF, US 200 million from the CDB, US 300 million an 8-year-old agreed IDB loan, a contingent credit facility negotiated and signed by the Prime Minister in Washington, D.C. in November 2018. The point, Mr. President, the use of our own money and loans being taken on our behalf is not as extraordinary as the Minister suggests, and the spend of these sums requires, most critically, public oversight. Mr. President, why is the government celebrating additional debt as an achievement? Why has the Minister and our colleague, Senator Morris Dixon, told us that we are getting a lot of money from the donor agencies, calling it contributions? Is she misleading us, Mr. President? I do not believe that is her intention. Mr. President, I must ask, how much of the package will actually be received by Jamaica? The December IMF announcement regarding the US $6.7 billion package was very clear in its language that Jamaica could get, quote, up to the named sums. Nothing was guaranteed. The 3 US $1 billion loans are yet to be approved, and it should be noted that the actual amount received by the Treasury from CRIF and the CAT bond was lower than indicated, as deductions were made for bank charges and administrative fees, as the Financial Secretary told the PAAC. Senator Duncan tells us the funding is in place. In the case of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, has Jamaica yet upgraded from its C-class status in order to be eligible for the named sum? Senator Hill has left the room, but he told this House it would. What came of that CAF meeting in Panama in January? Has the Caribbean Development Bank loan been approved? Mr. President, has an application even been submitted? Mr. President, we know that in January 2026, the IMF approved the disbursements of $415 million to help meet Jamaica's urgent balance of payments needs and comes with strict conditionalities. It is not a reconstruction loan. What are the prospects for reconstruction as we stand? Mr. President, 2.4 billion of the US 6.7 billion, or 36% of the total promised, are in the form of private investment, which the IDB and the World Bank said they were, quote, working to attract and mobilize to support Jamaica's recovery and reconstruction. Are they still working, Mr. President? And how will worsening conditions, economic conditions from the Israeli-US war on Iran impact our prospects? Minister Vaz says the scenario is frightening. The World Bank recently noted that an unforeseen tightening of financial conditions globally could curb credit growth and business investment. Is the government being forthcoming with the Jamaican people on the state of the 6.7 billion, Mr. President? Mr. President, a mere 12 million, I repeat, 12 million or 0.18% of the US 6.7 billion, less than 1/5 of 1% is in the form of grants, or to use the minister's expression, quote unquote, contributions. Mr. President, the Naira bill is being debated today to address a 12.2 billion reconstruction budget, a figure matching the PIOJ estimates of hurricane damage. If, Mr. President, the aim is to build back better, wouldn't we need a larger sum? That said, we are told that a shortfall of 5.5 billion in funding to match the budget will be made up with local, international, and diaspora investment. At a time of global uncertainty, war, and stagflation, the Holness Reconstruction and Resilience Plan appears to be based on the assumption that local and foreign investment will be available at several times the level at which it had ever previously been available, and further still, that this investment will bring it jobs, skills, and technology transfer. Is this reasonable, Mr. President? Is the government offering merely a promise, another 5 in 4, a 6 for a 9? Wow.
5 in 4, 6 to 9. Come again, Maz. Repeat it again.
We will know in 10 years whether this is another 5 in 4. Mr. President, our diaspora has been consistent in its support of Jamaicans. Remittances, as we know, are the most important injection of foreign exchange into the land. They act as direct cash transfers to our people. But, Mr. President, one wonders, why has our diaspora been holding out on us in playing an investment role? And why, too, have our local investors held out up to now? And as for foreign capital, in an economy already substantially owned by foreign interests, what new interests do they have? What more is there to sell, Mr. President? Did displacement caused by Melissa open opportunity to investors? How will NARA's powers to declare resilience projects impact the people whose land tenure lacks evidence of ownership, Mr. President? Mr. President, the Jamaica Beach Birthright and Environmental Movement submissions to the Parliament tell us that the bill in its current form threatens the Prescriptive Act of 1882, which provides minimal protection for public access to beaches and the tenure of those, such as fisherfolk, who have customarily occupied coastal lands informally. Maroon communities, too, have noted concerns about their lands. Section 25 of the bill names tourism as one of the areas that may be cabinet designated for strategic investment projects. We know, Mr. President, that Jamaica's tourism model depends on development along the coastline. We also know that coastal forests, including mangroves, have been destroyed in building hotels and other property along the coast. We know that the removal of grass beds to allow for the building of overwater bungalows is a driver of sand erosion and thus destruction of beaches. We know that we face the risk of rising sea levels. How will NARA protect us against these threats? Neither should environmental harm nor harm to communities be promoted by this bill. We heard the plans to develop Black River, Portland, and Trelawney for tourism. Will these plans double down on the model of tourism currently being expanded based on the capture of the coastline and foreclosing of people's access to the beach? Mr. President, I intend to propose amendments to ensure environmental and community protections under sections 19 and 25. Mr. President, we cannot risk environmental degradation and undermining of the resilience the government claims to be pursuing as a consequence of this bill. Mr. President, you may have noted, for instance, the Gleaner's article, Flow Backs NARA Push to Cut Telecoms Delays. In it, the VP and General Manager of Flow Jamaica is quoted as saying, quote, "Think about what we have to do to get one site up in my country. It takes an average of probably 14 months because I have to go through NEPA, Ministry of Health, municipality, and all these in order to get a site up." This is a cautionary tale, Mr. President. I, for one, am grateful that such provisions exist to protect Jamaicans from the health risk of cell sites. Government claims they consult, but it isn't clear that they are hearing the people on this bill. In their second submission to the government on the bill, Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environmental Trust say their concerns remain unaddressed. Mr. President, among the most pressing of those concerns that we on this side have raised in the lower house is that the bill gives extraordinary powers to the authority. Mr. President, you have heard my colleague, Senator Ferguson Small, speak to our concerns regarding the provisions under clauses 22 to 24, Ferguson Small. The approach to NARA must be seen as part of a larger approach by the government that attempts to concentrate power in the executive and pushes Jamaica in an autocratic direction. The super ministry at the OPM is one example, Mr. President. But we saw the Prime Minister's autocratic tendencies early on. Remember, Mr. President, how the Prime Minister required senators to sign undated resignation letters in 2013? Lucky for our colleagues on that side, in 2015, the Supreme Court ruled his actions unconstitutional and void. Mr. President, it is unfortunate that the people have had to take the government to court to guarantee their rights, which should be automatically respected. For the record, Mr. President, the NIDS legislation was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 2019, following legal challenges that it breached the right to privacy and other fundamental rights. In 2025, the courts ruled that the repeated use of SOEs between 2018 and 2023 was unconstitutional. In response to the ruling, the government signaled its intention to appeal. In the case of Roshane Clark versus the Attorney General, the Supreme Court ruled that emergency powers regulations allowing for prolonged detention without charge were unconstitutional. You might recall, Mr. President, that Mr. Clark was awarded nearly 18 million of the people's money for damages after being detained for several months without being charged. In the case of Everton Douglas et al. Against the Ministry of National Security, The court found the months-long detention and confinement of 5 men without trial under an SOE to be unlawful and unconstitutional, a breach of their fundamental rights, including the right to liberty and the separation of powers which we deserve on this bill. And then the government sought to appeal the decision. What kind of government do we have, Mr. President, that would appeal such a ruling? It's the same kind of government, Mr. President, whose leader is always threatening the people with war and violence, with threats that you will meet your judge or your maker. We are witnessing in real time this authoritarian approach to power in the rise in police killings beginning last year. We see the same process of disregard for the people's rights unfolding in relation to the court's ruling in the Dry Harbor Bengal case. What type of government would appeal a ruling that defends the people's rights to a healthy environment?
Tyrannical government.
Mr. President, the joint submission of JET and JFJ has indicated that there are gaps in human rights protections, governance, accountability, and the rule of law in the NARA bill. They warned, for instance, that the absence of a purpose clause from the bill may not stand up to a legal precedent. I have just outlined some of the government's experiences with the courts. Do we want a repeat? Will the people be required to resort to the courts to protect themselves against the government in response to the powers of NARA? It is our job in this Senate to prevent them from having to go that route, Mr. President. We must amend the bill accordingly. Mr. President, who does the provision to circumvent government processes with step-in clauses serve? Senator Duncan doesn't seem to recognize the step-in clauses as an attempt to circumvent processes. Who are the investors expected to have a role in strategic projects? How will the profit motive help the people at this time? The naming of Professor Peter Blair Henry Fellow at the Hoover Institution, a think tank based at the Stanford University, to chair Jamrock confirms that the government is wedded to a vision of development that is not about the people. We should be minded that celebrating the success of the JLP and neoliberalism does not make a scholar great. The Hoover Institution is known as among the most right-wing of think tanks in the United States. The Washington Post described it as a refuge to Republican, Reagan, and Bush administration figures. Surely, Mr. President, we should know that the Clarence Thomases of the world do not support people like the majority who live here in this country, especially at this historical juncture. Mr. President, I have some questions to add to Senator Morris Dixon's 10 posed when she introduced the bill. Why, we might ask, is the government persisting in ignoring the calls for a more accountable framework related to audits? Why the need for secrecy without whistleblower protection? Why not transparency? Why the CEO indemnities? Why the PIMS exemptions? Why not demand that the groups most at risk to climate disaster be included in consultations? Why doesn't the bill insist on environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessments and other scientific and technical assessments? Why should we trust this authority with the powers it is being given? The government seems to think that the 19.9% of the vote they received in September last year gives them the right to give themselves more and more power. The NARA bill reflects this conviction. Last week and today, Senator Morgan, while they were celebrating themselves, asked whether I teach my students about mandates. Let me say, Mr. President, what everyone knows. 19.9% of the vote is barely a mandate. And, Mr. President, it is certainly not a signal to circumvent democratic rules. Low voter turnout and popular disengagement are threats to democracy. We on this side are speaking to the people of this country, and we are telling them, as Garvey did, to awaken from their slumber and complacency and demand space. We can lose our country if we do not. The people might be disengaged today, Mr. President, but they will not remain asleep forever. We must heed our history. They came alive in 1835 and 1865. They came alive in 1938, and that moment led to our independence. If we value our democracy, Mr. President, we should see mandates as cementing legitimacy through consensus building. That's what social consensus means. You have to seek it. Consultation and centering communities and their needs. This moment and this bill demands those frames. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Thames. Senator Minister Harbin Hill.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of the NARA bill. I have watched the passage of the NARA bill in that other place and seen the really hard work and serious thinking, crafting and drafting that were employed by the Andrew Holness administration. Yes, the one who has won 3 consecutive general elections. To create that piece of legislation. Very serious and intentional work was put into getting the bill ready to serve the Melissa hurricane devastated, needy, but very patient Jamaicans. And at the same time, make the NARA administrators accountable and subjected to good governance. NARA will be expected to accomplish a lot, Mr. President. But its main broad objectives are these. Clearly, I'm going to paraphrase. The bill is written there. Use its authority, capacity, and resources to develop projects, programs, and detailed plans, including scope, delivery arrangements, and timelines for the implementation of reconstruction and resilience projects appearing on the official list. Mr. President, I went back and I read the bill carefully. Execute these projects with speed, efficiency, accountability, and on scale to meet demanding timelines and budgeted targets. Need I remind everyone that the reason why we're putting NARA in is to make sure that a Category 5 hurricane that has never hit the country before, that denuded 7 of the 14 parishes, had to be responded with speed and efficiency. Mr. President, who provides? I mentioned the official list just now. So who, Mr. President, provides the official list to NARA? The reason why I'm going down this road, because there's a lot of discussion about people having whole heap of power, spend whole heap of hundreds of billions of dollars, and they don't seem to be accountable, and they're trying to avoid accountability and transparency. Nonsense, Mr. President. So, Section 17, I'm going to read the bill, because I suspect much of what I've heard, they haven't read the bill, or they've forgotten it if they read it. Section 17 in Part 3 of the bill tells us, in Clause 1, the Cabinet shall cause to be issued to the official list of approved and resilient projects, strategic investment projects. It's the Cabinet shall cause this to be issued. The official list of the Cabinet. Let me just remind people who the Cabinet are. The law allows the Prime Minister to choose 2, but up to 4 senators into his Cabinet. Everybody else is an elected representative of the people of Jamaica. You cannot get more direct democracy than that. Your representative is in the Cabinet making the decisions for you. And them get the job, okay? The authority, Mr. President, the authority, Mr. President, develop projects, programs, and detailed plans, including projects and reconstruction and so on, as I mentioned before. So, Mr. President, it is clear that the official list on which the Minister and the CEO will act comes from the highest executive body in the country, the Cabinet. And as we all know, most of the Cabinet members are directly elected by the people of the country, which means, Mr. President, that the direct representatives of the electorate decide on the list of projects that will be executed by the authority. There could hardly be more direct or more senior democratic approval body for projects than has been written in this NARA bill. Why am I saying that? Because it's being said that NARA has no kind of accountability. Nonsense. Read the bill. Go and read Clause 17, for instance, and I'm going to refer to you to 9, 10, and 11 soon, because it seems those sections have not been read. Mr. President, that approving body and authority is the Cabinet itself, subject to subsection 3, implement those projects, programs, and plans for approved reconstruction and resilience projects, this is section 3, subsection 3, shall not be implemented without the prior approval of the Cabinet. Okay, as my colleague Senator Duncan told you before, that's the highest executive body in this country. This, Mr. President, is good governance. Prior to spending and execution, when a company, the Cabinet has to approve it. I heard someone over there, I think it was my colleague, Senator Small Ferguson, that said that, look, you have a board and the CEO reports to a board. You know that we have discussed boards a lot. But, Mr. President, I put it to you, when there's a crisis in a company, the board invariably and sometimes often designate the chairman as an executive chairman. Because there's a crisis, he takes over. Sometimes the CEO is pushed out, he's kept. But the chairman becomes that person. We have had a crisis called Melissa. Out of that crisis, NARA has been created to make sure decisions can be made fast. We can't go through all the stuff that I'm used to, which I'll tell you about shortly. So the executive chairmanship is not unusual when you have a crisis. We are dealing with Melissa as a crisis for this country. Mr. President, because there has been so much discussion, misinformation, and apparent misunderstanding of parts of the bill, and also because it is apparent that some who speak in criticism of the oversight arrangements in the legislation have apparently never read the bill or many parts of the bill. I want to read into the record clauses 9, 10, and 11 of the bill. They're not long, and make a few comments on the arrangements to provide oversight to NARA. The authority, number 9, clause 1, the authority shall keep proper accounts and other records in relation to its business, and shall prepare a statement of in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. But we're pretending that this is not in the bill. It is in the bill, promulgated from time to time by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica, and such accounts shall be audited annually by an auditor appointed by each year of the Chief Executive Officer and the approval of Cabinet Secretary. And the statement so audited shall form part. Well, you pretend that the law hasn't said it, and the law is saying it here again. So read it. An auditor appointed under subsection 1 shall be registered, listen, public accountant with the meaning of section 2 of the Public Accountancy Act. The auditor shall be entitled to at all reasonable times, to examine the accounts of the authority. The Auditor General shall be entitled at all times to examine the accounts and other records in relation to this authority. Mr. President, I want to point out something here. Very often, because I have to deal with this as a former chairman of government companies, private companies, that we can talk anything we want. Here and elsewhere, and I've said that in my speech. The authority shall furnish the minister. Why am I telling you that? Right now, my agencies have to report. The Auditor General has responsibility to do most of those audits. Some of those, Mr. Chairman, have backed up for years, 5, 6, 7 years, because the Auditor General, in this morning's radio report, I heard her, it's being reported that she doesn't have enough staff. So we, with foresight, said that not only the Auditor General must exist, but we are making it in this law, which you seem to have missed, that we're making it a requirement that the external auditor must also do the audit report, which is, no, it's not in most laws. Go and read it. I know it. Yes. A copy of the annual report and audited financial statements of the authority shall be submitted no later than 4 months. We know that. The minister, within reasonable time, must cause a copy of the report together with the annual statement of accounts and the auditor's report to come to the House of Representatives. So the speaker just before me was talking about accountability and so on. The highest accountability place is the Parliament. The minister is obliged to bring the reports here and the audited statements. Anybody after that can look at them and argue them. You can, accountant can, a consultant can. But your arguments do not make that point. So let me make it for you. So, Mr. President, your arguments do not make that point. So, Mr. President, in these 3 clauses, we have a fairly complete rendition of what is normally accepted as comprehensive and transparent reporting by the external auditors of the operating and particularly the financial conduct of the business of NARA. The bill records in detail the particular set of principles that must be used in preparing the accounts. And Senator Thain might really like this. It says the principles that must be followed are the generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP. Not even IFRS. GAAP is the set of principles. The GAAP is the set of principles followed by most United States auditors and companies. So when much of that 6.5 million that you talk about come from US funded places, GAAP is the one insisted in here. and by the accountants. I have served on a number of, on many audit committees for public and big private companies. And this is what the regulators very, very often need. So what we are proposing in the bill, 9, 10, 11, 17, are very transparent, very professional, and thorough, Mr. President, for oversight and for regulatory. That is the truth. Not even a little piece less. The external auditors must submit the completed audit of the authority within months after the end of the financial year, a strong requirement to get delivery of audit reports. So, Mr. President, please notice that unlike the arrangement for most public companies, government agencies and ministries, where the Auditor General is generally responsible for the annual audits and may allow an independent external auditor to do the audit of a particular government entity on the workload of, because of the workload of the AG, which I heard this morning, she's saying she needs auditors. This bill codifies that both the AG and independent external auditors have access to the authority's books. When, Mr. President? Sometimes, no. At all times. No complaint about access and transparency and accountability here, Mr. President. Those complaints don't stand. So, Mr. President, I just listened again to the speaker from the other side who spoke just before me. And what I'm going to say, it would sound as if while she was writing, I wrote this part of the speech. But clearly I didn't. I have reflected on the behavior. No. You know better than that. I have reflected on the behavior of the members of the opposition as they sought, apparently, Mr. President, not to get help quickly to those Jamaicans who need restoration of property. I have been, everything I've listened, you want to do this. You have time to respond. Nor and livelihoods after Hurricane Melissa, nor to help our beloved country, Jamaica, use NARA to quickly and accountably build a more resilient future for our country. But rather, Mr. President, I watch them try to do everything to distort, delay, and even destroy the NARA legislation if they could have done so. JLP, I remember, Mr. President, when we were doing the IMF program. I was then the chairman of, now Prime Minister, long time ago, leader of the opposition. Long time. And I remember every time Dr. Bert Stern and subsequently Dr. Umar Ramakrishna from the IMF came, they sat us over that office over near the, you know where it is, where the leader of the, I've forgotten, of the opposition is. Every time, I don't even remember. Every time they came, Mr. President, they asked us almost the first question, pointedly, will you keep the terms and conditions of the agreement that is being, and ad nauseum, and with great patience, because the Prime Minister is one of the most patient men I've ever met. Patient. Tell them over and over, yes. But, Mr. President, we did not only keep it. When we came to power, we busted it up and excelled it. But this is what happened. We made sure, and I remember, and I'm telling you this, Andrew Holness, through that time said, this is a national project. This has to be done. We will not oppose it. We never oppose one of those bills. So, Mr. President, we know what it means to join in unity, to build a country. The PNP have lost, it seems, they have lost their course. They have lost 3 consecutive general elections, Mr. President. and they seem to be desperate. After the most honorable Andrew Holness led us to victory in 2016, they fought us tooth and nail over crime. The leader of the opposition, the former leader of opposition business, I almost misspoke about leader of the opposition. Time over time, Peter Bunting, stay over there. Where is the crime plan? Where is the crime plan? The Minister of National Security, Prime Minister would ad nauseum tell them, we are spending the money on people, on equipment, and systems. And we got there, and Mr. President, for the last 3 consecutive years, we dropped crime by 9%, 19%, and last year 43%. There is no more mocking about where's the crime plan. Because and you should learn, when you talked about NARA, when you're talking about NARA, you should be careful. You should remember how we have handled crime, how we have handled COVID-19, how we have handled burial, and all the time never borrow any money. We know how to manage things and leadership. So, NARA, Mr. President, we've never done a NARA before. So we are going through this, and we have to get speed. So we look at all that they're trying to do, and this has come to my mind, Mr. President. Despite losing 3 consecutive general elections to the young but mature and strategic thinker of a leader called Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, and the Jamaica Labour Party, the PNP, their leader of the opposition, mind you, and their members of parliament, their members of parliament, Mr. President, behave as if they possess the God-given right to run this country and decide on what legislation the 3-time elected by the people Jamaica Labour Party government should pass. Okay? So, Mr. President, the people, we hear the discussion, but the way they talk about it, oh, he has too much power, no oversight. No, that's not true. Read the bill. I just read it for you. Mr. President, is which false God the PNP them I pray to? And which false God I tell them I listen to? PNP is like the unwise, terribly weak and misled husband of the evil and wicked Queen Jezebel. The hapless, you see where you're sitting? So, who worship weak loser, King Ahab. King Ahab was her husband, who worshipped the pagan god called Baal. Clearly, Mr. President, weak King Ahab of the PNP and his hapless MPs and followers have lost their way. Just listen to what we heard from the speaker just before me. Lost their way, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I have observed that when PNP politicians cannot achieve power at the ballot box, they engage in what is called lawfare. Not all of them. There are others who are good PNP people. But some of them engage in lawfare. In some other jurisdictions, that's what they call it. And they try to use tyrannical excesses of process to bog down legislation and try to derail the legislative objectives of the government, and in the process hinder needed benefits getting to the Jamaican people. So, Mr. President, I put to you that we have enough oversight regulators and regulations in place. They include, but are not limited to, the Cabinet, the Parliament, the various oversight committees of Parliament, and the Independent Auditor, the Integrity Commission, and on the long accountability and compliance bodies. Indeed, Mr. President, many other speakers in that other place before Senator Dana Morris Dixon in this Senate last week, and others in the Senate after her, laid out the phalanx of oversight regulators which exist to judge the work and professional performance of the newly proposed NARA. So, they try to use legislative complexity when that's not used. They shifted the nuance to the Joint Select Committee. And the Joint Select Committee, Mr. President, I know the immense value of the JSC. And this is the last thing I'm going to tell you about that thing. I passed 2 bills from the ministry using the Joint Select Committee. There were security interests in personal property, SIPA, and the Insolvency Act last year. But, Mr. President, the JSC, the Joint Select Committee, was not created with speed and urgency in mind. And speed and urgency are 2 important requirements NARA needs to get established and go to work. I have chaired the Infrastructure Committee of Cabinet, and some of those projects take 12 to 20 months to get through, to get to a decision. Now, the Melissa debacle does not allow us another 20 months to get a project through. Okay? So, given the pressing need to get the objectives of NARA cemented, Mr. President, I put it to you that the endless search for the perfect rendition of the NARA bill must not become the enemy of speed and urgency needed to establish and implement NARA in order, why are we doing it? In order to build a much more resilient Jamaica into the future. The sunset date is not an unreasonable request, but we have never had a NARA. We said that we will have a sunset date. Prime Minister comes to Parliament every week. He is the minister. When we see how things are fleshing out, that can be done. It's not a crime not to have a sunset date at this stage. So, Mr. President, what have we done? What have we done about getting good governance? Dr. Peter Henry Blair's name was called. Not only is he a professor from Stanford, which my opposite over there would seem to have preferred that he would have studied somewhere in Moscow, but he didn't. So Mr. President, not only is he the former head of the New York University School of Business and a tenured professor at Stanford, he also sits on 2 of the biggest boards in the United States, Citigroup and Nike. Okay? So, Mr. President, this man who has that kind of reputation, and I suspect the others that the Prime Minister will appoint will be of similar stature, has no interest. If he can't get information, Senator Small Ferguson, Peter Blair not staying around. And we will make sure, the Prime Minister is going to make sure he gets the information. But it doesn't have to be codified. You can't codify everything. It's not an Articles of Association. Even the Articles of Association of a company does not say you must have an internal auditor. Yeah, it's all right. So, Mr. President, I once again, as I've done in the Senate and many times before, in this Senate and elsewhere, seriously encourage businesses across every sector of our economy. Banking, distribution, manufacturing, hospitality, farming, construction, and development to prepare to participate in the 2.4 billion portion of the 6.5 billion facility that has been provided by our international financial partners. the World Bank, the IMF, the IDB, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, and CBD, we never have to go to them. They say, we look at your records, we see what Melissa's done. Here is a package of financing for you. We must use it right, and as my colleague, Senator Duncan, just said, the government has moved the amount down from 150 million to 15 million for Jamaicans to come in and take it up. So please, Jamaican businesses and entrepreneurs and business leaders, please take it up. Get ready. Make sure you get linked into Fast Jamaica program as outlined in this bill, and it starts at a mere $15 million US. Mr. President, I really strongly support this bill, if it pleases you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hill. No, Senator Brown, we do not do the 120 again. I hear you mumbling over there. Senator Professor Floyd Morris. One minute, Senator Morris. Mr. Hello. Pull his chair for him, no? Pull the chair down that side. You all right with the chair, Senator Morris, or you want?
No, man, I can operate. Thanks.
No, I want you very comfortably now. I don't want you to be complaining, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I make my presentation, I want to acknowledge the presence of former Senator and former lecturer of mine at the University of the West Indies, Professor Trevor Monroe. And I also want to acknowledge members of civil society who are present in the gallery. Mr. President, we are very much, and also my very good friend, former Member of Parliament for South Central St. Catherine. And she will tell you of my work with her over there, you know, Sharon Hay Webster, my very good friend. No matter where Sharon goes, I will be her friend. Mr. President, we are participating in this debate because it is a part of the democratic process of our country that allows for rigorous scrutiny of legislation. And in that process, Mr. President, different actors of the society are entitled and obligated to make their contribution. It's a symbol of a healthy democracy. And so, Mr. President, when I see and hear members of civil society coming out and expressing their views on this legislation and any other legislation, I don't see them as individuals who are antagonistic to the government. I don't see them as card-carrying members of the PNP because some of them have never encountered them at a PNP function. So I don't see them as individuals who are opposing the bill because of political reasons. Senator, I will tell you this. I am happy that I am not seeing those members, but I'm even more happy that I'm not seeing you. Mr. President, these members of civil society are just simply individuals who want to see better for their country. And the criticisms of the legislation must not be construed as such. Because some time ago, I heard an individual in the media saying that nothing is wrong with the bill. Nothing is wrong with the bill. But yet still, the very week when the bill was debated in the House of Representatives, I think there were over 20 amendments to the bill. So if it is that there was nothing wrong with the bill, how comes the House of Representatives accommodated amendments? And so I make that point, Mr. President, to say that we want to make the bill better because we want a better Jamaica. We want a better Jamaica. And so, Mr. President, because we want a better Jamaica, I decided that I'm going to look at the bill for myself. Look at the bill for myself. And, Mr. President, I looked at the memorandum of objects. And there are 4 specific objects that have been identified. And I am structuring my presentation, Mr. President, around those. And A speaks to, and this is what it says, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience, efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climate and geophysical events. That is what Memorandum of Objects A speak to. And in the bill, Mr. President, in order to achieve that particular objective, the government decided to establish NARA as a body corporate. And when I read that, I decided that I was going to check the Interpretation Act, which Section 28 of the Interpretation Act gives an outline as to what constitutes a body corporate. And when I looked at that definition, I immediately saw that institutions like the National Housing Trust, the Urban Development Corporation, Ports Authority of Jamaica, etc., would be categorized as such. These are entities, Mr. President, that have been charged with significant resources in terms of the governance architecture of our country. And from what I have observed over the years, all of these institutions have boards of government, boards of directors that have been appointed by respective ministers or prime ministers. And these are established in the law. So you have the NHT, and the NHT has a board. You have the Port Authority, and they have a board. You have UDC, and they have a board. And, Mr. President, as I look at that sort of arrangement, I have not heard or seen any report that says the board structure in terms of our governance arrangement is a part of the fundamental problem for our national development. I beg someone to show me any such research that has come to such a conclusion. Mr. President, I know what authorities have said. I know what authorities have said, and I will tell you that privately too. Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that in the case of the National Housing Trust, it is the Prime Minister who has responsibility for the NHT. And the Prime Minister has the responsibility to hire and fire any member of the NHT. And I am certain, the board, I am certain that the current chairman of the NHT board, Mr. Levan Freeman, nobody. No, Freeman, Linval. Yes, yes. Mr. Freeman, nobody could say that he is somebody who would be unresponsive to directive from the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister appointed him as chairman. And so the Prime Minister, under his administration, has the power to appoint a board and also to determine who are the members therein. And he directs the policy arrangement for these boards. So, Mr. President, I can't understand why is it that there is this resistance, this fundamental departure from an established arrangement, which I don't see anywhere, that having a board to govern an institution is problematic. And, Mr. President, it is within this context I do support the calls from members of the society for the establishment of a board of directors to govern NARA. There needs to be a statutory board to govern NARA. And, Mr. President, I want to indicate that at a later stage of the debate, when we are in committee, I intend to propose the following amendment to create a new section 5. And it would read, there is established a board of directors which shall, subject to the provisions of this act be responsible for determination of the policy and the general administration of the affairs of NARA. The provisions of the second schedule shall have effects as to the constitution of the board and otherwise in relation thereto.
Allow the senator. Senator Morris.
Yes, Mr. President.
I appreciate that, what you're doing. Finish reading it for me.
Yes.
But if you could commit it to me in writing, likewise, Senator
Yes,
Tim,
I will send
Senator
it to
Tim,
you,
you
Mr.
had said
President.
that you would have some amendment, a proposed amendment.
And then...
If you could write them for me. Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Go ahead, Senator Morris. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And two, the minister may, after consultation with the chairman, give to the chairman such directions as to a general character of the policy to be followed by NARA and performance of its function as appear to the minister to be necessary in the public interest, and NARA shall give effect thereto. So, Mr. President, the amendment is going to, that I'm proposing for the establishment of the board of directors will allow for the minister, who in this case is the prime minister, to appoint the members of the board. And the prime minister would have that sort of interaction with the chairman of the board in terms of a general policy directives of the institution. I don't see why there should be a resistance and an opposition to such an approach, because that constitutes good governance practice. And as I said, Mr. President, I will send you the amendment.
Thank you very much. And if you could perhaps use the luncheon that we're going to break after you to just put it in writing, and the other senators as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So I move on to B. I move on to B of the objects. To create a more robust, climate resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. Mr. President, coming out of the hurricane, because it is the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa that has triggered the establishment of this bill. It is nothing that came out of an election campaign promise. It is what transpired with Hurricane Melissa. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. President, when you look at one of the major problems coming out of the hurricane, the issue, Senator Lambert, has been that of land tenure in Westmoreland, for example. The people in Westmoreland have been having a major challenge over the years, and it dates back to even the colonial era, where people have had problems in acquiring land. And so what happened, what we found, is that a lot of these people, they could not build a strong, resilient housing facility because of the issue of land tenure. The issue of land tenure. And the problem, Mr. President, is that we are now confronted with a situation where we are going to reconstruct houses in the parish, and the issue of land tenure has not been addressed. I have not heard the government articulated, Senator Scott Motley, a clear policy as to how they are going to treat with the issue of land in these areas that have been devastated by the hurricane. So how is it that you are going to be building back better? How is it that you are going to be building back stronger when the issue of land tenure is not resolved? And I would want to know, what is the government's policy that they will be embarking on to make sure that the people of Westmoreland, for example, gain access to the land so that they can build back better and stronger as this bill is articulated? Mr. President, I want to go on to Object C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors and address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, one of the major structural vulnerability that has been exposed by Hurricane Melissa is that of housing. Mr. President, some 180,000 houses, it is estimated, have been either destroyed or damaged by Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, if you do a simple mathematical calculation, an average for each of the houses that were damaged, you're talking about $350 billion. That's a significant portion of the estimate of damages that have been done to the national infrastructure. And so I was expecting, Mr. President, colleagues, that housing would be treated as a priority in any measure to build back stronger and build back a more resilient Jamaica. And as I read through the bill, Mr. President, one dege reference in the bill towards housing. And that is in section 25(2) that they have reference. One reference in the bill. And I am saying, Mr. President, this doesn't match up to the thousands of Jamaicans who have been affected by the hurricane in terms of the destruction of their houses. And what makes it worse to show that the government isn't serious. In October, the government announced that it was going to purchase 5,000 container homes for the people. That is in October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, 7 months, and not one house has been presented based on that particular announcement to the people of Jamaica. I want to know, Senator Arbin Hill, where the house them there? Where are the houses for the people that you have promised? the 5,000 container homes, the people of St. Elizabeth in Parity, the people in Bluefields, in Westmoreland, the people in Sandy Bay, they are still looking for the houses. I look down at the wharf, and I can't find them. So I want to know what happened to the houses. And Mr. President, with that, I want to ensure that, you know, I want to propose an amendment again in the bill, and this is in the interpretation section, because the area where we're looking at goods, I am going to propose that we add the word houses there. It's a simple amendment, and I think it is reasonable that we... you can amend that, right? But I'm proposing houses. All right? Mr. President, I want to move to D of the objects, which speaks to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. And Mr. President, noble objective, and we all want to see our country grow. And I want to suggest that in doing so, we must not set up NARA to be the be-all and end-all of Jamaica's economic growth and development. Because the truth is, we have other structural problems that have bedeviled our economy over the years that we need to deal with. I am happy that in the bill, I have seen provisions made for diversification of agricultural production, because one of the things that we need to do, one of the things, I leave that up to you, my friend. My duty is to make sure that I review the legislation here, not to be a clap-on party, a choir for the Prime Minister. Mr. President, I want to say that, Mr. President, I want to say that in order for us to transform the Jamaican economy, we have to move to value added. Because, Mr. President, Jamaica is rich with a lot of agricultural products that if we should engage in value added, we would see a significant transformation over time. Right now, we have a situation where it is mango season. And if you go around Senator Hill, you would see the amount of mangoes being wasted on the mango trees all over Mona and Hope pastures. If you travel into St. Mary, you see what is happening in terms of the apple season, the apple being wasted, our OTT apple. And we need to make sure that we create a mechanism where we move from just commodity to created value-added products. And that is what we need in order to have sustained periods of economic growth in our country. Mr. President, you know, I know some things about agriculture because, you know, I was involved in agricultural production in St. Mary for a long period of time. And one of the crops that I am amazed that we have not engaged in greater production of is that of cassava. Because cassava is one of the most versatile agricultural crops that you can think of. So, Mr. President, when you look at the cassava crop, yes. So, Mr. President, I believe that we can get greater value added from our agricultural production. And that is something that we need to focus on if we really want to get the economy stimulated and growing on a sustainable basis. On a sustainable basis. But equally, Mr. President, as I looked through the bill, I realized that there is a serious gap and deficit that is there that we need to correct. And I want to suggest, Mr. President, that in the work and the role of NARA, we make sure that in building back better and building back stronger, greater provisions are made for the society to become more accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. Mr. President, in 2018, the Building Act was established. But the Building Act made provision for new buildings to be accessible for persons with disabilities. But the provision for making older buildings more accessible is problematic.
Senator Morris, finish your presentation. I'm not telling you to finish it. I'm saying you may finish your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, I finish. I have about 3 minutes, Mr. President.
Go ahead. I'm not telling you to wrap it up, you know. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying finish your presentation.
I understand, Mr. President. I'm paying attention to you. I'm not paying attention to the penny section. Right? Mr. President, the truth is that we need to make sure that not just new buildings alone are accessible, but also older buildings become accessible for persons with disabilities. And if it is that we are talking about giving NARA the capacity to reconstruct buildings and facilities, NARA should be mandated to make these buildings accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. Mr. President, I want to propose that in Section 4, we do an amendment there in Section 4, Minister, to add to the responsibilities or functions of NARA to ensure that in its effort, it makes all buildings that are constructed or reconstructed accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. Mr. President, we have to create a more inclusive society because we are talking about a situation where we want to grow the economy. ILO and World Bank have done research that have shown that when you include persons with disabilities in your economic development, economic activities between 3 and 7% growth have been highlighted across the world. So, Mr. President, I am strongly urging, Minister, and in particular with your portfolio of education, you are fundamentally exposed because you have a large proportion of the schools across this country that are inaccessible to children with disabilities. And I am telling you that if we don't make those institutions accessible, then you might end up in a whirlwind in terms of lawsuits from parents of children with disabilities. So it is incumbent upon you to accommodate that amendment to make sure that NARA have that responsibility to make buildings accessible for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, this is not a perfect bill. And the extent of my support is contingent on the amendments that have been proposed by the members of this team and civil society. And I urge the government to listen to the voices of the people, because it is the voice of the people that matters. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Floyd Morris. A decision has been taken with both leaders and the clerk that we're going to take a break now. I'm going to ask us to come back in a half an hour. That's tight. That's tight. Half an hour is good. Half an hour is good. This Honorable Senate now rises until 2:30.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of it. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Hi everyone, let's talk granting aid. Eligible targeted loan applicants may receive a non-repayable granting aid of $60,000. These funds can be used for school-related expenses such as traveling, buying food, housing, or purchasing a laptop, for example. Eligibility is determined by the financial circumstances of applicants and the availability of grants. Apply early at slbja.com and be one of 4,200 beneficiaries of our granting aid.
Hey, just a reminder. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try talking to a trusted friend or family member. You don't have to go through it alone. Sometimes sharing your feelings can make a big difference. If you need more support, don't hesitate to reach out to the Health and Wellness Ministry's Suicide Prevention Helpline at 888 New Life. That's 888-639-5433. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. Your feelings matter, and there are people ready to listen. Take care of yourself. You deserve it.
For our credit report tip of the day, ignoring your credit report while building a debt portfolio may not hit you in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, but it becomes undeniable in your 50s. Your 30s and 40s is the window for strategic expansion. As income stabilizes, many still do not fully grasp how to intentionally structure credit to support wealth-building outcomes. This is the phase where credit should be deployed with precision, leveraging stronger income to access better financing terms and invest in appreciating or income-generating assets. However, without a deliberate plan, many continue to borrow in the same unstructured way, missing the chance to convert earning power into lasting financial positioning.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Let's tell you, schoolgirl football finishes this week. When that is over, beware, beware.
This is a do or die. On Saturday, May 9, when the clock strikes 3:30 p.m. at the Waterhouse Mini Stadium, the Jamaica Women's Premier League delivers a blockbuster decider. Real Mona versus Cavalier. Two teams, one mission, survival.
Everyone wants to go to the final. Everybody wants to win, but there will only be one winner.
For Cavalier, it's simple. Win and they're through to the semi-finals. After falling just short as last year's beaten finalists, they're back with unfinished business and eyes locked on redemption.
All the way. Yes, man, we're going all the way.
But standing in their way, a story years in the making. Real Mona back in the league for the first time since 2019 and now on the brink of history. A victory doesn't just keep their season alive, it puts them within reach of their first semi-final appearance.
If the final comes to the knocking, then the title will become.
Everything on the line, every tackle matters, every moment defines the season.
We can show that we have been putting in the work. Everything now is system.
Legacy or heartbreak, this is more than a match. This is the decider. Watch it live on the Jamaica Women's Premier League YouTube channel and on PBCJ.
Send me there's something in come back. Back to sender. God, I thank you so much.
Miracles await and miracles abound. Tune in every Sunday at 7 a.m. for your share of the Miracle Revival Hour with Reverend Dr. Blair. Come for the word, stay for the worship, right here on PBCJ.
Miracle worker, work one for me.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
Let's tell you, schoolgirl football finishes this week. When that is over, beware, beware.
This is a do or die. On Saturday, May 9, when the clock strikes 3:30 p.m. at the Waterhouse Mini Stadium, the Jamaica Women's Premier League delivers a blockbuster decider. Real Mona versus Cavalier. 2 teams, 1 mission. Survival.
Everyone wants to go to the final. Everybody wants to win, but there will only be 1 winner.
For Cavalier, it's simple. Win and they're through to the semi-finals after falling just short as last year's beaten finalists They're back with unfinished business and eyes locked on redemption.
All the way. Yes, man, we're going all the way.
But standing in their way, a story years in the making. Real Mona back in the league for the first time since 2019 and now on the brink of history. A victory doesn't just keep their season alive, it puts them within reach of their first semi-final appearance.
If the final comes to the knocking, then the title will become.
Everything on the line, every tackle matters, every moment defines the season.
We can show that we have been putting in work. Everything in our system.
Legacy or heartbreak, this is more than a match. This is the decider. Watch it live on the Jamaica Women's Premier League YouTube channel and on PBCJ.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh man, none of that. No, brother, no, man. Can I see you ever play ref? Dirty game, man. Yeah, but a ball game. No, I said, place you come from, brother. I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake hand, I can play a little ball, brethren. Really have to shake hand? Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man. Come together, I make the violence done.
Now, the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, or PBCJ, is Jamaica's lone public service television broadcaster. We are charged with serving all audiences through the provision of impartial, high quality and distinctive content, which informs, educates and entertains, hence the PBCJ's tagline, the People's Station.
We produce a variety of content from current affairs, which would be a counter to the premise that we only produce older programming.
Because there were a lot of popular programs then that still, surprisingly, have an audience.
Programs of a cultural variety, educational, and such. So, a wide variety of programs.
We never had news until maybe about 3 years ago. And we started off with some, what you call, daily news briefs. Now we have a fully established half-hour of news Monday to Friday. So we have grown in that sense. And we have a number of current affair programs that weren't being produced then.
Thank you for joining us.
Something as powerful as a media entity has to be built on something. And the foundation for that would be that older content.
We have reformatted some of those programs that you could say have not been dated.
And there is a landscape in Jamaica where we do have an aging population. People remember what JBC used to be, and we are still in the physical space where JBC was. So you have that bridge that forms the gap between the past and the current.
The content aired is centered on our mandate, which is basically to promote Jamaica's culture and cultural mores while rebuilding our collective memory. The PBCJ's audiovisual library, or the AV library, is a priceless heritage. It is a source of knowledge that reflects the cultural, social, and linguistic diversity of Jamaica and Jamaicans. The team is basically charged with preserving, conserving, and providing access to our recorded cultural mores, that is the habits, dress, language, music, food, etc. Now, the library is in a race against time to preserve and conserve irreplaceable archival footage that are in formats that we no longer are able to access.
My responsibility oftentimes is to provide the resources, to provide the facilities on which those rescue operations and those preservation operations can actually take place. So when the person who has the responsibility to come and say, okay, I have 100,000 hours worth of content and I want to save this content, I have to say to them, okay, this is how you can save it, this is how you can save it at, this is how you can move it from the old stuff to what we currently are using.
Memory plays a critical role in the transfer of the culture and national identity of a country. We are able to build on the collective memories of Jamaicans through the transmission of archival content. We are able to learn about social relationships, conflict resolution, operating with honesty and integrity from looking at the interplay depicted in archival series such as Lime Tree Lane.
Are you hungry, yeah?
May I present this from my heart, Miss Gladys.
Gladys? Is that you hear him say, boy? Look, my name is Tiny, me love.
Make I explain to you.
How about I explain nothing? Give those to Gladys.
Tiny! Tiny!
Come with us to Lime Tree Lane, where life is sour, but sometimes sweet.
So let me start by saying that we have the commitment to keep the public informed, and our partners in keeping the public informed is the media.
Further, as part of the overall strategy that was put in effect some time ago, I would like to advise the public to continue to observe and perhaps strengthen their sensitivities to public gatherings, which we are discouraging.
The period of the pandemic up to now, because we're still, carrying PSAs for people to be very careful. But during that period, I must say that it was one of our proudest moments since I've been here. We were labeled the go-to station for promoting all that we had to do for the public good in terms of keeping ourselves safe and adhering to the rules and policies of the Ministry of Health. It did emphasize the importance of a public broadcasting entity.
But we do at all times try to gauge the content based on people and what their needs are. Also, we are guided by 2030 vision of Jamaica being the place to live, work, raise families, and such, do business. Those overarching concepts in terms of that particular sustainable vision drives our program and production content. So we should always have content that reflects these needs in the country with regards to health, security, prosperity, anything at all of that nature, then we are for it.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
We are always trying to map ahead. We are guided by the mantra, yes, the People's Station. So our content should reflect Jamaicans. And as you know, Jamaicans come in a variety of people. We do have 90% of the countries from African extract, but we also have persons who are from other extract, Indian, Chinese, and such. We want to have content that will reflect not just the African aspect of our culture, but those aspects as well.
There are series that we want to develop, and they're developed internally, and so the production department is critical to the process. We are also dependent on our relationship with other production houses locally and internationally. We get stuff locally from NGOs, other government ministries, churches, community groups, and embassies. Overseas, we get stuff from our other public service broadcasters, we get stuff from other production houses, and we also approach independent producers to give us content.
There are also partnerships with private groups, private sector, civic associations, and PBCJ is always interested in bridging those gaps, forming and fostering those relationships, and building on what we would have built before, which is to be as known and seen partner in the local media production industry.
The plans for the PBCJ for digital transformation are extensive. How we get to implement those plans is a function of, among other things, budget, as well as the government's overall digital transformation strategy.
We are in earnest with the support of the government to ensure that we go public in the real sense of the word. The DSO is on the verge of becoming a reality, that is digital switchover from analog TV to that. And a part of the legislation that is being framed is that the PBCJ will be a must carry. Not only one channel, but 2 channels, and probably 4, because that's what we are asking for. So, in terms of the future, that's where we're going. We'll definitely be public, and definitely we will have a radio entity.
We will continue to build out our live programming, but increasingly, the focus is on developing the PBCJ's online service. Doing so offers a more personalized media experience. This would see the development of an app for those wanting to view all the programs on offer by the PBCJ, as well as source content from the PBCJ's AV library.
The very fact that you can look on the screen and see someone that looks like you hosting a program, presenting a program, being the subject of a program. That in itself is great. Is it enough? I wouldn't say. It's a great opportunity for us to bridge gaps and to build partnerships.
The fact that I am providing assistance and support in preservation of that kind of history and that kind of content, just the very delivery of that kind of situation is different from everything that we have now. As you know, most things now are in a lot of shorter forms and so on. Just that whole situation has changed. So for me, it is an important task that I've been tasked with providing that kind of support, because 15, 20 years from now, someone will be thankful that we're able to preserve that part of our culture.
We and the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth, them are with future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024. Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014. Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know when they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules set. better. Keep everything fair so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
Join your big sister Raquel as she reintroduces the cast of Vibrations and their educational adventures to the screen. See Ronson and the gang experience the world firsthand through interviews and interactions. Vibrations, where kids are taught about the world from someone they can relate to. Join us every Friday at 3:30 p.m. to hang out with your big sister Raquel and the kids of Vibrations. Right here on PBCJ, the People Station.
From seed to sale, Jamaica's future grows through innovation. Introducing Export Jamaica, a global market intelligence and compliance gateway that connects your effort with global opportunities and makes international trade easier, safer, and more convenient for Jamaican businesses. Powered by the Jamaica Trade Board Limited, Export Jamaica is designed to position your products competitively and guide you through international trade. Find high-demand international markets. Gain access to trade analytics that guide your business decisions. Identify and engage with potential buyers. Know your costs up front. Trade confidently. And keep your exports safe and secure. Through Export Jamaica, you can discover all there is to know about exporting and grow your business sustainably.
From the processing of your goods, to packaging and shipping, to seeing your products reach international shelves and enjoyed by customers abroad. Export Jamaica provides the market intelligence and insights behind each step, helping you identify demand, understand export pathways, and
Thank you very much.
Having been at the executive table for a few years now, what weighs on me much when various agencies are summoned to meetings by the Prime Minister, I often use the opportunity to ask for update on a number of projects across Jamaica, whether the building of schools, bridges, community centers, etc. And often the answer from the principals of the agencies is that the matter is before the Procurement Commission, and it is to go to a subcommittee, and a subcommittee, it is to go back to the main committee. And I ask, by when is this process expected to be completed? And the answer is invariably a year and a half. And I say, which process? And they say, well, the process of getting the approval. It was somewhat of a culture shock to me in government, and has been that way for a long time, in terms of the arduous process of getting projects which are in the best interest of Jamaica completed. I have long been of the view, sir, that a NARA-type bill is in good order. But as we proceed with debate on this bill, I think it's important that a particular context be highlighted. It was on the afternoon of Tuesday, October 28, 2025, that Category 5 Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica's shores. It was a particularly traumatic time for many Jamaicans, including in St. Elizabeth, St. James, Westmoreland, Trelawney, and St. Anne, as they observed their communities being devastated and their investments, including livestock, wiped out. This was a natural disaster of an unprecedented scale that hit our country. The truth is, Melissa accounted for many lives. Many communities are still devastated. Townships are in a state of major disrepair, and the damage across Jamaica is unmistakable. The effort to restore electricity and commerce has been commendable compared to what has transpired even in developed countries. But we are at a point, sir, the government of Jamaica has to take additional decisive action. For too many years, efforts to develop Jamaica has been delayed, or efforts to develop Jamaica have been delayed by processes which pander to vacillation as opposed to going well towards achieving positive outcomes which fix major problems. The work to restore lives and to build back communities is impatient of such processes characterized by vacillation and temporization. And that, sir, is among the factors why we on this side strongly support passage of the NARA bill. We support passage of the bill because we recognize that Hurricane Melissa, having accounted for 56% of GDP, that means that the damage is so extensive that operating at normal pace, it would take approximately 25 years, conservatively speaking, of normal government of Jamaica capital expenditure to address the damage. And that would mean nothing new is built. It is because we recognize the scale of the damage, the lives and the communities impacted, and the painful inefficiency of current processes to facilitate quick action on a large scale, why I submit to this Parliament that the bill is worthy of strong support. I wish to comment on a few narratives in the public domain, including the submissions of some opposition senators who spoke before me. Opposition Senator Small Ferguson suggested that NARA does not have a clear statement of objects. He was at pains to point that out. I wish to make it clear that Jamaica, it is not unusual, Senator Morris, that legislation in Jamaica does not have a standalone purpose clause. And I believe that's what the senator was alluding to. The title, the operative provisions, and the memorandum of objects and reasons already provide a concept which is called interpretive guidance. So it is important for that issue to be considered in that context. And if you assess judgments by courts across the country, legislation is interpreted holistically, not solely by allusion to a purpose clause. So I know a bit of inexperience in terms of treating with or assessing legislation might have contributed to the senator's submissions, but I invite the matter to be considered in that context. Because look at it. The bill clearly establishes post-Hurricane Melissa reconstruction, resilience building, economic recovery, and infrastructure coordination. Those purposes are embedded in the legislation. Therefore, in summary, sir, the absence of a standalone purpose clause does not create legislative or legal uncertainty, nor does it invalidate the legislative intent of the Act. I believe that is to be made patently clear. Another matter raised by the opposition during their submissions to the debate. Senator Morris questioned what he suggested was the absence of the modular houses which the administration had indicated intention to purchase to make whole Jamaicans who have been dislocated by Hurricane Melissa. Just yesterday, Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, called various agencies to a meeting, including the NHT, the new social housing program, and ODPEM, and we were advised that thousands of houses have been purchased, 924 modular houses are in fact in Jamaica. An additional 700 are on the way, and 700 additional will follow. So Senator Morris engaged the vernacular and asked where the houses them there. The answer is hundreds of houses are right here in Jamaica, and the administration will fulfill its commitment to make whole Jamaicans who have been dislocated by the ravages of Hurricane Melissa. And I said this to you, Senator Morris, this modular houses program will not be plagued by the corruption which was embedded in Operation Pride, where hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money were pilfered and a PNP activist was taken into custody. The administration of Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, we take matters of accountability and probity seriously. The modular houses program is subject to rigorous oversight. So, Senator, you asked where the houses them there. You have had your answer within a few minutes. The matter of the alleged absence of accountability mechanisms has been put forward today by a number of opposition senators. And Senator Hill alluded to it, so I won't spend much time on it. But the whole notion that NARA is not subject to accountability mechanisms is plainly untrue. This is false. Totally false. The legislation is subject to the intervention of the duly constituted auditing authority in Jamaica, the constitutional authority, the Office of the Auditor General, which may intervene and have access to the accounts at any time. Senator Hill said it, but it is worthy of repetition. NARA's activities are subject to the oversight of Parliament, including the PAC and the PAAC. Senator Hill spoke about the accounts being kept in keeping with the standards of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica. There is also a provision for a yearly internal audit to be conducted by a certified auditor. The entity is mandated to submit to the minister as well a corporate plan with estimates of expenditure. And NARA is accountable to the public. It is bound to keep a register of initiatives with pertinent details. That register is to be gazetted and open for assessment by any member of the public. NARA is also subject to oversight from Jamrock. As we heard earlier in the debate, a model of oversight which has worked well when we consider with what EPOC brought to the table in challenging Jamaica, economic times to Jamaica. And an eminent individual, Professor Peter Blair Henry, has been appointed to give superintendence to Jamrock. I found the comments by Senator Maziki Thame earlier concerning Professor Blair Henry, very unfortunate. I don't believe that this chamber should be used to denigrate the hard work, the integrity of hardworking Jamaicans. I think the senator might contemplate her comments and come to a reasonable view that she should recant what I contemplate as an unfortunate move to disparage the character and professionalism of Professor Peter Blair Henry. I outlined a bit earlier some of the accountability mechanisms which will govern NARA. I want Parliament to note that beyond the assistance of an auditor from a prominent private sector entity, these guardrails and oversight mechanisms I alluded to were not in place when a lesser natural disaster, Hurricane Ivan, hit Jamaica and the PNP administration appointed an Office of National Reconstruction, which expended billions of dollars, with a CEO who was also its chairman and who answered to the then erstwhile Prime Minister of Jamaica, Percival Patterson. And importantly, sir, this is not to smear or denigrate the work of the ONC, but to put some context to some of the current arguments about oversight. I've heard the argument put forward by the opposition, who have suggested that NARA could create a platform for corruption. And some well-thinking Jamaicans may genuinely have this concern. So I will address the well-thinking Jamaicans. The truth is, sir, there is no system, no law across the globe where there is absolutely no possibility of abuse of process. There is no system, no law. However, that is why we have systems of checks and balances in place. And we have outlined a number which pertain to the NARA bill. And that is why we also have anti-corruption institutions, which this administration has supported by way of major funding, and indeed has passed legislation to make some of them autonomous and made the country's anti-corruption laws stronger. And a careful analysis of our political history will disclose that whenever allegations of malfeasance supported by evidence arise, this administration, led by Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has taken swift and decisive action. It is worthy of note that Jamaica has had its best anti-corruption score as far as the assessment of international agencies is concerned under this administration of Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. And all this compared with the bemusing habit of the opposition, where to this day, when their members misconduct themselves, they circle the wagon and make excuses for misconduct. I'm confident, sir, that the NARA bill will be subjected to good governance. Absolutely. And will get the job done. To Jamaica, I say, judge us by our actions. So I have addressed the concern of what I consider well-thinking Jamaicans who might say, is this bill paving the way for corruption? This argument, though, about NARA paving the way for corruption has been not only proffered by the opposition, but a few individuals and organizations who sometimes the media refer to as civil society. But a few of them are really supporters of the opposition. These organizations, sir, and individuals were eerily silent not too long ago, or issued wishy-washy statements, Dr. Monroe, wishy-washy statements, with absolutely no call for decisive action, when it was disclosed that a company owned by a senior PNP member was implicated in a multi-million-dollar tax evasion scandal, which continues to deepen. The Jack Den UHWI scandal that is being investigated by a number of law enforcement agencies. But some of these organizations and individuals have been most loud and vocal, Professor Monroe, on the NARA bill, a bill that has not yet been passed into law. And they argue that it is because they are concerned about corruption. Some of them were here with us earlier today, sir.
Rejected corruption.
So having addressed the genuine concern of Jamaicans, to those who do not appear sincere, I say, Your inconsistency is loud. Your partisanship is clear. And that is why you have a credibility deficit. And many well-thinking Jamaicans do not take you seriously. The opposition and some of their supporters have peddled the view that this Naira bill is creating unusual powers for the Prime Minister. We heard Senator Thamer raise a spectre of authoritarianism earlier. You'd have Jamaicans believe that unusual powers are being arrogated onto the Prime Minister via this bill. That is false. That narrative is absolutely untrue. Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris-Dixon did a very good job during her opening of making this point. But there are a number of agencies in Jamaica, including executive agencies, where the de facto CEO or managing director is answerable to the minister and submits financials, and the minister submits those financials to the parliament. So this notion that there is cause for undue alarm, yes, that this is an unprecedented step, is totally false. There are agencies which have existed with similar lines of accountability, even under the PNP administration. So again, the argument about the Prime Minister arrogating onto himself unusual powers, as proffered by Senator Thamer, is false and an attempt to mislead the people of Jamaica. I allude to Jamaica Customs, the Passport Immigration Agency, the RGD. Let us be clear, sir. There is nothing unusual about the chain of command on the Naira. Absolutely nothing unusual. And I want to make that clear to the people of Jamaica. So, another narrative advanced by the opposition in the public domain is the matter of a joint select committee.
Yes. Red herring.
Yes, a joint select committee. And I must say, sir, the inconsistency of the opposition on the matter of a joint select committee to give superintendence to Melissa expenditure is amazing. It is staggering. Our country will recall that not long ago, the Prime Minister proposed a special select committee, a joint select committee, to consider Melissa expenditure. The opposition said no and declined to nominate members to serve on the committee. In November, Philip Paulwell was quoted as saying that such a committee is unnecessary.
Can you hear that?
Because it will take away from the powers of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee. That was the posture of the opposition when Dr. Holness suggested a joint select committee. Yes? The argument, sir, at the time was the urgency of the situation meant a joint select committee is not necessary. And they said the Parliamentary Oversight Committees are sufficient. Yes. Yes. That was their argument. Now, when a special purpose legislative vehicle to fast track the reconstruction process has been put forward, the opposition has changed their minds and they say we are demanding a joint select committee. We heard Senator Ramon Small Ferguson adumbrate along that line earlier today.
Just to delay stuff.
They said, let us delay for another 4 weeks or so and put it before a joint select committee. You know, sir, I observed the debate in the lower house. I listened very keenly. And a member from Eastern Westmoreland, the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell, drew for the good book during his contribution to the Naira debate. I submit that he drew for the right book, but he read the wrong verse.
Which verse did he read? Wrong verse.
The scripture, sir, that may be appositely used to describe the opposition's posture on this matter, the Joint Select Committee, is James 1:8, which says, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. I put it to you, sir, that communities in Jamaica and the entire post-Melissa restoration effort cannot afford, and in fact should not be detained by the palpable flip-flopping and instability of the opposition PNP and their surrogates. Should not be detained. And to make matters worse, it was not long ago that the opposition called a media conference and lamented what they alleged this is the slow pace of the effort to build back communities in Jamaica after the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. One opposition MP got into character, evinced tears, and accused the administration of dragging its feet while communities suffer. Of course, the administration was hard at work and on course, well down the wicket, in crafting the Naira bill, which, let me highlight again, is a special purpose legislative vehicle intended to build back communities and help Jamaicans restore their lives quickly. And now the administration of Dr. Holness has brought that bill to Parliament. The same opposition MPs who were lamenting a delay, they are now advocating for additional delay. 4 more weeks to consider the matter, they say. Again, sir, I call out the posture of the opposition as insincere and not in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. I will not spend much time on comparing legislation across the world, the Naira bill, because I believe a good job has been done at that by members of the lower house and the upper house, including the submissions of Senator Dana Morris Dixon, who led this debate. But a newspaper article where one Sarah Wilson said, Jamaica's Naira bill marks a decisive shift from reactive recovery to proactive institutionalized building, positioning Jamaica as an emerging thought leader in disaster governance, captures the situation perfectly, Senator Brown. Yes? This Wilson public commentator eruditely said, in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, Naira embeds centralized coordination, performance accountability, and integrated planning across ministries and agencies, ensuring that the recovery processes are structured, coherent, and aligned with national development priorities, end quote. Wise words, sir, way beyond her years. Incidentally, Miss Wilson is the daughter of a thoughtful and patriotic Jamaican, the erstwhile PNP General Secretary Maxine Henry Wilson, whose temperament is far removed from some of the toxic tribalism that has entered the submissions of the opposition members regarding this debate. In closing, sir, I think there is a wide recognition across the globe that governments are elected to lead and that the executive must retain the authority to execute policies further to its mandate given to it by the people. But from time to time in Jamaica, anytime moves are made to put in place decisive measures geared towards changing systems which have not worked, there are some across society who say, let us water down legislative and executive power. Yes, and if they have their way, they turn the society into a coalition government.
Absolutely.
Yes, with unending demands for consultation and efforts to dilute executive authority. We believe in consultation, but there will come a time we will have to make a call. And for one reason or the next, these demands are made anytime the Jamaica Labour Party administration is in office. But you know, sir, I feel compelled to say this to the Parliament. I have observed Dr. Holness at work, the minister who piloted this bill. I have observed him successfully work at building Jamaica and ensuring that policies enumerate to the best interest of the people of Jamaica. And he has had the courage to ensure that systems which do not work are decisively adjusted. No doubt, perhaps our region's most progressive, aware, and skillful navigator of difficult times, and importantly, an implementer of good policy. He delivered for the people in navigating COVID-19 when the administration delivered the most massive care and welfare package in the history of independent Jamaica. Dr. Holness and his cabinet delivered for Jamaica in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, and despite efforts to block measures intended to save Jamaican lives, Dr. Holness took the crime bull by the horn and led a suite of policies which have seen the murder rate plummet and have saved thousands of Jamaican lives. At an important juncture in the life of the nation, sir, as far as the Naira bill is concerned, I wish to say to Dr. Holness, we have consulted far and wide, including overseas, concerning what works and what does not work in a time of disaster. But ultimately, sir, the mandate is yours, and our administration, which has been given the mandate by the people of Jamaica, owing to the events which occurred on the 3rd of September 2025. It is us who they expect to deliver positive outcomes in times of crisis. Let us move forward, sir, press ahead, and deliver for our people. This Naira bill is a decisive step in the right direction. And a few seconds before the expiration of my time, I'm pleased to indicate the bill, sir, has my strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wondered why you asked me to read the prayers this morning. And I thank you for doing so, because I hope it has put me into a proper frame of mind to be kind, forgiving, understanding, and trying to reach
Be yourself.
Beyond myself. You know, Mr. President, all from this Naira bill was tabled. It brought back memories to me of a Naira bill. And that Naira bill is known as NIDS. It was significant to me, perhaps not to others, because it was the first bill which I had responsibility for as leader of opposition business in the Senate. My very first experience, because when I came in as leader. And I tried, because it is my nature, to point out some of the flaws which I perceived. In fact, the opposition and civil society groups had called for a joint select committee to consider it. And we were told, in no uncertain manner, absolutely not. No more time. It had been 40 years in the making. And that was true. It had been 40 years in the making. We sat until Saturday morning trying to go through that bill which had come from the House, I think, with 63 amendments. And we worked until 1:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. It was only adjourned on an agreement that we would return on a Monday to complete it. And no matter what we said, no matter what we did, the government would not be moved from its position. The upshot of that, Minister Hill, was that when the matter was taken to court, certain aspects of it was challenged as being unconstitutional and abrogating the Charter of Rights. The court felt that there could be no severance because the bill was so flawed. And so, all of that time was lost in a bill which the opposition really supported, but which the government was so urgent that it couldn't wait at all. And it reminds me, NARA reminds me of NERA.
Where is the need?
I'm going to come to it. NARA reminds me of NERA. Because when you look at it, when you break down what the requests are, perhaps the most constant one is, why not a board? In the opinion of what you call right-thinking members, a board would strengthen the accountability. Now, I have not heard any reason why putting a board in place would make the whole system bog down. I have not seen the difficulty which would be created by having a board instead of an advisory body. There is no point in explaining the difference.
This is very
between
unusual, but I have to call to the minister and ask her.
I'm going to answer the minister. There is no point in explaining the difference between Jamrock and Epoch, because it has been explained ad nauseum. It's just that you will not hear it. No matter what is said outside of your team, you do not hear it. And that is a danger in how you lead, because your philosophy is a leader-centric philosophy which says you have voted for us. We are led by the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, and whatever he says is what happens. In other words, you have said on numerous occasions, including not so long ago, that you were elected to govern, and govern you will. There is never any space or place for the views of the people unless it's convenient for you to do that. And I will give you another example. When we were in this House debating the Firearms Act, and I pointed out some of the problems in that act.
Yes.
Because I'd been on the Joint Select Committee and I tried hard there. When we had the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Chief Justice, pointing out the challenges which were created by that piece of legislation, all we got was a promise to amend it. But you didn't listen. And you know why you didn't listen? Because if it comes from the opposition or somebody who is not a part of your cheering gallery, you never hear. Minister, it's so unusual to see you get hot under the collar. Have I managed to stir up that kind of passion in you? Oh. So, there is no one. It is not debatable about the impact of Hurricane Melissa on our country. The memorandum captures it quite clearly. The memorandum speaks to the fact that the devastation amounts to 56.7% of GDP as measured in 2024. It speaks to the loss which was experienced and therefore brings the clear justification for wanting expediency and urgency to solve the problems of the country. It says the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihoods, and economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. I scoured the bill. I scoured the bill for a clause which would show me that it has been addressed. I could not find a clause that adequately referenced that. The woes which the people have experienced. And when Senator Duncan spoke, it became, I don't want to misquote him, and I made a note of it. The emphasis in your bill is on development and commercial activities. Well needed. There's no question about it. But where do the people factor in this? Because I'm going to pose a scenario. A spot in Westmoreland. I'm going to choose Petersfield because Petersfield is always on my mind now. Although I've never visited Petersfield, I do not know Petersfield. A beautiful piece of land on which families have lived for decades. Because in rural Jamaica, as you know because of your land titling projects, which you have, people live on a piece of land forever. My grandfather did born here. Oh, Senator Abka is not here to hear me engage the vernacular. But grandfather did born here. Father did born here. Everybody, they can show generationally their connection to the land, but they do not have a piece of paper in their hand. A developer wants to do a development which falls within Section 25, a high-value tourism project. There is nothing in this bill that requires even those persons who are going to be dispossessed to know that they are going to be dispossessed. Because the notice is not given to anybody nor posted anywhere. The notice is only given to the authority, not to the people. And the bill has no mechanism for anybody to appeal anywhere. You see, you talk about the Canberra Earthquake Recovery Authority, but there were safeguards in that bill. But let's look at 17.4. I don't have a problem with saying that I'm wrong. So let me look at 17.4 as you have pointed out. So this was one of the amendments which was done to the bill, right? The authority shall, in developing and for monitoring the implementation of reconstruction and resilience projects, programs and plans, hold consultations with persons affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. And I'm fully aware of this. I am also aware of, I'm making a slight departure. I'm also very much aware of your clause 3, which speaks to administration. And when establishing the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, at clause 3.2, the provisions of the schedule shall have effect as to the constitution and procedure of the authority and otherwise in relation thereto. There is no schedule. The only schedule to this bill is the schedule that appoints the CEO. There is no schedule that actually tells you about the constitution and the procedure of the CEO. None. The people who have suffered in the hurricane are not at the center of this legislation. What this legislation does, which you cannot see, but people are aware of it, is that all projects, it's a bypass of the regulatory bodies. Because you can simply, once it's over $15 million and it fits into 25, which is very, very broad, you can have your project pass through NARA. It says, it enumerates several areas, and it also says any other sector as a cabinet may determine where strategic opportunities arise that serve the reconstruction and economic resilience objectives of the Act. And it is silent on helping the people. Did you need a NARA to help the people from Westmoreland? Did you fail to help the people from Westmoreland because you had no NARA? You have people who have just been removed from shelters into surroundings which are far from adequate. You have people who live in a school hanging out their clothes on a line and indeed cohabit in the school because the school has become their home. And you even boast about the fact that, oh, it's family, they're all related, and also that they're related to some of the teachers. That is how you deal with people. That is how you handle people who are suffering. And then come to tell me that a strategic investment has people at the heart, when for 6 months they are driving down in St. Elizabeth, and St. Elizabeth, they say, don't look any different from the hurricane. They are, because, you know why? You know why? Because we don't have NARA, and you don't have emergency procurement provisions, which your minister, because your minister Vaz did not know that he could have procured this Starlink under emergency procurement provisions. Because even though procurement is very challenging, there are ways. The law always creates a way for you to get it done, and your emergency procurement provisions could do it. But you have no real interest in the plight of the people. You have no real interest in the plight of the people. You can't be connected to the people because, for one, when you drive on the road, you drive with flashing cars, so you don't even know what we experience when we sit in traffic. You only speak to people in your echo chamber. But let me continue, President. There is, one would have thought that after the dry harbor ruling, the government might have contemplated, even for a moment, whether they ran the risk of a similar fate as NIDS. Whether they ran the possibility of having this piece of legislation overturned. Because that step in order, which could cause a real issue. You see, the 3 justices in the Dry Harbor case established 4 constitutional requirements that must be satisfied before a minister can override the decision of an independent regulatory body. It said that firstly, there must be a sound and rational basis for substituting the minister's decision for that of the specialist regulatory body, and that basis must be demonstrable, not merely asserted. 2, the reasons must be explained to the public, to the affected people, and if necessary, to the court. Transparency of reasoning is not optional, it is constitutionally required. 3, the Constitution protects against likely harm. Likely harm, not just actual harm. Rights are engaged before the damage occurs. Just a door being opened to the harm is sufficient. And importantly, economic benefit claims and aspirational development goals must be supported by concrete evidence, feasibility studies, hard data, proper analysis, because generalized assertions do not satisfy constitutional requirements. I zero in, because of my time, on the reasons explained to the public and affected people. There is no requirement in Section 24 to publish a step-in order, no gazette obligation, no notification to affected communities, no requirement to explain reasons to the public. The regulator gets a notification and an opportunity to make representations to the minister. But that is a representation to the decision maker, not a public explanation of the decision. Section 24 does not require that reasons must be explained to the people, to the public, to the affected people. Now, I know exactly what the response will be. You know, after you sit down there for a while, you can actually write the scripts, you know, you just need to fill in some little spaces that you leave. Because this, you know, okay, this is what, and then now hit the opposition with something from way, way back, and you can write the scripts. But let me say, in the Dry Harbor case, the Prime Minister overrode the NRCA using existing ministerial appellate authority under the Act. Now, we don't have that here, of course. There is no appeal process, nothing by which you can be heard. The court said that exercise of existing authority was unconstitutional because it lacked sound rational basis, transparency, and evidence. Now, Section 24 of the bill attempts to cure that deficiency by creating a statutory framework for the override with procedural steps, a notification requirement to the regulator, and an independent expert requirement. The question is whether those are satisfactory to satisfy the constitutional requirements of the bill. So here is my concern. The procedural steps are addressed to the authority, not to the community. The community has no role in the process, none outlined anywhere that I could find. So the full court's requirement of notifying the people is not satisfied by notifying the regulator. The independent expert is commissioned by the authority, not appointed independently. So you know how it goes, Senator Hill. We get somebody who, you and I will discuss it privately. So you select somebody who you know will agree with what you're doing and will support what you're doing, and you ask them for their independent opinion. The only way that you could cure that is if you had a process by which the independent expert is not commissioned by the authority and is appointed independently. But you don't really want any level of accountability because you don't want the board. You want to rely on EPOC and to say Jamrock is going to have the same kind of credibility and integrity as EPOC, even though EPOC was monitoring a very strict framework which had been established to ensure good fiscal government in Jamaica, and was required to hold the government to account and to tell the people every week what was happening. It was not in the legislation, but it was done in an environment where there was not what your own members say is a low trust environment. We are operating in a low trust environment. The words are not used by me. I am quoting from your own members who spoke in the House, who said this is a low trust environment. The people are listening. The people are listening, Minister. The people are listening. Senator Duncan, one word that you used, which was very important, was social consensus. And social consensus is transformative in achieving objectives. When you have the people on your side, everything changes. You had social consensus with EPOC. You had social consensus. Minister, I have two questions. Minister Dana Morris-Dixon. I haven't seen in the bill any, is it contemplated that Jamrock will be established under Clause 7? Because that is so unclear, especially the language, which says the minister may establish a committee. With a bill of this magnitude, the most consequential bill which has come before the House in recent times, I shouldn't have to wonder how this oversight body on which you place so much reliance is going to be established. I know exactly. No, the first one was about the schedule, which I can't find. I can't find any schedule that is being referred. And I think if it were there, it would be a very important schedule for us to look at, except that it simply is not. It does not exist. You know, last week too, when you spoke, Minister, I was very embarrassed by what you said about the Portmore municipality and the long wait that you had. I really thought it was an indictment, except that I didn't know that there were issues surrounding the ownership of the land on which the fence was going to be built. And I think that that addition, that further explanation would have made a significant difference to how it was perceived. Because I had to make an inquiry. When you hear somebody, a minister, say that a fence which is needed for the security and the safety of the children has been delayed by a municipality for over 18 months, you must be concerned. Save and accept that there was a dispute over the ownership of the land, which prevented the municipality from giving the permission. That is critical. That is critical. If I am incorrect, then you must take it up with the media, who carried a report about the Nagahead situation. But when you're closing, tell me, explain to me how NARA would have been used to resolve that situation? Is it that you would have acquired the land? Because I am reading into NARA that NARA can do basically anything in the world that it desires to do. And I think that for good governance, you should just pause and consider whether that is in fact what you intend, or it's an unintended consequence of the way that you have framed and approached the legislation. I am quite clear that you tabled a bill which you had to withdraw. I didn't see, or you decided to withdraw. I didn't see that bill, so I am making no comments on it. How it appears to me, and my concern, because I value and put the people at the center of why I am here. You understand? I don't have to be here. Just like when you were talking about our dear departed friend, Leslie. He didn't have to be here. He didn't really get anything from being here, but he wanted to serve. And I want to say, we must focus on the people who have been hurt in Melissa. The same people who are still hanging out their clothes on borrowed lines. The same people who pass by their houses and see no roof because roof program done. The same people who can't drive on the road because Spark stops sparking. The same people who you are telling to wait on NARA because NARA will deliver everything that they have ever hoped for. I want to see what you have in it for the people, and I want you to give me an explanation as to why November, December, January, February, March, April, May. And I will say that I have achieved what I thought was impossible. I have the minister quite animated. Not at all, you are always very controlled. But I'm glad that I was able to break that. Yes, I like it. I like it. Mr. President, as usual, as is quite clear, the concerns of the opposition will not be taken on board. But even worse in this instance, not one of the concerns of civil society, who are now labeled People's National Party supporters, simply because they are trying to build a Jamaica that is better, more resilient, has more integrity, more transparency, and more accountability. And this government is condemning them because they are doing their civic duty. If it pleases.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Rose Bennett Cooper.
Mr. President, may it so please you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I considered long and hard how I would address the issue of NARA today, because there are many approaches that could be taken. And I have listened carefully all day to all that has been said. And I believe, Mr. President, that perhaps what I should do is to begin on a tone of lest we forget. Let us remember. Mr. President, there are moments in the life of a nation when leadership is tested not by convenience, but by crisis. These are moments when a country must decide whether it will merely recover or whether it will rise transformed. Hurricane Melissa has become a defining test of Jamaica's resilience, preparedness, and national resolve. And we seem to have forgotten what Melissa did. Long after the winds subsided and the flood waters receded, what remains are not simply damaged buildings and broken infrastructure. What remains are the faces of Jamaicans who are trying to make sense of loss. We have all seen the images. Let us not forget. Mothers beneath torn tarpaulins, as we call them in Jamaica, holding their children close as rainwater seeps into the ground beneath them. Fathers standing in silence where their homes once stood. Roof gone, walls broken, everything exposed. Let us not forget. Children staring at the remains of their school, their books ruined, their bags covered in mud, and their routines just completely shattered. We seem to have forgotten. Many of us, perhaps not all, have seen the images of entire communities being cut off. No roads, no bridges, no access. The only thing they have is uncertainty. Mr. President, these are not isolated tragedies. They are part of a national pattern that Jamaica has endured for generations. And yet, Mr. President, Hurricane Melissa has changed the scale of the conversation entirely. And that is a big part of what NARA is about. Let us not forget. Mr. President, Melissa was not simply another storm season event. It was the most powerful hurricane ever recorded to make landfall in Jamaica. Planning Institute of Jamaica estimates that the damage and losses associated with the passage of the hurricane total around 1.952 trillion Jamaican dollars. That's 12.2 billion US dollars. And this figure, I believe it was said earlier, is equivalent to 56.7% of Jamaica's 2024 GDP. Many things were affected. Infrastructure across large sections of the country was severely impacted. Power systems collapsed, roads became impassable, and critical lifelines failed at the very moment when people needed them most. Our housing stock suffered devastating damage, exposing deep vulnerabilities in how many Jamaicans are forced to build and live. There were problems before that became exposed as a result of Hurricane Melissa, which is part of the reason why going forward it cannot be business as usual. Agriculture was dealt a heavy blow, farmlands destroyed, livestock lost, and livelihoods wiped away in a matter of hours. Tourism, one of the pillars of our economy, was also significantly disrupted, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is why the response to Hurricane Melissa, it just simply cannot be business as usual. For too long, Jamaica has operated within a cycle of destruction followed by mere repair. And we rebuild what was there before, and we often rebuild in the same vulnerable places, and we often rebuild with the same weaknesses. And of course, we only suffer the same consequences when the next storm arrives. And that cycle must end. The reality, Mr. President, is that we are now living in a different climate era. Storms are becoming more intense, rainfall events are becoming more destructive, coastal vulnerability is increasing. The old assumptions no longer hold. Lest we forget, We cannot continue, you will be quiet, we cannot continue building for the climate of the past while ignoring the realities of the future. And so the question before us is larger than merely reconstruction. The question is whether Jamaica has the courage to transform. And it is in this context that I rise today in full and absolute and complete support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Agency Act 2026. NARA is not simply a reconstruction agency. It is a national resilience framework designed to fundamentally transform how Jamaica plans, builds, develops, and protects its people in an era of increasing climate and disaster risk. Its purpose goes far beyond replacing damaged infrastructure. In essence, Mr. President, this bill is not simply about recovery. It is about national transformation. And it's about ensuring that no Jamaican family remains under tarpaulin month after month after month after there is a storm. It is about ensuring that no child loses their access to education because the school was not built to withstand severe weather. And it is about ensuring that vulnerable communities are not abandoned when roads fail, bridges collapse, or floodwaters rise. Mr. President, there are many Jamaicans listening to this debate who want reassurance that reconstruction will not come at the expense of democracy, at the expense of consultation or community participation. Many Jamaicans fear that developments appear without warning, and they're afraid that this might happen as a result of NARA. They fear local concerns being ignored. They fear speed being prioritized over proper safeguards and accountability. And those concerns should not be dismissed lightly. But they should not be trampled on by arguments that are merely propped up by political expediency. Yes. So let us talk the truth. Let us look at what the legislation actually says. Not what we think it says, not what we imagine it means, but what it actually says. The language of the legislation, not the emotions the legislation evokes in us. Yeah, this legislation does not weaken our planning and developmental processes. It strengthens it. The bill does not listen and learn. The bill does not abolish the need for development approvals. Nonsense. It does not remove the role of the municipal corporations. More nonsense. And it certainly does not permit projects to proceed outside of established legal frameworks. Read and understand. What does this bill do? It ensures that the various parts of government responsible for approvals, planning, consultation, and implementation work purposefully and quickly in considering applications for development. So let me say this clearly and without ambiguity. NARA is designed to benefit Jamaican society as a whole, not a select few, not a narrow interest, not the rich over the poor, not the poor over the rich, not the white over the black, all of Jamaican society as a whole. It is designed for the farmer in St. Mary, the fisherfolk in Portland, and the small contractor in Clarendon, and my Aunt Joni in the hills of St. Catherine. Mr. President, this bill is about ensuring that no child loses access to education because a school was not built to withstand severe weather. My fellow Jamaicans who are listening and watching these proceedings today, and including my colleagues who have called me and quarreled with me all week to say, Rose, you have spent over 30 years of your life prosecuting building breaches and development breaches and environment breaches and beach control breaches, and here you are in support of something that takes away certain rights. Well, let us now talk about what is taken and what is not. My fellow Jamaicans, I say to you again, just bear with me a minute. Let us just go through what this bill actually does. You can take comfort in the provisions that are carefully outlined in Part 3 of this bill. This part of the legislation, Mr. President, makes it abundantly clear that national reconstruction will not occur without structure, without oversight, without accountability, and without consultation with the people. every project must still pass through the municipal corporations. Again, I say, listen and learn and read carefully. Because what does NARA say? NARA tells you many things. No. Every project, every single one, irrespective of whether it's an approved project under NARA or it is my Aunt Joni wanting to add a kitchen onto her house up in the hills of St. Catherine, all of these must still get planning permission under the Town and Country Planning Act. That has not changed. All the NARA projects must still get permission under the Town and Country Planning Act. You must still get building approval under the Building Act. You must still comply with certain requirements under the development orders all across Jamaica. And if there is subdivision included, you must still get subdivision approval under the Local Improvements Act. I can name out all of them. Every development, Mr. President, must still comply with the physical planning system, the building standards, the environmental safeguards that govern development in this country. So, here is something that I think many of us and many persons who have examined NARA and its implications, its imports and its impact did not remember. NARA, Mr. President, does not repeal any laws. And where laws already exist, you don't repeat them. You don't duplicate their provisions in new legislation. So, for example, there is no need to include an amendment in NARA to specifically require construction to be in line with the Building Act for persons with disabilities. It is already included in legislation. And I will tell you, it is already mandated in the Building Act. And any NARA project that does not comply with those provisions in the Building Act will be in breach. I did not say that anyone said it. I am making a point. That is nexus. I am making a point that is connected and has a nexus to words already uttered. Again, listen and understand. Now, Mr. President, every development must still comply with all the existing laws and the provisions. So let there be no misunderstanding. Nothing under this framework removes Jamaica from that regulatory architecture. It hasn't shifted. And even more reassuring, Mr. President, is the provision. Even more reassuring provision for the Jamaican people is found in Clause 17.4, which was mentioned and read but not interrogated. So let us do that. Clause 17.4 says, the authority shall, in developing and for monitoring the implementation of reconstruction and resilience projects, programs, and plans, hold consultations with who? With who? With who? With persons affected. Not just the persons affected, the persons who are likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. So, Miss Matty, who lives next door to a project that is coming, and she's not sure what is going to happen, she's protected. And she has the right to ask what's coming, what you're doing, and you have an obligation to tell her. But Mr. President, let me go further, because remember, existing law does not fall away because you have a new piece of legislation. So, NARA, for those who are interested in actual facts and truth, hear me now. NARA does not go beyond the scope of all the development laws that exist in Jamaica. not even 1 inch beyond. In fact, the powers given under NARA are far more narrow than the powers that now exist under the Planning Act, the Environment, the NRCA Act, the Building Act, all of them. Because if you look at the stepping orders, if you look at the scheme of clauses 22 to 24 of NARA, it makes it very clear what's happening and what is going to happen. The authority said, look here now, you have these things before you for quite a while. So I'm going to call you in and ask you what is going on, and you must now tell me what's causing the delay, and we will try to figure out how to ensure that things are expedited. When the authority calls you in, under, I believe it is section 20, and have that conversation, and the authority can call in all the entities or some of them to let us have a conversation. The authority is not doing anything, is not saying to any of the approving entities, you have to approve anything. It is simply saying, let us interrogate what is happening. Having interrogated what is happening, if it is discovered that there are difficulties, if you want me to get an extra 30 minutes to read it word for word, I will. Otherwise, I encourage you to take a little time and read it. If there are still issues, I will give you some directives as to what to do to cure the delay problems. Not so? And if that does not happen, and I have made every effort, and there are several steps that the authority must take, and I think Uncle Charles will drill down into some of these steps for a little bit more later, including the expert advice that is distrusted, but an expert is an expert is an expert. I have had my own expert in court talk some things that I don't like, but I have to respect it as an expert. So having taken those steps, you now reach the point where you're not getting an outcome. So the expedition that you're trying to achieve did not occur. So what do? You now say, you know what, let me ask the minister to step in. But here is what so many of you have misunderstood about what happens on step-in. Upon the application, I'll get to the court, upon the application of the authority, the minister may, by order, if the minister is satisfied of the matters specified in subsection 3, and what that means is that the minister is constrained by these matters, if the minister is so satisfied, the minister may approve, listen carefully, the minister may approve, subject to any terms and conditions, an application made or submitted by the authority to an approving entity on which that approving entity has not made a decision. So that step-in order happens when the approving entity, long after the authority has tried to get expedition, has failed to do anything or failed to do certain things. And then you say to the minister, they have not made a decision. What can the minister do then? Can the minister, there is nothing for the minister to overturn at this point. So what does the minister, what else can the minister do? The minister can vary or modify or remove a term or condition of which an approval was made. And the step-in order shall have effect as if that step-in order was an approval granted by the approving entity to which the authority first made application. You know what that means? Nothing here gives the minister the power of approval, or rather the power to overturn an approval of the statutory entities that now have the jurisdiction to approve. Nothing. Oh, that's not true. Read this again, youngster. So, when the argument is made that the minister is given these vast, wide powers, it's not true. You know where the vast, wide powers exist? They exist in the Town and Country Planning Act, which was modified in 1999 by an excellent minister, Easton Douglas, who was then minister of several things. And the modification at that time in the Town and Country Planning Act allowed an appeal to be made to the minister instead of to an appeals tribunal. And what can the minister do when the appeal comes to him? The minister can reverse any decision that was made. The minister cannot reverse an approval on the NARA. The minister can step in and arrive at a decision where there has been a failure to arrive at a decision by the entities after efforts have been made and certain steps taken in the legislation. And when we talk about delay, what's the clock looking like? Oh, when we talk about delay, let us get a minor, a tiny, a little understanding of what we're dealing with in a development application. When you make an application, let us take a look at the consultation process. All applications for development approval must be made to the local planning authority. In other words, the parish council, in other words, the municipal authority. Every single application for development approval goes to that one place in each parish. And there are certain circumstances that may cause it to be triggered elsewhere. When an application is now to be considered, let us talk about the consultation process that has not fallen away because of NARA. It still exists. The local planning authority must consult with several entities. I'll just tell you about 14 of them. The neighboring local planning authority, the chief technical director, the minister responsible for agriculture, the Jamaica National Heritage Trust, the Natural Resources Conservation Authority, with the ministry responsible for health and environment control, where the development consists of certain things like rivers and streams and storing mineral oils and whatnot. With the Commissioner of Mines, the Mines and Geology Division, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency, Water Resources Authority and National Water Commission, the Civil Aviation Authority, the Relevant Building Authority, the Forestry Department, and I could go on. I mention these entities that must be consulted for this reason. It's a lot of things that you're supposed to do as a development agency, as a parish council, as a municipal body when an application is made of a certain scale. It takes a lot of commentary and consultation with many bodies. And that, therefore, can take long. And you know what take long means? I always hear people talk about a 30-day and 90-day approval process. The law already says that. The law says that the authority must approve in 90 days. And if you fail to do so, the person who applied have certain rights, including appealing to the minister, who can then approve and do other things. Let's continue talking a little bit about consultations. Under the Building Act, which was passed in what, 2018? Oh yes, I carry everything and I leave now. No man, I am in one place. You stay with me, youngster. So, under the Building Act, we're still talking about consultation because the argument has been made that there is no consultation provisions in the Act, that there are no provisions made for consultation. Again, I use the word, and I use the word very politely. That's nonsense. So let us take a look at the consultation provisions here that exists now. And remember, what I'm talking about is a consultation process that must be engaged before you even reach NARA. And that has not fallen away. You still have that. A local authority may direct the holding of a public or private consultation in the area under its jurisdiction. You hear me? Consultation must take place, and all interested parties have a right to be heard. And interested parties including owner, occupier, and persons in the neighborhood. And let's talk about notification. It hasn't fallen away. It continues to exist under the Building Act, where notice must be given. And when that notice is given, it must include certain things. Not only describing the development, it must contain a statement that any interested person who is aggrieved by or has objections to the carrying out of the building work may register his objections with the local authority. That still exists. And it doesn't matter whether it's a NARA development or not, that still exists. And then there are provisions under the Town and Country Planning Act, many of which kicks in before you even get to the provisions in NARA. So, All these provisions that I've mentioned on consultations, and there are many more, they matter. And the provision on consultation in NARA that allows for persons affected or likely to be affected to be consulted matters and matters deeply. And it is important to note, Mr. President, that it goes much, much, much further than what currently obtains under these development laws that I just mentioned. Under these laws, the consultation and notice provisions are strong, they are powerful, and hello, they are still alive. Mr. President, I am very heartened by the provision in the NARA bill that deals with consultation. And I'm equally heartened that many persons hopefully will now have a better appreciation of the fact that their protections that existed before NARA continue to exist. And let us quickly mention a case that was decided recently. That case does not touch or trouble NARA in any manner whatsoever, because that case deals with a situation where planning permission was denied by the authorities, and the applicant Bengal appealed to the minister, and the minister reversed the decision taken by the authorities. There is no power of reversal set out in NARA. None. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe in that piece of legislation that you want to quarrel about, but it is not NARA. And one of the reasons why I'm heartened by the provisions in NARA and the extent of the protection that I see being provided to the people of Jamaica is that it shows that this government, this Dr. Andrew Michael Holness government respects the voice of the people in decision making. That's what it means. Mr. President, it means that communities will not be ignored. Consultation is real in NARA. It means that citizens will not be sidelined, and it means that construction will not happen behind closed doors or beyond the reach of the Jamaican people. Consultation under this framework, Mr. President, is not optional. It is not symbolic. It is a legal obligation embedded directly into the architecture of the legislation itself. And that is important, Mr. President, because lasting national resilience cannot be built only with concrete and steel. One of Jamaica's greatest development challenges has never been the absence of ideas. We're a people of ideas and song and dance and kumbaya, but it has been the absence of coordination. And Clause 19, Mr. President, may very well be one of the most consequential provisions in this entire legislation because it forces Jamaica to confront a painful truth. It is grounded in a simple but powerful principle that Jamaica cannot continue rebuilding vulnerably. We cannot continue. We have repaired roads that collapse after the next heavy rainfall. I drove on one recently, the hills of St. Mary, and was appalled at the deterioration because of some rain. We have restored infrastructure that was never designed for the realities of a changing climate, and ordinary Jamaicans have paid the price for those missteps. Mr. President, this clause does not merely speak about rebuilding. It speaks about rebuilding intelligently, responsibly, and sustainably, which is another hallmark of this government. Again, Mr. President, consultation is not optional under this framework. It is critically important in a modern world where conditions evolve rapidly. Climate threats evolve. Weather patterns evolve. Economic realities evolve. And national planning must be capable of adapting in real time. There must be reporting, there must be oversight, and there must be accountability. And Clause 19.3, Mr. President, may be one of the most humane and forward-looking provisions contained anywhere in this legislation.
And no doubt one of the other speakers that come after you will deal with it.
Because, Mr. President, at its heart, this clause is about protecting people. Clause 19.3 provides How much do we have left? Let me look.
I can't do that.
About 10 minutes, Mr. President.
No, I can't.
Everybody 5 minutes, Mr. President.
Everybody has 30 minutes. Come again? You want me to tell you that?
No, I'm quite fine with that. Mr. President, Clause 19.3, as I said, may be one of the most humane. It provides that the development of projects, programs, and plans shall prioritize the needs of any specially vulnerable areas, the achievement of climate and disaster resilience, and solutions that are informed by historical and current natural and climatic environmental processes, including wind, rainwater percolation, groundwater flow, and surface water flow, and mitigate, yes, Mr. President, I'm wrapping, or minimize adverse natural hazard and environmental impact. Mr. President, I believe that you have all been very generous in listening to me today. And I believe, Mr. President, that it must be patently and abundantly clear that I support this bill without reservation. And I thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator Rose Bennett Cooper. Senator Tomlinson. 1 minute. I need a 420 motion, I'm informed. 1 minute.
Mr. President, might the standing orders be suspended to allow the sitting to proceed beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
Members should have heard the motion. Those in favor? Against? Senator Tomlinson, that's you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, in response to what I just heard in the debate, all I can say, Mr. President, is that there are some lawyers I would never even consider to defend me in a traffic court because the quality of the interpretation of the law would be so poor that I think I would lose that case, Mr. President. And there are a lot of misconceptions about the bill that was expressed by the member, and I will, during the course of my presentation, respond to those misconceptions. But I want to begin with this. I notice that there is a concerted effort on the part of those on that side to disingenuously distort the position of those on this side with respect to the Naira bill. And I want to state clearly, without ambiguity, Mr. President, that we on this side are not opposed to reconstruction. We're not opposed to resilience. We lost constituents in Hurricane Melissa. We watched communities in Westmoreland, in St. Elizabeth, in St. James be devastated in ways that this country has not seen since Hurricane Gilbert. We understand as acutely as anyone in this chamber the urgency of getting the recovery right. But it is precisely because we understand the scale of what this authority will be asked to do, precisely because we understand the billions of dollars that will flow through this entity, the regulatory powers that it will wield, the statutory bodies that it will be able to override, that we cannot, Mr. President, in good conscience, stand here and wave this bill throughout without saying what needs to be said. Throughout the whole debate on this bill, the question has never been whether Jamaica needs to rebuild. So when I hear them distorting the position of this side, I must say that the question is whether this bill, in its current form, gives the Jamaican people the governance framework and the accountability architecture that an undertaking of this magnitude demands. And the answer, Mr. President, is that it does not. I want to place on record the opposition's deep regret at the manner in which the legislation has been handled. This is not a routine bill. This bill creates a statutory body with powers to override decisions of a regulatory authority in the country. It allows a single minister by order to override those bodies without gazetting that order, without reporting to Parliament, without any public record of having done so. It allows a chief executive officer appointed by the Prime Minister to enter into transactions and sign contracts of unlimited value unilaterally with no co-signatory, no board authorization, no financial threshold. And it was seemingly brought to this Parliament with the expectation that it would pass with minimal opposition. Civil society raised concerns. Members of the government, members of their side, raised concerns. The opposition raised concerns, clause by clause, with specific legislative remedies attached to each. The government moved amendments that addressed a minority of the concerns. And it comes to the Senate and asking us to pass this bill. Mr. President, that is not good enough. And this side will say no. The government has shown contempt for criticism of the bill and a dangerous disregard for the simple truth that confidence in this legislation must be earned through engagement with contrasting views. Mr. President, the deficiencies in this bill should be taken in the context of the level of trust that the government is asking of the people. When a government asks its citizens to accept a statutory body with vast powers, a single unaccountable executive, no governing board, no audit committee, no mandatory parliamentary visit by the CEO, Mr. President, when it asks for that level of trust, the threshold question is, has the government demonstrated through its conduct in office the kind of probity and respect for institutional boundaries and constitutional norms that would justify any administration being given this kind of unrestrained executive authority over billions of public dollars? The record speaks for itself. The government has faced repeated adverse findings in our courts on constitutional grounds. This is a government whose record of respect for constitutional constraints has been tested and found wanting, not by the opposition, but by the judiciary. When the courts of this land have had occasion to examine whether that administration has remained within its constitutional boundaries, the rulings have not been flattering. That is a matter of public record, and it is directly relevant to whether this Senate should be comfortable passing legislation that concentrates this much unreviewed executive power in the administration's hands. Mr. President, further to that fact, in a country where procurement irregularities have been a persistent feature of public life, where major infrastructure projects have been plagued by cost overruns, i.e. Cornwall Regional Hospital, and questionable contractor selections, this government is asking us to create a procurement and project delivery vehicle with less oversight than the bodies that already exist. Mr. President, this is extraordinary. I want to be clear, Mr. President, that This is an argument that good governance does not depend on personal integrity of those who happen to hold power at any given time. Good governance depends on systems and structures, checks and balances that work regardless of who is in office. The tragedy of this bill is not that it creates NARA, is that it creates NARA without institutional architecture that would make it trustworthy under this current government. Now, Mr. President, I want to move to some of the structural deficiencies that I have identified, and we have repeated them on our side, and I will speak about two of them, and then I will move into a broader substantive point. On the substance of the bill itself, because of the concerns on this side, we will repeat that the bill is problematic. There's a blanket exemption from the performance investment management system, Mr. President. There's a provision in this bill, Mr. President, there's a provision in this bill that has received far too little attention in the public discourse. I'm speaking about Section 26, which grants a blanket exemption for all approved reconstruction and resilience projects and all designated strategic investment projects from key provisions of the public investment management system. For the benefit of the Senate, let me explain what the PIMS is and what it does. PIMS was established in 2014 through the amendments to Section 48J of the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the creation of the fourth schedule of that act. It is Jamaica's primary statutory framework for the preparation, appraisal, approval, and management of public investment projects. Every public investment project, irrespective of the source of funding and the type of procurement or implementation method used, has to be subjected to this. Its stated purpose is to promote transparency and accountability in the design, implementation, and assessment of public investments, to maximize efficiency through better project selection, and to ensure that the government receives value for money. It does through a structured process involving the Public Investment Management Committee, chaired by the Minister of Finance, a technical review committee chaired by the Director General of the PIOJ, and expert input from institutions including the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Cabinet, the DBJ, and NEPA. In short, Mr. President, the PIMS is an independent, multi-institutional gate through which every major public investment in Jamaica must pass. Section 26 of the NARA bill removes that gate entirely for NARA projects. Section 26 exempts every single project that NARA will implement from the very PIMS provisions that are supposed to provide that assurance. The government cannot simultaneously rely on PIMS as a safeguard and then exempt NARA projects from PIMS. It is one or the other, and Section 26 of this bill makes it clear which one the government has chosen. The specific provisions being disapplied in the Financial Administration and Audit Act are Section 48B, 2B, and Section 48J of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, and the fourth schedule. The fourth schedule operationalizes it, establishing the project appraisal process, the cost-benefit analysis requirements, the risk assessment framework, and the value for money evaluation that every project must pass through before cabinet approval. By exempting NARA projects from these provisions, this bill becomes an independent technical appraisal that determines whether a project is financially viable, whether it represents value for money, whether its risks have been properly identified and mitigated, and whether it is consistent with Jamaica's strategic development objectives. Now, Mr. President, I anticipate that the government's response will be that speed is of the essence, that reconstruction cannot wait for the full PIMS cycle, and that the urgency of the post-hurricane environment justifies a streamlined approach. And I want to engage with that argument seriously, because in principle, it is not without merit. There are circumstances in which emergency procurement and expedited project approval are legitimate and necessary. But that argument, even at its strongest, justifies a modified PIMS process, an expedited appraisal, a compressed timeline, a streamlined technical review committee, not a blanket exemption from the appraisal entirely, Mr. President. The choice before this bill was not between PIMS in full and no PIMS at all. That's a false choice that the government has presented before us, and this Senate should name it as such. What makes the exemption particularly troubling is the company it keeps in this legislation. Consider that NARA projects will now operate without independent cost-benefit analysis under the PIMS, independent project approval by the Technical Review Committee, and the scrutiny of the Public Investment Management Committee chaired, Mr. President, by public officials in the respective ministries, departments, and agencies. Now consider what they have already included in this bill. Fast-track directives under Section 22 that can override statutory regulators. Stepping powers under Section 24 that can override those same regulators in secret, because there's no requirement that these be gazetted or made public to Parliament or to the Jamaican people. Cabinet designation powers under Section 25 that rest on no legally defined purposes. A secrecy provision under Section 14 that criminalizes disclosure of information obtained in the course of administration, and a broad indemnity under Sections 15 and 16 that protects officials even in circumstances of criminal proceedings. Mr. President, each of these proceedings, taken alone, raises questions. Taken together and combined with the removal of PIMS scrutiny, they describe a procurement and investment environment with fewer checks, fewer safeguards, and less independent oversight than virtually any comparable program in this country's history. The question the Senate must put before the government is, what replaces PIMS? If the independent appraisal, cost-benefit analysis, and value for money evaluation that PIMS provides are being reviewed, what compensating mechanism is inserted in their place? And the honest answer, Mr. President, there is nothing. When you examine the bill, there is nothing that provides that. At a minimum, Mr. President, the bill should replace that blanket PIMS exemption with a provision establishing an expedited appraisal process, one that preserves the core requirements of independent technical review, cost-benefit analysis, and value for money assessment, while acknowledging the time pressures of reconstruction. The Technical Review Committee of PIMS could be convened on a compressed timeline for NARA projects. The Ministry of Finance, Mr. President, through the PIMC, could also be preserved in a modified form. That's the first concern. And I'm not the only one speaking about this. Civil society has also raised this concern. I move to my second issue with respect to a deficiency in the bill, Mr. President. The Prime Minister can influence the external audit. And we have heard them. They said that NARA is subjected to oversight mechanisms and accountability framework. The problem, Mr. President, with respect to the external audit that they have pointed to, is that there can be executive interference in the selection of who performs this external audit. So, Mr. President, let me begin this. You didn't read the bill for yourself, so be quiet. I'll explain it for you. The bill, Mr. President, the bill has no audit committee. There's no risk management committee. There's no internal auditor. There is no governance body of any kind to which the CEO is accountable in real time, against whose judgment his decisions can be tested, whose authorization is required before major contracts are executed. The government, Mr. President, will no doubt point to the new mandatory semi-annual reporting requirement under the amended Section 10. And I want to be fair, it's an improvement. The CEO must now produce a report every 6 months and submit them to the minister within 14 days, and the minister must make them cause them to be laid in Parliament. That is better than what was there before. But an external audit, Mr. President, is retrospective. It tells you what has happened after the money has been spent. Semi-annual reports tell Parliament what has happened in the last 6 months. Neither mechanisms prevent a wrong decision from being made in real time. Neither substitutes, Mr. President, for the real-time, continuous, independent oversight that a properly constituted audit committee and internal audit function would provide. You cannot audit your way out of a governance failure that has already happened. The structures that prevent failure must come before the money moves, Mr. President. And when we turn to the external audit that this bill provides for, the problems do not end there. Section 9 requires the authority to keep proper accounts and to have those accounts audited annually. That is as it should be. And I do not quarrel with that, Mr. President. But the question is not whether there will be an audit. The question is whether the person conducting the audit is truly independent of the entity being audited under this bill. And the answer is, it doesn't have to be so. Because, Mr. President, let's look. In the original bill that was tabled, the auditor was appointed by the CEO with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary. The amendment improved on that, which was a welcomed improvement, but it didn't go far enough. The new bill, Mr. President, now requires that the auditor be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary with the approval of the Cabinet. Mr. President, I want this Senate to sit with that arrangement for a moment. The Cabinet Secretary reports to the Prime Minister. The Cabinet is the Prime Minister's Cabinet. The auditor who will examine NARA's account is appointed by an official who answers to the Prime Minister with the approval of the Prime Minister's Cabinet. And we're told, Mr. President, that this arrangement provides some independent audit oversight. It does not. It provides the appearance of oversight while leaving the executive with its hands firmly on the lever that controls it. What this bill should do, and what I'm putting before the Senate as a specific amendment, is either vest the power to appoint NARA's external auditor directly in the Auditor General, or remove the executive from the appointment process entirely, or establish a statutory audit committee that includes a representative from the Auditor General and is responsible for overseeing the appointment and conduct of the audit in accordance with internationally recognized standards of independence. It's not acceptable for the Cabinet Secretary to appoint the auditor and the Cabinet approves that, when both the Cabinet and the Cabinet Secretary report to the Prime Minister. Mr. President, that is problematic. The third point I want to move to is with respect to the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Who gets the contracts? MSMEs are sidelined and left out. And the extent to which Minister Hill parades the country and talks about him being the greatest defender of MSMEs, I've not heard him bat for the MSMEs in the contracts that will be given under NARA. Mr. President, I want to turn to a dimension of this bill that has almost entirely been absent from public debate. And I think its absence is itself telling. We have spoken at length about governance and about audit and about ministerial powers and regulatory override. But there's a question that sits underneath all of those concerns, and it is this. When the billions start to flow, when contracts are awarded, when the projects are executed, who in Jamaica actually benefits? The bill is silent on that question. Completely, deliberately, and inexplicably silent. In a country, Mr. President, where wealth concentration and economic exclusion are persistent features of our development landscape, A silence about who can access reconstruction contracts is a policy choice of this government, and it is a wrong one. Let me be specific about what the bill does not contain. There are no MSME participation quotas in procurement contracts. There are no mandatory local content requirements favoring Jamaican businesses over foreign ones. There are no subcontracting percentage requirements on large projects that would compel prime contractors to bring smaller Jamaican MSMEs any advantage in competing for NARA work. There is no financing facilitation mechanism to help, Mr. President, smaller entities to benefit from the projects. Now consider, Mr. President, what the bill does contain. Section 25 sets the threshold for a designated strategic investment project at $15 million. Mr. President, $15 million is approximately 2.3 billion Jamaican dollars at current exchange rates. That's a floor. That is the entry for the category of projects that will attract the fast-track directive powers, the stepping orders, the cabinet designation, and the approvals machinery that the bill creates. Mr. President, and Section 41C empowers NARA to procure goods, works, and services for the implementation of projects, programs, and plans, with no requirement anywhere in that procurement power that any portion of the procurement be accessible to, reserved for, or structured to include Jamaican micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is not something I came up with on my own, Mr. President. This is coming out of consultation with the stakeholders in the MSME sector, the small business operators, Mr. President, who would want to participate in the contracts that will be issued under NARA. Mr. President, large infrastructure contracts have a well-documented gravitational pull toward large, established, well-capitalized firms, often multinational ones that have the compliance infrastructure, the surety capacity, the insurance arrangements, and the technical accreditation to meet the requirements of major procurement contracts. An MSME in Westmoreland or in St. James, one of the parishes that bore the brunt of the Hurricane Melissa, that builds, that does construction, that has a small fleet and an experienced workforce, that does not have a legal department to prepare a compliant bid package for $2.3 billion infrastructure project. Mr. President, it does not have any bonding capacity for a prime contractor on a project of that size that is required to carry out and to provide a capacity for small enterprises to be included. What makes this more troubling, Mr. President, is the context in which NARA operates. Hurricane Melissa did not devastate the corporate headquarters of New Kingston. It devastated communities, farming communities, fishing communities, small businesses in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and the other western parishes. The people who lost most are by and large the people with the least access to the capital, the connections, and the compliance capacity that the large public procurement demands. A reconstruction program that builds the roads those communities depend on, the hospitals they use, the schools that the children attend, but that channels the economic benefit of that reconstruction to large established contractors and foreign firms is a reconstruction program that rebuilds the infrastructure of those communities while bypassing the economic recovery of the people who live in them. That is not resilience, Mr. President. That is reconstruction for some and exclusion for the rest. And that, Mr. President, is problematic. There were some arguments made by the speaker before me, and in the last few minutes that I have, Mr. President, I must respond to them. It provides no remedy for affected persons whose concerns are ignored. That's a fact. The bill provides no remedy for affected persons whose concerns are ignored. If the authority holds a consultation, hears from a community that their land will be destroyed and that they have no alternative accommodation, and then proceeds with the project anyway without addressing those concerns, what can that community do, Mr. President? Nothing. Section 17.4 provides no answer. There is no grievance mechanism. There is no right to require reconsideration, no right to approach a tribunal or court specifically to enforce the consultation obligation. The only route, Mr. President, is judicial review, which brings us back to 5 years and significant resources. Mr. President, there must be some kind of recourse mechanism included in the bill for those persons whose concerns will become loud, those whose concerns, Mr. President, will become apparent. Mr. President, in closing, the measure of a legislature is not whether it passes legislation quickly. The measure of a legislature is whether it passes legislation that works, that serves the people it is meant to serve, that holds power accountable, that builds institutions capable of serving the government of the day and serving the governments that follow. NARA could be that institution, only if you would open your ears and listen. Only if you would relax the arrogance and listen, NARA could be that institution. This bill, in its current form, does not build that institution. It builds something else, something fast, something flexible, something convenient for the executive, Mr. President. Something that can circumvent regulatory authority, Mr. President. And it asks the Jamaican people to trust that the persons who hold power will use it wisely, with no legal obligation to be transparent in a sufficient way, no board to answer to, and no parliament committee where the CEO is required for questioning by the people's representatives. Mr. President, trust is not a governance mechanism. Oversight is a governance mechanism. Accountability is a governance mechanism. Transparency is a governance mechanism. This bill provides too little of all three, and this side of the Senate will continue to say so for as long as it takes for that message to be heard by my arrogant colleagues on that side. We support reconstruction of Jamaica. We support the establishment of an authority equal to that task. We do not support and we will not vote in favor of that bill that asks Jamaica.
Senator,
thank you, Mr. President.
1 minute. Just 1 minute.
I have 16 seconds. Can you pause the clock, Mr. President? I have 16 seconds.
Hello.
I have.
Hello. Tomlinson, 1 minute. Mr. Tomlinson. Mr. Tomlinson.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Tomlinson. Hello. Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Tomlinson. Senator Tomlinson, I'm talking to you now.
Yes, Mr. President.
1 minute. A point of order has been taken. I'm going to listen to it. It is for me to inquire what it is, not you. So just hang on.
Yes,
and
Mr.
you will
President.
Get back the 3 minutes that you have lost, or 2
Thank you,
minutes,
Mr.
whatever
President.
it is.
Shut up.
What? Senator Tomlinson, would you have a seat, please?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the point of order I'm raising is a point of order supported by Standing Order 35-4. And I have had myself to suffer Senator Tomlinson's offensive remarks. 35-4 says it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either chamber. To call somebody arrogant in this chamber in that manner was insulting and offensive. He made a remark in relation to Senator Bennett Cooper at the very start of his presentation. Look, I'm not here to teach him manners. He wishes to be uncharitable, let him be uncharitable, but what he cannot do is breach the standing orders. And I am maintaining, Mr. President, that he has done so, and he ought to apologize.
Senator Tomlinson, just withdraw the use of the word and then complete your statement, please. Come now, please. Mr. Tomlinson, withdraw.
Mr. President, I have no challenge withdrawing the use of that term. I think the Jamaican people know for themselves
George,
what they
you have
think
withdrawn
of
it,
that
so let's-
side.
you have-
So, Mr. President, I withdraw that term. I have no challenge doing that. But I end by saying, Mr. President, that we support the establishment of an authority equal to the task. We do not support and we will not vote in favor of a bill that asks the Jamaican people to place their confidence, their money, and their futures in an institution that is structurally incapable of accounting for how it uses any of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tomlinson. Thank you, Senator Tomlinson. Senator Gale.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I first want to say that I want to rise and support this bill. And in doing so, let me just state, and let me just respond to something that Senator Tomlinson would have suggested. This is going to be a legislation that works and will work for the people of Jamaica. You know, President, the day that we sat in this parliament and this presentation was made is the day that we would have transformed an intention to change Jamaica. And this presentation was the day that would have started the whole discussion and debate around NARA. I want to commend the most honorable Prime Minister for his thought-provoking and interest in this transformative kind of legislation. Yes. President, I also want to use the opportunity to commend the drafters on quickly aligning policy in creating this legislative framework. Sometimes these are people who work behind the scenes. Yes. I want to use the opportunity to commend them. You know, President, in that other space, and also this one, there's the call by the opposition for the use of a joint select committee in the pursuance of this legislation. And you know, I've worked in a number of joint select committees. This is a legislation that is one that is aiming not only for recovery, but to shift towards transformation. Yes. But it requires a level of urgency to it. Now, when you establish a joint select committee, there's going to be some time spent in sending out the notice, awaiting application, awaiting submissions, starting to meet. And the thing about a joint select committee, you have to allow all the intended applicants who submit to exercise and extend their submission thoroughly. Yes. And we have no control over the number of applications or submissions. And so we have to give them that order and that sense of priority. It's not a means of urgency. We also have to take into consideration, Mr. President, the fact that coming out of those consultations with the respective applicants, there's the establishment of a matrix. And that matrix also has to go through another thorough sense of probity. Now, President, let's understand something. And I look back at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. And this is what now dissuades us from going through the process of a joint select committee in the manner in which a joint select committee operates. It says, for the efficient and coordinated and transparent management of, and I quote, this particular area, extraordinarily time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. Extraordinary time-bound. That means there is no use of delay. And then, to withstand future climatic and geophysical events, we're in the month of May. When we go into June, none of us in this room or this chamber can determine the extent of the hurricane season. So guess what? Let's understand we have to act with a level of urgency. Mr. President, C says to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors to address the structural, economic, and vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa. So we know what happened. We all know of the extent of what happened on October 28, 2025. We knew of the expenditure and the need for recovery. There is absolutely no need to delay. We have to be focused and press on. And Mr. President, this is a government that has been tried, tested, and proven with challenges. We know how to plan, we know how to implement, and we know how to execute. And so we want to be sure that we're following in suit with D to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. So it's not just about recovery. It's about the shift from recovery to transformation. Mr. President, this legislation embraces a build back better approach rather than just simple restoration. And we're looking at prioritizing our own climate resilience, modern infrastructure, and improved use of, our own planning. As a trade unionist, we understood what took place in that side of the country, where you would have loss of jobs and loss of livelihoods, where people are still trying to make ends meet. And we can't spend the time deliberating. We have to move swiftly to make that change of restoration for the working class in this country. And this bill is designed to accelerate public and private investment in priority sectors. Mr. President, this reconstruction will require labor at all levels, the skilled labor, the semi-skilled, and even the unskilled labor. This piece of legislation, the pursuance of it, is going to be seen as one of the major opportunities for employment generation across this country. We cannot delay in the pursuance of this legislation. And so we want to ensure that our workers must be active participants of this reconstruction process. We want to ensure that, we shape labor standards and we have the protection and we have the infusion of proper workforce policies. Mr. President, I want to turn to the authority, the role and function of the authority. Because when you look at it in Section 4, it is very expansive in nature. But equally important is the emphasis on performance and accountability and the requirements for clear indicators, reporting standards, project tracking system signals a shift towards, Mr. President, results-based governance. It's a different thing that we intend to do. So this is not just about setting up an authority. It is about setting up a system that is practicable for the future to be replicated by all institutions and agents in Jamaica. And President, if we get this authority right, it will be the semblance of not only for the public sector, but also to be driven and to be utilized in the private sector. Mr. President, I looked at section clause 12, corporate plan. It says, by or before the 30th day of September in each year, the authority shall submit to the minister for approval a corporate plan and an operating plan and its estimates of revenue and expenditure for each financial year. Now, Mr. President, what this provision does is that it anchors the work of the authority in a structured, forward-looking planning and financial discipline. It ensures that the authority does not operate on an ad hoc basis, but instead functions with clear priorities, defined programs, measurable targets, and a transparent budget aligned to the national reconstruction goals. Mr. President, it also strengthens the oversight. As the Minister, by extension, this Parliament will be in a position to assess not only what is being done, but how effectively the resources are being allocated and utilized. In essence, Mr. President, this clause introduces a predictability, accountability, and strategic coherence in the operations of the authority. It compels the leadership to think ahead, set targets, and align execution with national priorities. Mr. President, that is the focus of the Honorable Prime Minister, the pursuance of productivity and of moving to a productivity culture in Jamaica. And what better way than to start with this authority? So, on the onset, and I want to propose a kind of policy focus on the onset that the authority should adopt, in my mind, as a matter of policy, a performance measurement system as part of its overall compensation for productivity. So you set this system in place so we can evaluate, and that evaluation can come back to Parliament, where Parliament can review the progress. What gets measured gets done. And so this performance measurement should be done at the corporate level, where performance incentive would be tied to the successful delivery of national reconstruction targets, timelines, budget adherence, and the overall impact. We can also extend it, Mr. President, to the divisional level, where the various teams would be assessed based on the execution of specific projects and programs under their responsibility. And then we drill down further to the individual level, where the workers and the professionals will be evaluated on clearly defined inputs, efficiency, and contribution to results. Mr. President, this is a very important initiative. Now, I want to turn to, because I hear the argument around consultation and why we're not consulting. When you talk about consultation, consultation has to be precise and targeted. It's not that you just come and talk to the people. So the intent proposed by the opposition is the consultation should take place by way of the Joint Select Committee. That's what I hear most of you saying. But I want to advance a different perspective in this consultation, because there are some persons who are never going to be brave enough to come into the parliament. And you have some who might believe that they are coming under the rubric of submissions. And some of those submissions have their own intent. But when you look at 17, the approved projects, and 17.4, the authority shall, in developing and for monitoring the implementation of reconstruction and resilience project, programs and plans, hold consultation with persons affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. Now, in my mind, Mr. President, that is not a situation where the consultation is taking place, where the people have to come to the authority. This is one where the authority must go to the people.
Even better.
So there is a direct interface, at a live and direct approach in engaging with the people at the appropriate time when you are doing the changes and the implementation. So the bill, in my mind, is very clear in terms of the focus and the targeted approach in terms of consultation, when it is fresh, Mr. President, and when it's alive. So, Mr. President, in my mind, this bill represents far more than just a legislative response to a national disaster. It is a blueprint for how Jamaica chooses to rebuild, reform, and reposition itself for the future. You know, the devastation we experience, it demands urgency. Yes. But it also demands discipline, coordination, and vision.
No run with
That's what we are putting in this piece of legislation.
No run with it business.
And through the establishments of this authority, supported, sir, by clear functions, the strong oversights that we have been talking about, and the structured planning requirements, we're putting in place the architecture to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is efficient, transparent, and results-driven. And Mr. President, from a labor perspective, and you can characterize labor in more than one way.
We love labor.
This, in my mind, is a defining moment. It is an opportunity to expand employment, strengthen workforce participation, and embedded a culture of productivity and performance that benefits both workers and the wider economy. And Mr. President, this is where I'm calling. This is where I'm calling on businesses to make their labor force in a state of readiness for this kind of development. The training that is going to be required, the certification that is going to be required, the motivation that is going to be required. If we are deliberate enough, if we are deliberate in our approach, and we start moving steadfastly, particularly in linking planning and measurable outcomes and incentives, we can ensure that the reconstruction becomes a pathway to empowerment for the working people of this country. And so, Mr. President, the call for us to build together. You know, the best laid plans can have concerns. The best laid plans can have concerns. And it's how we treat with those concerns, and it's how we continue to evaluate as we progress. And so, Mr. President, build forward together must therefore be more than a slogan. It must be reflected in how we plan, how we execute, and how we share the benefits of the development. It must mean partnership, inclusion, and accountability at every level. And President, I'm of the profound view that if we get this right, we will not only restore what was lost, we will create a stronger and more resilient and more productive Jamaica. So, Mr. President,
You know what you're praying for, Lamy.
I support this bill and commend the entire Honorable Senate to support it also. May it please.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I made sure, Mr. President, that I sanitize my presentation of anything related to body-worn cameras, because I really do not want to be deprived of my 30 minutes inadvertently. Mr. President, I rise today to contribute to this debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilient Authority Bill 2026, a bill, Mr. President, which the government purports as a framework for recovery, resilience, and reconstruction in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Instead, what is before this Honorable Senate is a sweeping legislative instrument that centralizes unprecedented power in the executive, weakens environmental and planning safeguards, sideline independent oversight bodies, threatens customary and constitutional rights, and opens doors for the fast-tracking of large-scale private investment projects, particularly along Jamaica's coastline. Mr. President, during the Senate debate on Casino Gambling Regulations 2025 on April 17, I warned the House that the proposed NARA would become the mechanism through which strategic projects will be expedited, many of them private sector-led coastal developments tied to the exclusive tourism model. At the time, Mr. President, some dismissed those concerns as speculative because I exposed the underlying direction of NARA. However, Mr. President, we would have heard the minister who opened the debate in the Senate last week that Fast Jamaica, which is akin to NARA, is intended to accelerate tourism projects, real estate developments, urban renewal projects, logistic hubs, manufacturing investments, and major private capital projects. Mr. President, the Senate must pay careful attention here, because once we connect the bill to the wider policy direction of the government, the picture becomes clearer. A pattern emerging. A pattern is emerging for fast-track projects, expanded executive discretion, reduced regulatory resistance, and coastal and tourism-oriented development acceleration. And so the concerns many Jamaicans have are now entirely legitimate. Is NARA truly a disaster reconstruction mechanism, or is it a parallel development regime for major investment projects? Because, Mr. President, under Clause 25, Cabinet may designate virtually any sector as strategic, where any project over 15 million that contributes to economic resilience may qualify. That is extraordinarily broad. And this is how, Mr. President, mission creep begins. The bill will no longer be about rebuilding communities like Catherine Hall and Estuary in St. James and all the other communities that were seriously devastated by Hurricane Melissa and who are patiently waiting to be resiliently constructed by this government. The bill will not be about restoring vulnerable communities, repairing damaged homes, or bringing potable water to neglected communities. Mr. President, the government's own pronouncements have confirmed exactly what I warned about then. Mr. President, the executive director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Kerry Wallace, publicly stated that the planned redevelopment for Montego Bay Hip Strip, the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, could fall under NARA because, and I quote, there are some huge plans under the NARA program stretching from the Montego Bay Port Corridor towards Trelawney. Mr. President, the statement is profoundly revealing. Who exactly is NARA being built for? Hotel investors, the mega development consortium, or the ordinary Jamaican in communities still struggling with deplorable roads, damaged homes, and no reliable water? Mr. President, let me talk a little bit about this mission creep and use water as an example. In an Observer article entitled "No Longer a Pipe Dream," Minister Matthew Samuda expressed great pride at the arrival of pipes to be used in Phase 1 of the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project. The minister used the opportunity to declare that without executive powers contemplated under the NARA legislation, and I quote, we will fail our citizens and not put them back on the path of growth. But Mr. President, despite promises by the government leading up to the 2025 general election that the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project would bring reliable pipe water directly into the homes of residents, any careful examination of the scope of that project would reveal that the promised improvements in water supply were never truly intended to benefit residents in sections of communities like Providence, Norwood, Glendevon, or even Salt Spring and the surrounding St. James communities. Mr. President, the harsh reality is that many communities still lack the basic infrastructure necessary to receive pipe water from any proposed source. Yes, there is nothing in the stated scope of the Western Resilience Water Improvement Project that meaningfully address and seek to remedy this deficiency. Indeed, Mr. President, I quote again from the said Observer article, the scope of the Western Resilient Water Improvement Project is designed to enhance interconnected hydraulics and storage, ensuring that the structural integrity of infrastructure can support the rapid economic growth and tourism growth in the region. Mr. President, the emphasis is therefore unmistakable. The primary focus of this project is not the long-neglected communities struggling daily without reliable water access, but rather the facilitation of rapid economic expansion in the tourism-driven development region. This is the creep in the scope that is inherent in NARA. Again, Mr. President, we ask the question, who exactly is NARA being built for? Mr. President, one of the gravest concerns with this bill relates to beach access right and the protection of customary access or prescription rights to Jamaica's coastline. The Prescription Act of 1822 remains one of the few legal mechanisms through which ordinary Jamaicans can defend customary rights acquired through long-standing use of beaches, rivers, fishing areas, bathing space, and coastal pathways. This is not a legal concept, Mr. President. There are the lived realities for fisher folks, for coastal residents, for the Rastafari community, and for ordinary Jamaicans whose relationship with the sea predates many of these luxury developments now occupying the coastline. Yet, Mr. President, NARA threatens to fundamentally undermine these rights. Under Clause 24, NARA may issue stepping orders that subordinate public and environmental interests to executive discretion. Under Clause 25, the minister is empowered to grant approvals with the same legal effect as if independent agencies themselves approve them. What does this mean in practical terms? It means, for example, that the executive can effectively bypass the National Resource Conservation Authority, its planning processes, its environmental safeguards, and independent oversight mechanism. It means projects can proceed before long-standing claims of customary use are resolved. It means communities can lose access first and fight later if they can afford to. Mr. President, there are several real examples where communities have already had to fight to preserve access to the coastal spaces and beaches. Miami Bay in St. Anne, Bob Marley Beach in Bull Bay, Blue Lagoon in Portland, Little Downs River in Waterous, and the flank of Providence Beach. We went to court yesterday, Mr. President, in St. James. In every one of these cases, ordinary Jamaicans found themselves in conflict with commercial interests supported by institutional power. Returning to the statement, Mr. President, made by the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Kerry Wallace, who publicly indicated that the planned development for the Montego Bay heat strip could ultimately fall under the authority of NARA. For those who don't know Montego Bay, Mr. President, for those who don't know Montego Bay, for those who are unfamiliar with Montego Bay, Mr. President, this area, this heat strip, Mr. President, is the home of the treasured one-man beach, a public recreational gem valued not only by residents of St. James, but also by Jamaicans visiting from across the island and the conscientious tourists. Mr. President, over the years, there have been repeated attempts, Mr. President, to divest this beach into private hands. Those efforts were consistently and vociferously resisted by ordinary citizens asserting customary and prescriptive rights to access and use. It is precisely because of that public resistance that these private interests were previously kept at bay. What is deeply concerning now is that NARA appears to position, or NARA appears to weaken and potentially dismantle the customary and prescriptive grip which people have maintained over one-man beach. And once customary public access is broken, Mr. President, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to restore. That is the real danger before us. The bill does not simply streamline development processes, it fundamentally restructures power in the manner that tilts the balance away from vulnerable communities and towards large capital-backed interests. Mr. President, gone back to Montego Bay, Mr. President. On March 9 of this year, I listened Senator Morgan. On March 9, I was going to call a party, but I guess I think thing that. On March 9th, Mr. President, I listened to Mr. Norman Brown, chairman of the UDC, berate residents of Flanker and surrounding communities for invoking their customary and prescriptive rights during a public consultation meeting on the EIA for Sandals Overwater Suites project in Montego Bay. Despite the mounting anomalies, contradictions, and apparent breaches identified in the EIA, the UDC chairman castigated residents and other stakeholders as being anti-development and remained resolute that the developments of this nature would be pursued aggressively and without apology. Mr. President, the risk, NARA risk institutionalizing and accelerating this very pattern. And this must concern every Jamaican, because beaches are not merely economic assets. They are part of our social inheritance. They are part of our cultural identity. They are part of the public commons. Mr. President, Mr. President, there's another deeply troubling contradiction at the heart of this bill. The government says NARA is about resilience and recovery. But where in this bill is the meaningful prioritization of the communities most devastated by Hurricane Melissa? Where is the clear legislative commitment to rebuilding homes and displaced families? Where is the guarantee that vulnerable communities will receive upgraded drainage infrastructure, retaining walls, climate-resilient housing, and restored community facilities? Where is the framework for rebuilding fishing villages and low-income settlements devastated by flood storm surge? Where is the national program for potable water access during the drought-prone and marginalized communities? Mr. President, across Jamaica today, there are communities still struggling. Yet the national conversation around NARA appears increasingly focused on fast-tracking corridor investment, tourism expansion zones, and redevelopment projects with high commercial returns. This is not resilience rooted in people. We never say it's a problem. You're continuously misquoting us. We are saying this is not resilience rooted in people. This is resilience rooted in capital. Instead, we have before us a bill that centralizes authority while reducing accountability. A bill that elevates executive discretion above independent oversight. A bill that risks transforming disaster recovery into an avenue for accelerating commercial restructuring of Jamaica's coastline. Mr. President, the Constitution of Jamaica is not suspended because there is an emergency. The rule of law does not become optional because projects are deemed strategic. A reliance cannot simply mean making Jamaica more attractive for investment while vulnerable communities remain exposed, neglected, and dispossessed. True resilience means protecting people, protecting rights, protecting community, protecting access, protecting livelihood. Mr. President, the opposition is not against development. We are not against reconstruction. You have heard it over and over. We are not against investment. But development without rights is disposition. Reconstruction without accountability is dangerous. And resilience without justice is exclusion. For these reasons, Mr. President, we urge the bill to be substantially amended along a number of lines, and we'll come to the committee session, so I'll not expose them here until we get to that session. But, Mr. President, Jamaica cannot be rebuilt by sacrificing the rights of ordinary Jamaicans, and Parliament must never permit disaster recovery to become the justification for democratic erosion, environmental degradation, and the enclosure of public space. The Jamaican people deserves resilience with justice, resilience with accountability, and resilience that builds community, not merely investment corridors. From the look of things, Mr. President, and I know I said I wasn't going to use the term, it looks like NARA, like the police, desperately needs body-worn cameras. Please, Mr. President.
Senator Bernard, thank you very much. Senator Sinclair. Thank you, Senator Bernard. Senator Bernard, thank you very much. Senator Sinclair. Senator Gale.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, I stand in full support of the bill entitled an act to make provision for the management and implementation of the post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa and for resilience generally to establish a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. Mr. President, that sounds like a mouthful, but in brief, the legislation proposes the creation of a special vehicle under a legal framework to undertake strategic development projects, programs in a coordinated, speedy, efficient, and resilient manner. And Mr. President, as I sat here and listened to the presenters across the floor, I wrote something on the top of my paper, and pardon me. But I say, young boy no know star. Young boy no know star, Mr. President. And some of the comments that I also heard across here was laced with misinformation. Misinformation that has to be corrected. And even in spite of the great presentation from Senator Rose Bennett Cooper that dealt with local authorities and the involvement of local authorities and even beyond that in respect to approving entities. I heard right after that comments being made across the floor by two speakers to say that there was exclusion of approving entities and regulators. That is the furthest thing from the truth. The reference to it was well spoken to, Mr. President, when you look at 24(1)(a. It says that you have step-in when the approving entity has not made a decision. Not made a decision. Not that they have made a decision and you overturn the decision. You have not made a decision. And in respect to the step-in, the procedures that have been laid out, my friend spoke clearly to that. But let us look at what 24(4) says. 24. Pardon me? No, 24(1)(b) speaks to conditions. You may have approval with conditions. And you can vary the conditions, but not to change the decision. You have approvals, and approvals are made with conditions. So you must understand what is contained within the bill. But then, Mr. President, let us go further to 24(4), which says that where the minister receives an application from the authority for a step-in order, the minister shall in writing, and that is important. It is not just something that is spoken about secretly. It is documented so that you have transparency and accountability. It is in writing. Notify the approving entity and give the approving entity the opportunity to make representation to the minister. So even when the minister gets involved, the approving entity is not excluded from the process under the step-in order. So we need to correct those things. And also quickly want to correct, Mr. President. Senator Tomlinson referred Cornwall Regional Hospital. Well, when you listen to Minister Tufton in the other place, he said if I had an hour, I would be far further down the wicket with Cornwall Regional Hospital. But he spoke about budget overruns and so forth. I asked where it is that he has that. What we have with Cornwall Regional Hospital, Mr. President, is that you have had a rescoping. You don't have budget overruns at Cornwall Regional Hospital. Mr. President, when I went and visited on a tour of Cornwall Regional Hospital to see exactly what was happening there, you know, when you look at it from the outside, you see the existing building. Mr. President, but when you go inside, it was totally, absolutely gutted from basement to the 10th floor. They had to remove the boiler. They had it on the inside because of how the design was done, and put it on the outside, Mr. President. So what started out as an air condition issue has gone way beyond. It's a total reconstruction and expansion. What is the expansion? You will now have 12 new operating theaters on the new Cornwall Regional Hospital. You will have the E&E department being double the size of what presently existed there. Increased bed capacity, upgraded infrastructure, Mr. President, in respect to the labs, radiology, and diagnostic services. The dietary services that were there are going to be expanded because you now have to satisfy 2 hospitals. The Western Regional Hospital in relation to the children's adolescent facility that is being constructed, as well as the expanded Cornwall Regional Hospital. A rescoping has been done, so it is significant. But Mr. President, when I looked in the other place and the results came out, we were informed as a listening public that all opposition voted against the bill. All opposition. I know I said to myself, is there short-sightedness? Or is it just bad mind? With the expectation of what is to come. Mr. President, what I want to find out from those persons in the other place who voted against the bill was whether they had consultation with their constituents before casting the vote, Mr. President. Mr. President, how many town hall meetings or community meetings did they have before they came here and voted against the bill? And I heard Senator Tomlinson say, right off the bat, they are voting against the bill on that side. That's what he has said. How many consultations have they had? Mr. President, if those answers are not provided with specifics and independent proof, it is my considered position that the opposition is mere politicking. They are anti-people, anti-development, and anti-Jamaica. Mr. President, sometimes I wonder whether the PNP, the opposition, suffer from schizophrenia, because their attitude and behavior leading up to today would suggest that. Mr. President, in some places, they say that the people are not benefiting from reconstruction. And now that we are creating the legal framework for faster response, the opposition is championing delay and the proposed from Joint Select Committee. So, President, we did the Cyber Crimes Act the other day, and it was stated during that debate that it was 2 years that that act, which now contains 35 sections, is not bigger than this one, you know. But it went through 2 years of a Joint Select Committee, Mr. President, before a report was generated out of that Joint Select Committee. The Joint Select Committees do have their rules, but, Mr. President, it is not in every situation or circumstance that has to use. And what I find strange about them on that side is that when there was the reform, the constitutional reform Joint Select Committee that was established, and they selected persons to attend that Joint Select Committee on constitutional reform, an important Joint Select Committee, Mr. President. None of them turned up at the Joint Select. None from that side. And they did not even have the courtesy to report back to the Senate or to the lower house as to why they did not turn up after being appointed by the Senate as well as by the lower house. So I have challenges with them. But, Mr. President, the Jamaican people in the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, and Trelawney can't wait any longer for the reconstruction process to commence, and to commence swiftly. They need implementation now. They need reconstruction which is strategic, They need coordination in planning and implementation. They need their lives and livelihoods to be restored and made better and more resilient. Mr. President, just this morning, on my way here, I got a copy of the Western Mirror. And on the front page, Mr. President, there is an article, 7 months of torture. And when you look on the photograph, this is a roadway that leads out of East Central St. James up into South St. James, a major roadway. The roadway has been removed, and a 72-year-old citizen, 76 actually, senior citizen, Mr. President, he has been forced to shell out tens of thousands of dollars to continuously remove mud because of the situation that exists. He cannot wait for this bill and for the circumstances to come. When you look on procurement, just to correct these type of infrastructure works that are needed, Mr. President, procurement delays are delays that take you forever. And I hear Senator Bernard across the floor saying that there is nothing in it for the ordinary citizen. But when you look on clause 4, and you take it around to clause 4.2, that says the authority shall have the power to carry out or secure the laying out and development of areas. That is where the ordinary people live. Mr. President, it speaks about the layout, construct, and rehabilitate of roads and buildings, and carry out such other building and engineering operations as may appear to it to be necessary or desirable in, on, over, or under the land within any area. Senator Bernard, this authority has the authority under this bill to deal with the situation that exists in West Green and in Catherine Hall and in many other areas that have been impacted by Hurricane Melissa. So you need to read the entire bill with that. I just want to say quickly, Mr. President, and to the people of Jamaica, that you can trust the Andrew Holness-led administration with large projects, with projects that will improve their lives. And I come here to state what are facts historically. So, President, the Macfield to Ferris main road in Western Jamaica, you know, the other side spoke about it again. When we came, we acted, Mr. President, and ensured that the main road from Macfield to Ferris was improved. Mr. President, the Constant Spring Road in Kingston and the dualization of Constant Spring Road and the 3 Mile overpass, Mr. President. Mr. President, when that was being done, when both projects were being done, the opposition said, no, don't do both projects at the same time. You're going to cause gridlock in Kingston. What was the response from Dr. Andrew Holness? He said, we have the capacity to do it. And it was done, Mr. President. And I take it to the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. Mr. President, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. Dr. Andrew Holness' administration brought legislation to this Parliament, namely the Public Procurement National Development Project Montego Bay Perimeter Road Project Order 2021. And when it came to the Senate for debate, Mr. President, we heard opposition to it from across the floor to say, guess what? You're handling too much money and you're removing the procurement guidelines. Mr. President, the executing agency that is set up to deal with the Montego Bay Perimeter Road has been dealing with a project with a value of United States $274 million, $42 billion, Mr. President. And this project is now very far advanced, and the potential for growth, development, and improved traffic flow is on the horizon in a very short period of time, 5 years. And we have made significant development and that is something that you criticized and said, oh, remove the procurement guidelines. This is what NARA is also doing to ensure that you have efficiency and speed in respect to the development. So, Mr. President, we as an administration are about action and performance and getting things done. Mr. President, let us compare them. And I want to bring up Riverton City. Done. Mr. President, in 1999, the Inter-American Development Bank provided to the then government, which is the now opposition, Mr. President, US 11.5 million, or at today's rate, 1.8 billion, to improve the conditions at Riverton and to develop a bigger and modern solid waste management development plan. In January 2007, US 7.68 million, 1.2 billion Jamaican dollars, was taken back as the PNP administration, from the PNP administration by the bank. As one writer said, they pussyfooted into a river of inaction, mediocrity, and delays. The Inter-American Development Bank, in its report, stated implementation was very unsatisfactory, and there was failure to meet the development objective. So we're comparing that side with our side. We are not the same, Mr. President. We are not the same. Mr. President, I raise those examples to say to all Jamaica that this administration can be trusted to do what is right under NARA. And this is the evidence that I present why people say Dr. Andrew Holness is the builder, Mr. President. Mr. President, I address the issues of local municipal participation, and I won't go further into that. I just want to comment quickly on some things that I saw in the public. Mr. President, there were comments that came from other places. One which said that there is no express statement that allows for what we call judicial review. That has been stated by persons outside of this parliament. Mr. President, what is my response to that? Judicial review does not have to be legislative. It does not have to be legislative. So I don't see why it is that we are about the need for the express statement in the bill for judicial review. It doesn't have to be legislative. Judicial review is a process under which a government, executive, legislative, or administrative actions are subject to review by the judiciary. And judicial review may always be sought once a public body or statutory body or authority exercise any public function. And what we have seen in this bill is that the authority falls into that category, and so any decision that they make, if a person feels challenged by it, they can seek judicial review. It does not have to be legislative, Mr. President. And the last comment I will make, based on comments that I've heard and read on the outside, about the CEO being indemnified if he acted honestly and in good faith and so forth, and persons are criticizing that aspect of it. It is what you find in almost any legislation, that if persons act in good faith, then they can get indemnity and they can be protected. In several bits of legislation that has been passed through the Senate, whether when they were in government or whether we are in government. Mr. President, one writer said, who expressed that concern, that it would mean that the CEO can say, well, well, I meant well, and that is sufficient. That is incorrect, because the term, Mr. President, is a term that has been dealt with by case law. Has been dealt with by case law. You can't just get up and say, well, I meant well, and that is it. That is not correct. And there is authority from our Court of Appeal that has dealt with that issue to say that good faith imputes honesty, sincerity, absence of intent to defraud or act with malice. It includes acting fairly and reasonably and done in the exercise of the designated functions and in the public interest. So not because the term good faith is used, it can be used willy-nilly. No. It is dealt with in our case law, and we must not go around and give this impression to the public that the CEO in the circumstances can do any and anything and then claim good faith and say that that is it. No. You have to be reasonable in what you do. You have to be honest in what you do. You have to be sincere in what you do, Mr. President, to be able to be protected by this term of good faith. So, Mr. President, one in those circumstances cannot commit fraud, theft, malfeasance, and then with gear abandon, or acting with gear abandon, negligence or carelessness, and then at the same time claim good faith. It will not be protected. Under the legislation, it is not protected by the case law that exists. Other things have been dealt with by my colleagues, and I believe others have other things to say, Mr. President, so I will end my commentary at this time and say that I support for the reconstruction, building with resilience, Mr. President, in Western Jamaica, from where I am from, and we have seen persons suffering, and that there are projects that have to be undertaken, Mr. President. I support this bill for building back stronger and building with resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Brown, it's coming around. You don't need it. Senator Brown, you're recognized. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, the days of the maze soon be over, man. Mr. President, it has been a long day. It has also been a divisive day. One would have thought that, given the importance to the other side of this bill, that we'll be trying to reach across the aisles, find grounds on which we could agree and move forward. But instead, some cursing and things. So let me start by saying, Senator Tomlinson has authorized me to say publicly that he made some remarks about Senator Rose Bennett Cooper, and that he regrets those remarks, and that he has actually sent you a note to that effect, apologizing for it. And that's the action of a decent man who recognize that in the heat of the moment, comments may be made, even jest, but the reality is he regrets what was said to you. In another attempt to find some common ground, Mr. President, I would like, on behalf of all the male senators, on that side and on this side, to wish all the mothers of the Senate a happy Mother's Day when it comes. I wish to extend that on our behalf to all the staff of the Parliament who are mothers as well. And that goes to the technical people who come here and to the security forces who protect us. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. In fact, to all the mothers of Jamaica. Mr. President, having gotten out that part on which there's common ground, let me borrow from Senator Bennett, lest we forget. There's a lot we shouldn't forget. It is my view that this bill is flawed. It is also, and I note, that civil society, probably 40 odd different civil... Probably 40 odd different organizations have expressed reservation of one sort or another in respect to the bill. I'd have hoped that at least the government would recognize their views, as well as the fact that the opposition has no problem with a vehicle for dealing with recovery. But there are areas in which we disagree. And a proposal was made. Let me make it clear. One of the reasons why people are disagreeing with aspects of the bill is something...
Senator Brown, engage your other microphone. Engage
So you're on butterfly zone?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Cool, yeah. A week or so ago, in the midst of this debate about this bill, I sent a message to Dr. Monroe. And I said, do you remember the book entitled Constitutional Decolonization, The Case of Jamaica, 1940s to 62. Dr. Monroe, relax, leave Apka alone. Leave him alone. Alan, you leave him alone. Alan, leave him alone. Alan, don't. Just let me deal with it. So, Dr. Monroe, a Rhodes Scholar, wrote that as his thesis. And he published it. And it has been the foundation of many first-year students in politics at the university. In that book, which I read way back in the 70s, Monroe warned of the possibility, and that's the central thesis of the book, the possibility of a prime minister dictatorship. And I believe that fundamentally the concerns of citizens is that this bill goes too far and heads in the direction of a prime ministerial dictatorship. And I'm very clear, President, that when they're in opposition, they don't like the awesome powers that our Constitution gives to a prime minister. So much so that when they were in opposition recently, they wanted to take away the power of the prime minister to fix the election date, to set the election date. And when they came to power, having promised to have fixed election date, they resigned from it. Lest we forget. The Joint Select Committee, of which we are called for, can be time-bound, can meet regularly, including on weekends, and need not be meeting only in this chamber. Senator Gale and I sat on the BOJ, and credit to Minister then Nigel Clark. We met on Saturdays. We met during Christmas, and we got the BOJ bill ready. It's about the leadership. Many of the Joint Select Committee, of which Senator Sinclair speaks, for example, you have a meeting now, another one a month, 2 months down the line. It's about leadership. Yes. It's about priority. Yes. And the opposition is committed. Is committed to a quick turnaround of a Joint Select Committee. Yes. And it makes good sense. Absolutely. It can be done quickly. It can improve the democracy. It gets us harmony in legislation. It reduces confusion. It reduces uncertainty. And it makes better bills. So I stand on the need for the Joint Select Committee. The government says this bill is urgent. And I laugh. Because if it was urgent, there would be a date set for it to come into operations. Because that's how we set bills up. We have bills with date for it to come into operation, or a date to be appointed by the minister. If this was urgent, we'd say 1st of June, 1st of July. But no, it is for a date to be set by the minister. So too as Senator Rahman Small Ferguson pointed out, there's no dissolution date. So it's clear that the intention of this is for it to be a permanent arrangement under the guise of having a sunset clause, because sunset cometh and we know when it comes. But here, there is no specific time for the sunset clause. So the urgency is not an answer for why we're not having the fullest approach of opening this bill to the public and to the parliamentary discourse outside of the way we're doing it today. We'll have had a better bill, I believe. Also, President, Clause 27 requires that the minister, after consultation with the authority, may make regulations for the implementation of the bill. Minister, is the regulations ready? Are they available? Will this be another case where, like the Road Traffic Act, we pass legislation, or the Building, or the Disability Act, and the regulation take a long time to follow, which nullify the argument that there's an urgency in this bill. Mr. President, the last time the urgency argument was used here, Senator Scott Motley pointed it out. 2017. You were in your first term in opposition, now you're in the third. You thought you would be 2017. President, needs was so urgent you couldn't delay a couple of hours. 9 years has passed. 9 years has passed. Where is needs today? Where is needs today that was so urgent in 2017? So, I am not moved by the fanciful comments on the other side. The truth is, at my age, I have heard a lot of what was said today and how great it's going to be. I hear them in election time and fanciful promises. President, let's be clear. When my friend, Senator Duncan, spoke and said all of these things that will happen because of this legislation, I said to myself, hold on there. Where did I hear this before? And I remember Michael Lee Chin telling us 5 in 4. I remember the Prime Minister's speech center, Gail, where is he? About economic council, wise men, economic ambassadors, and how we were going to grow the economy. I've heard it before, and I told you I heard previous Prime Ministers utter these things before. So, I am not optimistic. The only thing I'd say, my friend, Senator Duncan, is this. Having heard you today, having heard Michael Leachin, the question is, who do I believe? And the answer is none of them. The proof of the pudding is in the doing. And until you do it, there'll be no applause from this side. Mr. President, as I indicated, this bill is about creating a new architecture of governance, one which move away from the current architecture which contain guardrails against abuse, against corruption, and to create an architecture which is divide of the guardrails. Divide of the guardrails. And therefore, open the country to abuse which we have seen before. They are essentially, with this new architecture, going back to the 60s. I remember Senator Small Ferguson, Jamaica borrowed a lot of money to build secondary schools.
I wanted missing.
And President, the schools, the money was there. We were told the schools were built Minister Hill. But one of the schools couldn't be found.
What? Them find it or no?
No, not us. Arthur Burt was the Minister of State responsible for the project. A commission of inquiry was set up, Mr. President. Commission of inquiry was set up. And Arthur Burt refused to appear before the commission of inquiry, preferring to pay the fine. And then he left Jamaica. And so condemned was he. That he never returned to the country. He died, and he never even came back for his own funeral. Never even come back for his own funeral. Buried abroad.
You know, Mr. Brown. You know the school that they said this. Listen, the school that them said disappeared in St. Thomas. Yeah, I'm going to give you back the time.
Thank you.
The school that they said disappeared in St. Thomas was actually built in Michael Mandy's constituency in Central Kingston.
We can go for the report.
Ask Trevor.
We can go for the Commission of Inquiry report. But the man never even come back. My view, and this is my personal view, is that this new legislation amounts to a case of flying the gate and letting the pirates. It's piracy we're looking at. We're looking at piracy to come. And so, President...
1 minute, Senator Brown. 1 minute, Senator Brown. Senator Sinclair.
That comment, point of order, because that comment is casting aspersions on the persons who are passing the bill, which are identified persons. Right now you can identify the 12 of us sitting here. So you are casting an aspersion to say that we are conspiring with persons who are pirates.
No, I think Senator Sinclair.
What is it?
I think that's a bit thin-skinned. And I know that is a PNP campaign song that they say fly the gate and let in the pirate.
We're passing the bill to let in the pirate. That's what he said, you know.
Yeah, but you said that we are not Jamaicans.
Mr. President, may I continue, Mr. President? Even
Press the microphone. Senator.
To address the issue of the idea that this bill will allow at some point the possibility of a step-in order. And the minister chose to bring to the Senate a building permit which she applied for in November 2024 for Nagozed Primary, a school my daughter went to. And to say it was only granted last April, I took my phone up, and something I'd recommend to journalists to do, to call the other side. Yeah. Call the municipality. Talk to the mayor, as I did. The first thing the mayor said to me last Friday is that, Lammy, the land was in dispute. He said that the land was not belonging to the school nor to the Ministry of Education. That there was concern that church wanted to claim it, the Citizen Association wanted to claim it. He recommended that they bring in the lands agency to assist in resolving it. And I have seen the minutes of the municipal council showing the times they discussed this issue from February 2025, a few months after the application was made, until it was resolved. I made the point, President, because Portmore, a place I have lived since 1977, has shown significant growth. Have shown significant growth. In fact, I make bold to say, if you should measure per capita income per municipality, that Portmore is likely to have the highest per capita income. I go further to say that as you drive through Portmore, you see a parish, not a parish, a municipality that in the last couple of years, Senator Duncan, has doubled, if not tripled, its size, which tells us that that municipality have been working and have been churning out building permits in time to facilitate development. Minister, I believe we are going to have some talks, but I believe you owe the municipality an apology. And I urge the media to go and speak with the municipality. Mr. President, time is short. And I want to say, clause 25, clause 1A of 25 sets at 15 million US bench limit, no less than that for minimum, a floor. But clause 25.3 give the minister the day after the authority comes into being the power to change that by order, not by ordinary legislation which come here and we can amend it, but by order. And I'm going to move for the deletion of that clause. Because if we as a Senate and as parliamentarians, if we are self-respecting parliamentarians, we wouldn't put that clause there, having just approved the 15 million. But we'll say more on that in committee. Mr. President, it is clear to me that there are a lot of things that can be done without NARA. The PNP government, during those 18 years, we built 17 schools in northwest Jamaica.
Yes.
17 schools in northwestern Jamaica. Without NARA.
Without NARA.
We did that by using the Urban Development Corporation with a board led by Vin Lawrence.
Yes.
We built, so our board doesn't prevent progress from being made. We built 10,000 houses in Portmore.
Yes.
Without NARA. We built the road from Negril to Port Antonio.
Without NARA.
Without NARA. And we know that that road which was upgraded resulted in a big tourism investment throughout the corridor, yes, creating jobs and opportunities. We created development without NARA. Mr. President, we built the East-West Highway, the P.J. Patterson Highway, without NARA, opening up the country for greater development, creation of jobs. We did that without NARA. The North-South Highway, what's it called again? Siaga, yeah, Edward Siaga, the man who opposed it. The man who opposed it. The man who opposed it. But we built that, creating new developments without NARA. We expanded both international airports without NARA. So much so that recently they took $100 billion from it, yes, from them. To ease the coming. We did that without NARA. We developed the seaports without NARA, yes, including the Falmouth Pier without NARA. We led the telecom revolution without NARA, sparking jobs and development. And so, it is clear to us that we do not need NARA for development. Maybe Johnny come lately, and they don't understand that development can come without prime ministerial dictatorship. And that is the fundamental difference. I am clear. I am clear. I am very clear. I am very clear that much of the nice talk today, much of the bluster, is like the man who say him going to open the Strait of Hormuz when it was already open before the war. Much about nothing. Much ado about nothing. And so, no, I don't want a visa. I don't want a Jamaican passport. Travel is not my baby. I've done enough of that. But suffice it to say, President, when you come with the developments, which I am sure that this bill is not about providing houses for the people in Westmoreland, or St. Elizabeth, or Hanover, or St. James. This is about another agenda, an agenda of flying the gate and let the pirates in. Yes, fly the gate and let the pirates in. Jamaica should be seeing a bill which says we're going to build 50,000 houses in Western Jamaica to replace those damaged by the hurricane. I'm seeing nothing from them saying that. I come from a party where Norman Manley, after the Hurricane Charlie, built out houses in Augustown, Manley Avenue, that's why it's named Manley Avenue, and that here, for people. I come from a party where PJ appointed Danville Williams to Walker, how did I get Williams? To do the reconstruction. So that we are for reconstruction. We are for helping the people. I don't see that in this bill. I see nice talk. But I've come to learn from that side to separate the pretty talk to the real action. When you deliver 5 in 4, 10 years after, you have delivered 5% cumulatively, much as 5 in 4. So when I see that type of failure by the government, it doesn't give me any hope that this new thing, which is to build a new parliament, to build a new KPH, good. But that's not about disaster relief. That's about new thing. We built Maple Hospital. We built the hotel called Hospital in Mandeville. There are things we have done. We did it without NARA. We built the indoor stadium for the bowl championship. We have done, and you have failed to use it. So we have done and showed to the people what development can be. Sadly, we are waiting from them, hopefully without the dictatorship of the Prime Minister, because they're so well into the cult of the personality. And the last thing I will say to my friend Dr. Monroe is whether I'm not sure who are the biggest cult, Stalin or Andrew. May it please you, Mr. President.
You know, just for the benefit of Senator Tame, who enjoys and understands the culture, I take it you know that Fly the Gate and Load the Pirate In, or whatever it was a PNP campaign tune, you know. Oh, just in case you didn't know that. Fly the gate and let in the pirate. Fly the gate and let in the pirate. You forget that. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. You gone? Good, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Brown, Senator Brown. Senator Brown, thank you very much. Senator Morgan.
Mr. President, I have sat throughout this debate thus far, and I have listened quite intently. The divergence of views manifest throughout our debate here today in the Senate, and indeed in the lower house, as well as the public commentary, you know, the service club meeting keynotes, the newspaper editorials, the social media posts and all. They have all caused me, Mr. President, to reflect and be mindful of the most important thing in all of this. Mr. President, concern and anxiety engulfed us all as Hurricane Melissa stalked our southern shoreline for days. And when the system finally hit, as pandemics and extreme natural disasters do, it was no respecter of persons. Hurricane Melissa did not discriminate. It had no regard for whether a person or a household was JLP or PNP. It had no regard for whether a person was rich or poor, black or white, male or female. It devastated everything in its wake, and it impacted the lives of persons adversely affected. Hurricane Melissa, Mr. President, damaged dwellings, schools, churches, shops, bars, farms, government buildings, and community centers. It affected government, opposition, the private sector, faith-based groups, civil society organizations, service clubs, and ordinary citizens alike. Now the question is, having regard to the collective damage, displacement, and suffering wrought by Hurricane Melissa, shouldn't our response as a nation benefit from solidarity? Shouldn't it benefit from unity of purpose and a collective resolve to build forward better as we pivot, Mr. President, from resilience to resurgence? We have done it before, Mr. President, so I know we are capable of it. It was not so long ago that our country had the massive proposition of restoring an IMF program and charting a course toward debt reduction and a stable and sustainable macroeconomy. I served during the period, Mr. President, as a senior aide to then opposition leader Andrew Holness, now Prime Minister, of course. I am acutely aware of the national solidarity, love for country, and political maturity and restraint that was required to provide the political space to the then government and support the reforms, even when some within thought we should do it differently. Mr. President, that was the epitome of leadership. It took leadership, Mr. President. We had the experience as a country back in 2013 of having to navigate and emerge better from a fiscal hurricane caused by prior years of fiscal challenges. We had fiscal rules and other strategic reform-related legislation enacted. The fiscal program saw the then PNP government presiding over billions of dollars. We had EPOC. We did not, however, have a joint select committee on either the fiscal rules or the other key reform-related legislation. So we navigated the fiscal hurricane of 2013, and now, Mr. President, we have the devastation caused by an actual hydrological hurricane to overcome. Contrary to the social consensus and unity of purpose we enjoyed as a country back in 2013, our quintessential post-hurricane response effort is characterized by stark political divide and, I dare say, obstruction. Now the question is, Mr. President, what has changed? Why is our reconstruction framework not benefiting from bipartisan support in the way our fiscal reform framework did back in 2013? The answer lies in leadership, Mr. President. When you consider the leadership and cooperation we provided when we were in opposition back in 2013, the people currently in opposition simply do not have it within them to reciprocate. My perusal of the bill leaves me to conclude that the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, the bill before us this afternoon, is the embodiment of three things. One, a careful consideration of the post-disaster reconstruction model adopted by the other disaster-hit countries and their experience in terms of success or failure. Two, Jamaica's seemingly intractable challenge with the existing state bureaucracy and deficit in efficiently moving from project conceptualization to project implementation. And three, a careful consideration of the reconstruction model that would be most suitable, fit for purpose, and effective given Jamaica's prevailing realities and project implementation challenges. This is the backdrop against which the bill before us has my support, Mr. President. And while there are several other reasons, there are three principal provisions that cause me to support the bill. Clause 10.1, the NARA CEO shall prepare and submit to the Minister a report on the activities of the authority for every 6-month period. Number 2, Clause 10.4, the Minister shall, as soon as is practicable, cause a copy of the report to be tabled in both Houses of Parliament. And 3, Clause 9.4, the Auditor General shall be entitled at all times, and at all times mean all times, daytime, nighttime, anytime, to examine the accounts and other records in relation to the authority. So how come there is this impression being given that there is no monitoring there is no oversight, and there is no accountability. How come, Mr. President? Given the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa, timely reconstruction is now required. NARA brings speed and agility. Effective project coordination is now required. NARA brings scale and enterprise-level scope. Efficient procurement is now required. NARA brings reduced bureaucracy and enhanced project implementation capacity. Mr. President, the reconstruction and resilience building imperative that is before us is not about the whim and fancy of government. It is not about personal power, ego, or political aggrandizement. It is about the people, Mr. President, our Jamaican brothers and sisters, especially those out in Western Jamaica, who deserve a Jamaica that is not merely rebuilt, but rebuilt in a more purposeful, climate-smart manner. And that is why we say we are not just building back, we are building forward better. That is why we say we are moving from resilience to resurgence. Mr. President, for those who continue to speak of an oversight board, it bears repeating that NARA is a special purpose vehicle for project implementation and will operate as an executive authority. Neither Cabinet nor Parliament is bound to any one form or approach to establishing a statutory body. Procurement under NARA will be done in accordance with the orders to be issued by the Finance Minister. The Jamaican people can rest assured, therefore, that the imperative of securing value for money remains non-negotiable, Mr. President. An embrace of agility and speed does not mean a compromise or departure from standard and honored governance ideals. The newspaper headline of Tuesday, 28th April 2026, Mr. President, underscores the urgency of now and why the government is resolved to do what NARA sets out to do, Mr. President. This is the headline. It reads, 6 months in the dark. Parity residents plead for water, electricity, months after Hurricane Melissa. This underscores the urgency of now. Mr. President, this piece of legislation is about the people who have been hurting, people whose lives and livelihood have been disrupted, people who are vulnerable to the vagaries of a changing climate, people who need help from the government, and they need that help now. One of Jamaica's most accomplished and renowned sons in the area of disaster preparedness, emergency management, and post-disaster recovery, Mr. Ronald Jackson, formerly of ODPEM and subsequently of SEDEMA, spoke in an interview 3 Wednesdays ago on Nationwide News Network's This Morning program. The question was posed, Mr. President, to Ronald Jackson. From your experience, when it comes to rebuilding, what's your reaction to NARA? In response, Mr. President, Ronald Jackson said the following. NARA is an important institutional vehicle. There are different ways that you can go about it. You can have a standalone institutional system or help to drive your recovery processes. Or you can have one that is embedded. So there are different approaches. So going ahead with a NARA makes sense, particularly if you are looking ahead with the resilience building agenda, moving beyond just a focus on Hurricane Melissa, but starting to look at how we target those weak areas across different sectors. Infrastructure, housing, your transport, looking at issues around the people elements. He continued, Mr. President, there are huge vulnerabilities still in the country that need to be addressed in a very systematic way. So I think that NARA is fit and proper. And me say, this is Ronald Jackson, one of our foremost experts and specialists in this area saying these things. And I'm continuing to quote him. So I think that NARA is fit and proper to work with the existing MDAs to take a coordinated and focused look on addressing some of these, what I would call points of failure, such as Hurricane Melissa, or a seismic event, or a COVID event, which, you know, acts as a trigger. This is an overwhelming endorsement of NARA, Mr. President, by one of our foremost disaster management and response specialists. Mr. President, we hear the opposition and are not entirely surprised that instead of constructive engagement and support, they have opted to withhold support for the bill and resign themselves to being perennial detractors. But we must hasten to remind the people of Jamaica, Mr. President, that the opposition PNP are the same set of people who criticized the loudest during COVID, and we successfully navigated that. The opposition PNP are the same set of people who shouted for years, "Where is the crime plan? Where is the crime plan?" They criticized the loudest as it relates to the annual murder tally. But just look at us now, Mr. President. Jamaica is turning the corner in crime management and is reducing the murder rate year over year, Mr. President. Mr. President, the very point the government went to great lengths to advance years ago in relation to our crime situation is the very point I am compelled to make in this debate regarding post-Hurricane Melissa reconstruction and resilience. In implementing the zones of special operations, ZOSOs, and utilizing states of public emergency, SOEs, this Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government made the point several times over that the nature, scale, and prevalence of gang activity and criminality were of such that it exceeded the capacity of routine policing and as such required special measures. The special measures served to produce our law enforcement ecosystem, particularly the police, an opportunity to build institutional capacity, acquire critical assets, enhance operational capabilities, and implement strategic reforms. That strategy, Mr. President, ZOSOs, SOEs and all, what we had long dubbed Plan Secure Jamaica, has borne fruit and is paying rich dividends. I speak of an 8% or so reduction in murders for calendar year 2023, a 19% reduction in murders for 2024, a massive 43% reduction in murders in 2025, which was a 31-year low. And for 2026, year to date, there is a welcomed 23% reduction in murders. No wonder the opposition PNP, Mr. President, the perennial detractors, pessimists, and obstacles to Jamaica's progress, prosperity and development cannot bring themselves to give credit where credit is due as it relates to Jamaica's vast improvements in crime management. It is the same logic that we applied to the once seemingly intractable crime management situation that we are applying to project execution under NARA, Mr. President. The Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government is respectfully saying to the people of Jamaica, including our good friends in civil society, that the nature, scale, and persistence of our project implementation deficit as a result of systemic silos, fragmentation, bureaucratic red tape, and public procurement ecosystem that moves, Mr. President, at a snail's pace warrants special measures. The government-exclusive, public-private partnerships, and private sector-led projects under NARA constitute the special measures within the framework that will achieve the results and impact the government and people of Jamaica desire. Mr. President, the social media account of opposition leader Mark Golding had the following posted to it at 11:10 a.m. on the 22nd of April 2026. And I'm quoting the goodly opposition leader here. He said in the post, "NARA is really a revamped attempt to inject higher levels of growth into the economy. Jamaica has faced very low levels of real economic growth for a decade. Promises like 5 in 4 were spectacular failures. We have had negative growth from economic shocks, but no structural shift to deliver high levels of growth." That was what the opposition leader sought to play upon social media. Apart from the blatant and disgraceful Apart from the blatant and disgraceful ill will and mean-spiritedness laden in that post by the opposition leader, aren't those words from him quite instructive, Mr. President? Do they not put the opposition PNP's outlook on Jamaica and their politically motivated objection to Naira into better perspective? Isn't it obvious that the opposition PNP is in this zero-sum game, a scorched earth strategy, if you may? It is increasingly apparent that theirs is the view that for the opposition PNP's political fortunes to improve, positive, game-changing, and people-uplifting things must not happen in Jamaica. Isn't it obvious that the platform on which the opposition PNP stands is one of political opportunism and vulgar exploitation of the people's displacement, their anxiety, their impatience, and socioeconomic hardship caused and exacerbated by the passage of Hurricane Melissa? Isn't it obvious that the Mark Golding-led PNP would prefer to weaponize and politically exploit the people's hardship rather than cooperate and support the government on the establishment of Naira? On the very day that the opposition PNP held a press conference to grandstand, exploit the post-hurricane relief and recovery bureaucracy, peddling falsehoods in relation to the roofs program, including the embarrassing untruth that Labour and Social Security Minister was away in Finland. Mr. President, opposition leader Mark Golding stood in the Parliament and called for a joint select committee on this very Naira bill that we are debating this evening. So they lament the pace of post-hurricane relief and recovery in the morning, and by mid-afternoon, they are in the Parliament calling for something that would only further delay the pace of the very relief and recovery they are bemoaning. What can go so, Mr. President? What is particularly unfortunate, shameful, and scandalous is that as a result of their partisan politics, the PNP MPs in the areas that were most devastated by the passage of Hurricane Melissa have abdicated by not supporting this Naira bill. It is the clearest and most repugnant and egregious indication yet that they put their partisan considerations over the interests of the very people they were sent to Parliament to represent, the very people they profess to care about, Mr. President. You know, it was the renowned American essayist, Ralph Waldo Emerson, who once famously said, "Your actions speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." You will note throughout this debate today, Mr. President, throughout this debate, you will hear them go to great lengths to talk about the fact that they see the need for a Naira and a vehicle for reconstruction. Mr. President, my and Michael Jackson's non-performing Member of Parliament in St. Catherine Eastern, the PNP's Denise Daly, captured the Mark Golding-led opposition PNP's position on Naira quite profoundly and succinctly when she exclaimed in her contribution to the debate in the Lower House, "We support the bill," she said. "It is what is in the bill that we don't support." Just work out that PNP logic for me. That's PNP logic for you. Mr. President, based on the opposition PNP's utterances and withholding of support at key junctures in the life of our great nation over the past decade, there is a segment of the population that is convinced that for partisan political reasons, the opposition PNP does not want to see Naira succeed. The people who feel that way may well have a point, Mr. President. After all, what would the opposition PNP have to criticize and harp on if they are no longer able to weaponize the 5-in-4 growth aspiration that was promulgated back in 2016? What would they have to criticize and harp on if they are no longer able to weaponize the quantum of funds returned to the consolidated fund each year as a result of our unwieldy bureaucracy and procurement-related underutilization of the capital budget of the respective ministries, departments, and agencies of government? As the people of Jamaica have seen, as a result of the government's crime management successes, Mr. President, successes which have caused the Peter Bunting to no longer find it politically expedient to shadow the national security portfolio. Successful implementation of NARA would take from the PNP the economic growth, state of infrastructure, and capital underutilization political points they like to weaponize. Indeed, they would have to pivot to something else. And as they have done with this issue of body-worn cameras, since they can no longer harp on the country's murder tally. Mr. President, we on this side have every confidence in the leadership of our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. He led from the front in taking this country through the COVID-19 pandemic. He led from the front in turning around our high murder rate as a country, a 31-year low for 2025, and we're on course to have a similar feat here in calendar year 2026. He has led from the front in managing our economy in a way that has preserved our macroeconomic stability and made us resilient, as our multilateral development partners and the renowned ratings agencies attest to. Time come, Mr. President, for our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, to lead our post-Hurricane Melissa reconstruction and resilience as we, in service to the people of Jamaica, build forward better and move Jamaica from resilience to resurgence. You know, Mr. President, one of the banes of our existence has been a lack of appreciation for context, discretion, and that which is situationally appropriate on the part of some gatekeepers in our country. And some of the gatekeepers in Jamaica are really persons who work, wear, and serve in what the bill describes as approving entities. And you know, Mr. President, Owen Blacker Ellis has a poem that is useful comic relief, but you can draw some perspective from it when you consider the gatekeepers across ministries, departments, and agencies of government. In the poem, Gateman, Owen Blacker Ellis says the following: "Me is a gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Everybody have to pass through me. Me not partial, cater or curry favor. Everybody have to show ID. You could be the manager, governor, or prime minister. Me more solid than a rock. If you don't respect me and brandish ID, the main gate just go and stay locked. Me is a gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Me have the power and carry weight. You know how much big management and admin people get disciplined when me a wall off the front gate? Make them murmur and grumble and beg and explain and complain and wait. Me make them lose them temper, cry high water, and get inside all 2 hours late. Woman walk on chalk line, man get vexed and resign through the power of my key and me. Me no use conscience or play ease up. Me no give lie or me no cry cree. Me is a gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Me take big neck people. Me teach big neck people lesson for free. Anybody pass through me. Quick. Me no take argument. Me only take ID. Even the nice personnel management lady, one Indian lady named Miss Lee. Me know her good, cause she did interview me and give me the bunch of key. But she come work late last Thursday, about morning Rocky. Oops, I left my ID. Me just look upon her tough and say, oops, not enough. That now go work, you know, Miss Lee. She turn red and start stutter and splutter. Then she reason, then she plea. Me just kiss my teeth and show her where the sign say, staff must show ID. She missed 2 meetings, cancel 3 appointments, and go back home a Clarendon for her ID. Cause me is a gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. People have to respect me. Even the big chairman and CEO guy, him drive up with him chauffeur and I'm Chris SUV. Yeah, his film picture hung up on the guardhouse, yes, and the place named after him. But him never have no ID. So me give him the drill, but them park up still. Till fight broke and 7 more security intervene. Me have to thump down 2, kick down 2, and Karachi the other 3. Me is a gate man, key man, watchman, security, bad man. Nobody can stop me. Is last week them fire me, but me thief the bunch of key. That was Gate Man by Owen Blacker Ellis. It's comic relief. But it brings into sharp focus this gate man culture. Seized of it. This gatekeeping culture. A culture that sees many being divested, Mr. President, of a level of situational awareness. And there is ego in some instances. There's a lack of appreciation of context and discretion in some instances. And that is why we have the retardation, the inhibition on some projects that really should be moving through the system with greater expedition. Mr. President, Mr. President, this NARA bill, much to the chagrin of some, will be passed. The entity will be established and will commence operations. NARA, listen to this carefully, fellas. Listen to this carefully, my esteemed colleagues opposite. NARA will be a resounding success. Jamaica will be rebuilt and our economy will grow. The people of Jamaica will be better off for it as they will access jobs, enjoy a bounce in their livelihood, benefit from the convenience of more resilient and fit-for-purpose infrastructure, and bask, Mr. President, in the improvement of their quality of life, courtesy of their elected government, led by Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness. Those things will happen whether the opposition PNP likes it or not. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morgan. Minister?
Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, it's been a long day, and I stand to close the debate. But I want to start by thanking the drafting team at the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. I want to especially thank Ms. Samantha Eaton for being here and all the work she has done on this bill. I also want to thank the attorneys from the Cabinet Office of Jamaica. I want to thank Ms. Caldwell. I want to thank Mr. Carr also. And I'm very happy that they're here with us today and have been able to support us. Mr. President, Jamaicans have been tuned into this debate in both places. And I'm very happy today that some of our young people were here. And I see some have stayed until the end. It says a lot about our young people. They're young people who are very interested. Earlier today, we had some students from UE, UTEC, CMU, JUTS. We had some members from G2K and Young Jamaica here also. And I know the students up there from UTEC, I know that they're very good students. And Mr. President, since I have the floor, I want to just tell you that routinely, the Student Council of UTEC sends me documents on policies and bills we're debating to give their contribution to this. And so I'm very happy that they are here. I also want to acknowledge the members of civil society who stuck it out. Jeanette, thank you for sticking it out with us today, who are here. There were others earlier, but she's the last woman standing. And so thanks to civil society for that. Our Jamaicans, and especially our young people, understand that this bill is about one thing. It's about whether Jamaica, after one of the most devastating natural disasters in our history, will rebuild slowly, painfully, fragmented, or whether we'll rebuild with urgency, coordination, accountability, and purpose. Mr. President, I believe that people have a sense of the task at hand. I want to thank all Jamaicans who have participated in this debate through their tweets, their posts, their articles, their reports, our democracy is alive and well. And so I thank all of them. I want to thank those who contributed today on both sides of the aisle. A lot of work went into preparing your statements, and I want to thank you for that. I sat here today listening to everybody on both sides and taking notes, and hopefully I will get that same respect back as I close the debate. Mr. President, please be reminded that the damage and losses have been estimated at approximately 1.952 trillion Jamaican dollars. Trillion. And that represents more than half of Jamaica's 2024 GDP. Homes were destroyed, schools were destroyed, roads were cut off, farms were completely flattened, water systems, health facilities, churches, public buildings, livelihoods, and whole communities were upended. Ordinary systems were not built for extraordinary devastation. And I repeat that. Ordinary systems were not built for extraordinary devastation. And our systems, despite all the work we've put into them, we both agreed does not move quickly enough. And this is an extraordinary devastation that we've been facing. A catastrophe of this scale cannot be managed by scattered approvals, disconnected agencies, and business as usual timelines. Mr. President, every government in an emergency must manage a delicate balance. Move too slowly and the people suffer. Move without safeguards and public trust withers away. This is the dichotomy before governments. That is the balance that this bill seeks to strike. And as I speak to members of civil society and other groups who call and want to have a conversation, that's where I take the conversation. What's the right balance? We want to have speed, but we also want to have accountability. And it's really weighing the two things. And so I move the conversation from the emotions to really having a conversation about what's that right balance. And I think different people have different answers in relation to what that balance should be. The key clauses of this bill are designed to achieve exactly balance. Clause 4 gives NARA the authority to coordinate, implement, monitor, and fast-track reconstruction and resilience projects. Because after a disaster of this scale, no country can afford a maze of disconnected agencies moving at different speeds. But that speed, Mr. President, is not in any way unchecked. Mr. President, clauses 17 to 20 require approved programs and plans, performance indicators, monitoring systems, and a public register of reconstruction and resilience projects. In other words, NARA is empowered to move quickly, but it must move according to approved plans, measurable standards, and information that the public can inspect. The step-in powers are another example of this balance, and it's one that we have a lot of conversations about. Clauses 21 to 24 allow NARA to intervene where approvals are delayed or where an approving entity fails to act within the required timeline. That is the speed mechanism. But the accountability mechanism is also built into the same process. NARA must notify the approving entity, obtain independent expert advice, satisfy itself that the relevant requirements have been met or exceeded before even applying to the minister for a step-in order. The minister must then also be satisfied before issuing a step-in order. So this is not arbitrary power, quite the contrary. The provisions that grant NARA the speed to act are structured, lawful tools to prevent paralysis. Technical review, written reasons, ministerial responsibility, and public accountability are all preserved in this bill. Some people speak as though accountability and effectiveness are enemies. They're not. Properly designed, Accountability is what makes speed credible. And speed is what makes accountability meaningful in a crisis. So the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority strikes the right balance in our view. And that's what I want my young people to think about when they're thinking about this bill. And you're going to be confronted with things when you become leaders. And I know you want to be leaders in this country. And that's why you're here tonight. But that's what you're going to have to balance. And there's not going to be a right answer. But you have to think, okay, I want to be fast, but I also want to be accountable to my people. What's the right level of layer? Someone may say it needs 6 layers. Someone may say it needs 10. You have to satisfy yourself that you've achieved speed and accountability. In my opening, Mr. President, I spoke to the international experience and how some of them got it right. But we also, again, Mr. President, have our own case study right here at home, Mr. President. And it is important that we know what the last administration did when they were facing extreme devastation. Our former Prime Minister, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, after Hurricane Ivan, established the Office of National Reconstruction, ONR. It was established as a special unit to coordinate relief and reconstruction rather than relying on the ordinary machinery of government. Speed was his focus. The Patterson administration did not prepare an act of parliament with clear procedures to establish, like we have done. That administration understood, and they chose speed. We have decided to choose speed, but add other layers of accountability. And there's a lot more I can say on ONR, but I won't go there. But I'm going to go into some of the questions, and I saw a WhatsApp notice that was mobilizing elements of our society to attend today's debate. I'd actually expected a lot more of them today. And it's a good thing to have people here. And it had 4 items in it, that ad. And I'll cover some of those 4, plus I'm going to add some, because remember, I was listening to everybody, and some of the issues kind of collapsed together. So I'm going to go through them. In that ad, they asked, who controls the spending? That's what they wanted to hear from the debate today. Who is controlling the spending? That's right. And it's really simple. Spending remains within the public finance framework. Parliament approves the national budget. Parliament holds the purse. I can't spend anything that's not in the big yellow book. That remains the same. Jamaica's constitution, the supreme law of the land, is clear and cannot be superseded. Nothing gets spent without an allocation from Parliament. Next, Cabinet approves the reconstruction and resilience projects. The Ministry's responsibility for NARA provides policy oversight. The CEO is accountable for execution. The accounts of NARA's activities must be kept. The accounts must be audited by an external auditor, not appointed by the management of the entity. The Auditor General is explicitly invited to conduct audits of NARA. And finally, reports must come to Parliament. The answer to the question of control, if you wish to call it that, starts with the public approved by Parliament. Spending is controlled by law, and that cascades into cabinet approval, ministerial oversight, financial rules, audit requirements, both internal and external audits, and strong parliamentary scrutiny. The other question I saw was, what safeguards ensure transparency? How will citizens access information? Valid question. So, if we think about it, Mr. President, these safeguards are clear and very important in the Act. There will be a public electronic register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects. So that's a public electronic register. It's going to be online. There will be reporting requirements. There will be audited financial statements. There will be parliamentary accountability. There will be performance indicators. There will be oversight from the minister. There will be an independent public oversight. There will be independent public oversight through JAMROC, modeled on the EPOC approach that helped Jamaica maintain credibility during our economic reform program. Mr. President, this is not my rhetoric. These are the safeguards laid out in the very bill that we are debating. Clause 20, which provides for a register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects to be kept and periodically updated. And I need to quote 22, so clause 2. The register shall be made available electronically for public inspection. It's in there. Clause 10 requires NARA to furnish the minister with reports, returns, accounts, and other information on its activities. And Clause 11 requires annual reports and audited financial statements to be submitted to the minister and laid in both houses of Parliament. Clause 9 requires proper accounts and annual audits and expressly allows the Auditor General to examine NARA's accounts and records. JAMROC's public oversight and routine reporting will bring another dimension of transparency. With all that said, Mr. President, I have to point out that reconstruction is a national project, and we do not see reconstruction as some private project of the government. It is not, Mr. President, and that's why every project needs to be known to all of Jamaica. The administration at every step of the way has sought to engage the public and all parts of society. 20 amendments were taken in the other place. And the reason those amendments were taken was because we were listening. I can tell you, I listened to the whole debate. I took my own notes, others took their notes, and there were things that were said that you said, yes, actually, you're very right on that one. And amendments were taken. Where we saw misunderstanding and misconceptions, we have also responded in good faith with accurate information. We've been trying to put out information. Our objective is, and always has been, to make oversight of NARA and its activities public and independent on those foundations, and on those foundations credible. The people of Jamaica must be able to see what is being done, where it is being done, who is responsible, what it costs, and whether it is being delivered on time. I'm going to deviate to another question. Why is there no purpose in the Act? I've seen that from civil society. I've seen it here. And as you heard earlier, that's not novel. I think Senator Fitzhenley would have noted that. But let me give you some bills, because I think Jamaica needs to understand that it's not unusual. There is the Offences Against a Person Act, originally from 1864. It proceeds directly into provisions on homicide, murder, assaults, etc., without a separate objects or purpose clause. It starts with this act may be cited as the Offences Against a Person Act. There's also the Larceny Act, which does similarly. The Evidence Act, with its roots in 19th century law, does similarly. If we look to closer laws, Registration of Titles Amendment Act 2020, similar. Wildlife Protection Amendment Act of 2025, short title, this act may be cited as the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2025 and shall be read and construed as one with the Wildlife Protection Act. And it focuses on specific amendments. And then you also have some other acts. I had asked the legal team to send through examples of different acts where you have the purpose that is missing. And so that's not unique. Some of the concerns, Mr. President, have been raised have been really about challenging executive power. You felt that as a subtext of a lot of the arguments. But I'd like to remind all of Jamaica that executive power, like every other power in the Constitution, is legitimate authority granted by the Constitution. What we see in law is a manifesto of that original, or manifestation of that original authority. Law enforcement, administrative action, all of that flows from executive power. And cabinet is the custodian of the executive authority. The cabinet is enshrined in our Constitution, and it is in fact the principal instrument of policy. Read section 69. and is responsible for the control of the direction of government. Cabinet is not some nebulous gathering. The cabinet is the highest level of leadership in government. The buck stops at cabinet. The accountability that cabinet allows is unparalleled. It is therefore good that so much of NARA's activities are approved by this body called cabinet, as this is precisely what would be required for a crisis of this magnitude. The other question that has come up in different ways is the lack of a sunset clause. And guess what? I had a similar question. And I had to go to the legal team. Why we don't just write that it ends in 5 years' time? Because that's what the intent is. And the Prime Minister has said he sees this as a 5-year project. And I kept saying, so why don't we just write it into the bill? And they were able to explain to me that the bill contains a dissolution framework in Part 4. Clause 29 provides for dissolution of the authority. Clauses 30 to 33 provide for savings of agreements, transfer of money, devolution of assets and liabilities, and transfer of official records. Clause 35 states that the Act continues in force only until the day after the day of dissolution. So, before the Act can cease to be in force, NARA has to be wound up. NARA is going to have assets, so it has to be wound up. The transitional arrangements in Part 4 achieve that. Part 4 gives effect to the winding up of the authority. And they've taken a lot of time explaining to me that if we had included 4 or 5 year period, for example, at the end of the period, the authority would cease to exist on that exact date. And that would not facilitate the transition that winding up of the authority provides under Part 4. I heard a lovely question, and I note that Senator Professor Morris isn't here. He had brought up persons with disabilities, and it's one that I always agree with him on. It's a passion of mine, persons with disabilities or special needs. And in the education rebuild that we're doing, we're actually building in that element. So we're building ramps, chairlifts, et al. And I think it's important that we do have that conversation around how we better incorporate. And I know Senator Sinclair has noted that in the Disabilities Act, it is a requirement for commercial buildings to have these accommodations in place. And so that will be done. And I know from the schools, we are actually doing so right now. There was a question about land tenure, which is a very good one. And I think when you talk to a lot of people in Westmoreland, that question comes up a lot, and especially right after the hurricane. We'll be approaching, and I'm going to quote from the Prime Minister. This is what he said. We will approach the problem in Westmoreland with the necessary sensitivity and passion to ensure that every citizen of Jamaica, thank you, has a fair chance, a fair opportunity to get access to land. That was what our Prime Minister said. I'm going to send it to you. The objective of the government is to give, this is another quote, the objective of the government is to give you ownership of land that is secure, land that can be lived on in a sustainable way, and land that forms part of the planned area of the government. And he was speaking in relation to the hurricane. So the Prime Minister has made a commitment. And one of the things about us with commitments is that we have a track record of carrying out our commitments. You saw it in the lovely achievements booklet. Yes. So after all, when it comes to land titles, the Andrew Holness-led administration has delivered. The ministry led by the Prime Minister has advanced land tenure security through the issuance of more than 23,400 land titles under the National Land Titling Program, with more than half of them issued between 2021 and 2025 under the new systematic land titling system. So when the Prime Minister says this is a priority in Westmoreland, for example, it is already a priority of this government, and we're going to extend the work that we're doing there. I won't go into the disclosures because I know that was dealt with before. There was a question about PIMS, and I'll get to that a little bit later. Just going back through the questions and just picking up the main ones, Mr. President. All right, there was one that I got yesterday, and everybody is sending in their comments, which is a good thing. And I think the umbrella group of churches sent in theirs. And they were asking what assurance can be given that affected communities will still have meaningful access to due process, environmental protection, and judicial review. NARA acts on legal processes. Clause 17.4 requires NARA in developing and monitoring projects, programs, and plans to hold consultations with persons affected or likely to be affected by a project, and our team has said that multiple times. Clause 18.1a requires programs to be developed in consultation with relevant persons, and Clause 19.1a requires plans to be prepared in consultation with relevant persons. That is consultation. Obviously, that's consultation, and so it is in the bill. On environmental protection, Clause 19.3 requires project development to prioritize climate and disaster resilience, vulnerable areas, and solutions informed by wind, rainfall, groundwater flow, surface water flow, and natural hazard impacts. So the environment is expressly discussed in the bill. Mr. President, judicial review is guaranteed under the Constitution. This bill or any other ordinary piece of legislation passed by the Parliament can never supersede the protections in the Constitution. So nothing in this bill expressly removes the supervisory jurisdiction of the courts. Nothing in this bill could. Why fast-track this authority? Why are we fast-tracking it? Why are we moving so quickly? Because delay means a child remains out of a proper classroom. Delay means a farmer cannot get produce to market. Delay means a family remains in unsafe housing. Delay means a community remains cut off when heavy rains come. Delay means workers lose opportunities. Delays ultimately means Jamaica pays more for the same project later. Earlier I spoke to that balance of effectiveness and efficiency. That balance applies here as well. No one in this debate has said, let's delay NARA on its work. No one has put it that way, Mr. President. Instead, what you've heard is, we need to do a joint select, or maybe we should add this additional layer. But doing so does have implicit trade-offs. What the government does or does not do has consequences. And I'm going to just speak quickly. There are so many points that had been raised. Some have already been answered. There was a question about Clause 7, and I think that was from you, Senator Scott Motley, on access, on whether or not that committee meant the Jamrock, but it could be any committee. It could be a committee that's looking at how we do more for persons with disability and so on. You also raised the issue of the fence and Nago Head and how NARA would treat with it. I just want to note that when you made your statement, I asked the PS to send over the file of all of the correspondence. I know nobody spoke about the letter that I wrote to the municipality begging them to do the approval and that they've never responded to me. That's a part of here. I have all of the correspondence here. And there is also, and there is one piece, the issue in terms of land title, it's owned by NLA, the National Land Agency. And there was a church on the property, and that was agreed a year ago. But I get the approval now. So I'm putting that on the table, and I'd love for you to look. I'd love for you to look at it. I don't speak out of turn ever. So I want you to look. And there's another piece of documentation that I have here that I've not gone into. And I think when you both look at it, you're going to be very amazed that no one has said that part to you. But I don't get political here. All right, so the next one was in relation to auditors. And I know that Senator Tomlinson had raised some issues, and he had said that he had an issue with the auditor being chosen by the cabinet secretary, who already reports to the Prime Minister. But if you think about it, think about NHT, for example. The board of NHT appoints the auditor. Who appoints the board? The minister. So that argument really doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. If you look at PIMS, I'll tell you my experience with PIMS has shown that and yours too. I am in PIMC, and so I've seen projects delayed for years that have so much impact in our country. But, Mr. President, as my time is running out, I don't even know how much time I have. Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness's 2026 budget presentation was very clear about the development and reconstruction agenda. The government he leads is not talking about a patchwork of projects. We have outlined and programmed the rebuilding of Black River better and more resilient than what existed before. We're talking about the Hopewell and Lucy bypass and the Lucy Harbor development. Hanover will become a world-class town. Plans are underway for Montego Bay's revitalization. Falmouth as a model for climate-resilient coastal communities. The North-South Highway extension, Port Antonio reimagined, the St. Thomas Port, and the Port of Kingston as the region's premier logistics hub. Provisions have been made for a new Kingston Public Hospital to be built to modern international standards with resilience, continuity of care, and disaster readiness.